Now, I'm calling the May 13th Natural Resources Commission meeting to order. I ask everybody here to silence your phones. We probably have a lot of phones in this room because we have a lot of people in this room. My name is Becky Humphreys. I chair the Natural Resources Commission, and we are going to go down the row and each one of us introduce ourselves. And we're going to start with you, Commissioner Walters.
Good morning, John Walters, Indian River.
Good morning, Pete Erdley, Grand Rapids, Michigan.
As I said, my name's Becky Humphreys, and I'm out of Lowell, Michigan.
Scott Bowen, Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Brandon Fewens, Traverse City.
Jim Laporte, Highland, Michigan.
Good morning, Dave Nyberg from Marquette.
Hi, good morning. Nate Campbell from the Attorney General's office.
All right, we are missing one commissioner, Commissioner Mark Eister. We're going to talk a little bit later. Mark has had a health issue and will be joining us later remotely into this meeting, and we'll go over the details of that as we get to it. We're going to need a motion to approve today's agenda.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, the same. The meeting agenda is approved. How about a motion to approve the meeting minutes from our last meeting of April 8th?
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion or edits beyond what has been already submitted? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the same. The meeting minutes for April 8th are approved. And with that, we're going to turn it over to you, Director, for the Director's Report.
Thank you. Dave Carfino is going to do Fisheries Advisory Committee. Dave?
Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Thanks, commissioners. Appreciate the opportunity to be here today. My name is Dave Carafino. I'm the Lake Superior Basin Coordinator for Fish Division. I'm also the division's tribal liaison. It's great to be here today. Looking forward to getting a chance to share with you my thoughts on deer regulations. No, I'm not. That's later on.
You're the only one.
Yes. So, Fisheries Division interacts with the public in numerous different ways, and I want to start with kind of going backwards a bit and thinking about fisheries management in general. Fisheries management works the best when we find that magic little sweet spot between the fish, the habitat, and the people. We're super comfortable with the fish side. We understand the habitat side of things, and once you start working for a state agency, you understand the people part of that is a huge component, and that circle probably should be a little bit larger than it is on that screen. But we interact with the public in numerous ways, and a lot of it is informal. We have one-on-one conversations with the public, our staff do on a daily basis. We are the phone a friend for fishing in Michigan. People call us all the time. Where do I go? What do I use? What's biting? People want on-the-ground, real-time feedback from our staff. We also talk to the public about surveys. What work are we doing out on the water bodies? People want to understand what's going on with the fish community in the lake or the stream that they pursue their species in. So we have those conversations. We talk about stocking, what people want to see stocked, what we stock, different species, different life stages, the goals of those stocking events. We talk a lot about habitat and what fish species the habitat can support, what types of habitat projects and improvement we can actually do. We also talk a lot with the public about regulations. We have individual one-on-one conversations all the time about different ideas that people have for regulations. So these are a lot of informal one-on-one dialogues we have. We also interact more formally with lake associations and sportsmen's clubs. We participate in workshops that are put on by other agencies like Sea Grant. We spend a lot of time working with the department citizen advisory councils in the Upper Peninsula. So we have a lot of different aspects to how we interact with the public, But our main way that we do it through a formal setup is through our advisory committees. We have 9 different citizen fishery advisory committees within Fisheries Division. 4 of those are focused on Great Lakes issues. We have 1 advisory committee for each of the Great Lakes. Each of those committees are led by the basin coordinator. We focus primarily on fisheries management issues within that Great Lake basin. We also have 2 committees that focus on inland fisheries issues, the warm water and cold water resources steering committees. Those are set up, as you might guess from the name, based on habitats. So the cold water committee focuses primarily on trout species. The warm water committee focuses more on walleye, pike, bass, and fish. These committees are statewide, dealing with inland issues for those specific types of resources. We have 2 committees that are more regional specific. We've got the Upper Osable River Advisory Committee. We also have the Northern Inland Lakes Advisory Committee. These are 2 committees that are set up in order to deal with the fisheries management issues and goals in those specific areas. Both of those are led by staff in our Northern Lake Huron Management Unit right here out of Gaylord. The newest committee we have is the Tribal Co-Management Citizens Fishery Advisory Committee. I lead this for the division, and it started a few years ago after the 2023 Great Lakes Decree was signed and went into effect. So this committee seeks to really improve transparency and understanding between Fisheries Division and our citizens and our stakeholders to help them understand the different co-management issues that we deal with and we work with the tribes on across the state, not just on the Great Lakes in the 1836 treaty area. So who sits on these committees? Each of the committees is led by a citizen chair. That chair is initially appointed by our division chief, but after that, the citizens elect the person that they want to lead the committee. So those chairs serve a specific term, and the membership on that committee is appointed by the chair and also by the Fisheries Division staff member that leads that committee. We're looking for some key characteristics when we're trying to find members for these committees. We want our members to represent a diverse group of stakeholders. So in my example, Lake Superior, we cover areas from the Black River on the west to the Sioux on the east. We don't want all of our members to come from Marquette. So we try to get a spread geographically of the fishery interests. We also have people in Lake Superior that are passionate about splake. We have people that are passionate about coastal brook trout. So we want each of those interests to have a voice and be represented on those committees. We want people that represent a significant network of stakeholders. This isn't just one person to come to a committee and share their one opinion. We want them to bring the opinions of their peers, their opinions of the groups that they represent. We want people that are able to provide us with effective feedback. A lot of our anglers spend more time on the water than we do. We recognize that they have insights and observations that are key and important for fisheries management, and we want them to come and bring those opinions and those observations to us. And then lastly, we're looking at 1 member per organization. Certainly, we have a lot of organizations in Michigan. We want to make sure that each of those have a voice and an equal representation on those committees. So right now, we have more than 100 different angler organizations that are represented on our 9 formal advisory committees. They're a good mix. Some of them are regionally focused. Some represent an area of a particular Great Lake. Some are species focused. Some are more involved in the fisheries economy. They're business owners. And we do have some that are anglers at large. We do also ask that our anglers at large still represent a strong peer network so they can have others and bring their opinions to us as well. So we do ask some things of our members. The first responsibility that membership on this committee brings is people need to show up. And that might seem simple, but it's not, because we ask a lot from our members. These are volunteers. When they come to our meetings to participate in the fisheries management process, they're taking time away from work, from their family, from their own chances to actually get out and fish. So that is a lot. They don't get paid. They don't get reimbursed for mileage. They get lunch if they're lucky. That's about it. So we ask people to show up because the issues we talk about span multiple meetings, and we need people there consistently to be engaged and informed so we can get feedback from them and we can provide information to them and their groups. We ask people to come and represent the group from whom they are sent, but at the same time, keep a broader focus on fisheries management. The parallel I can use is me. I work for Fisheries Division, right? I am focused on the goals, the mission, the strategic plan of Fisheries Division, but I wear the department logo. So everything that I do, I have to think about how does this impact the department as a whole? We ask the same thing of our stakeholders. Come and represent your interests, but we are all trying to work together towards the broader issues of success in fisheries management. Which leads us into the third one. We ask the membership to be a part of the solution. There are conflicts, believe it or not, in fisheries. Even though fish don't have antlers, there are conflicts in fisheries. And we want members of these committees to come and help us get to yes, help us find the solutions that will make everything work. And then lastly, as I mentioned, the members represent a broad network. And so we ask them to take information that we provide back home, share that with people that you interact with. And then when we ask for feedback, go home and get feedback from your groups and bring that back to us at a future meeting. What do we talk about at these meetings? These pictures represent a very similar list to what I shared at the start of this presentation on those one-on-one interactions we have with the public. We talk about the same types of things, but we just do it in a more formal sense. We talk about the science, the research, the monitoring, the graphs, the charts, the tables. People are engaged in that because they want to know what's going on. We talk about the habitat projects. What does it take to do a habitat project? What are the fisheries impacts from those? What is the cost? What is the partnership requirements of that? We talk about fishing. How are people doing on the water? What are you seeing? Are fish bigger this year? Are they smaller? Is the species mix changing? Geographically, are they in different places than they have been in the past? Those observations are key for us when we start crunching our own survey data to see how things mesh or what differences we might see there. We talk about stocking. People love stocking fish. We talk about where should we stock fish? How many should we stock? What species? What life stage? We would love to evaluate every single stocking event that we do to get a clear understanding of how successful they are. But we don't have a creel clerk to be at every boat launch 24/7, 365. So we depend on these committees and reports from our anglers to help us understand how effective our stocking is because we want to be as efficient as possible. And we also talk about regulations. There's a formal process that we use to engage these advisory committees with regulatory proposals. But we also talk about just crazy ideas that people have because we want to vet those back and forth to figure out if something might gain some traction. You guys have seen a version of this slide before, but this is our regulatory process. And I want to just sort of walk through this to highlight how these advisory committees fit into that. You all sit at the top. You all make the decisions. What you guys decide goes into that fishing guide. But before all of that, every single regulation proposal starts with an idea. That idea might come from one of our technicians out in the field. It might come from a biologist who's evaluating data. It could come from one of our angler groups. All of those ideas get vetted locally. Our local staff talk to the public and say, do you think this makes sense? What are the impacts of this? How do we tweak this? How do we change this? So we've had a lot of vetting at the local level before things even get to a proposal phase. Proposals eventually wind their way up to our basin teams. We have 4 basin teams within Fisheries Division, 1 for each of the Great Lakes basins. On those teams, we have staff from our management units, we have staff from our research section, we have staff from our hatcheries, and we have statewide program support staff. That's our internal step where it's, are we missing something? Do we have this right? Does it need to be tweaked? How does it fit with our management plans? If we get support for a regulation idea from our basin team, then it formally goes to our advisory councils. We have other ways that we engage with the public. We will host other public meetings. Sometimes we do social surveys trying to gather public feedback. But that's the formal step after we've had that internal review that we take it to the public and look for support. If we get support from the public, and there's no magic number, it's not we need 51%. It's more qualitative. What are we hearing? What are we seeing? Then our regulation proposals go to a multi-divisional regulations review committee, followed by final approval from the Fisheries Division Chief as well as executive, before it becomes a formal recommendation for you all to consider. So I put this up here and kind of bold that just to highlight that our advisory committees play a key role in our regulation process, and we have that vetting that occurs before we bring recommendations to all of you. So this is my last slide. How do we improve? So part of this is because we're finishing up committee season right now. We've just had all of our committee meetings. Some of you have attended those in the past. We just wanted to make sure that you all kind of understood what our process is because it's nuanced and not everybody is aware of how we try to engage with the public. But taking a step back, we recognize that even though we've had our advisory committees for more than 2 decades, we don't have it all figured out. Things aren't always perfect. There's always ways that we can improve. So questions that we're asking ourselves and that we're actively reviewing is, do we have the scope and scale of these right? We have 9 advisory committees. Do we need 10, 12, 15? Do we need 6? There's a lot of effort that goes into these. So that's something that we need to review. Are we missing key voices? The department's Upper Peninsula Citizen Advisory Councils have an application process where people apply to be a member. The memberships it's for a specific term, and then people rotate off. We haven't done that. Maybe that's something that we should to try to get different voices on these committees. These are all things that we're trying to work through. There's new committees on the horizon here with the FOC, the Fisheries Oversight Committee, the MAC, the Michigan Anglers Consortium. How will our current advisory committees interact with those? We don't have answers to those right now. So those are things that we're wrestling with and that we're working through. Our plan is to sit down with each of our citizen committee chairs this year in 2026 to talk through what is working on our committees. Let's take the best of what is and try to make these even better. As we do that, we're continually refining that people part, that circle where I started with, because what we need for management to be successful is effective two-way communication between Fish Division and our public back to us. And if we can do that, management will be successful both today and for future generations. So with that, I appreciate the time this morning, and Randy and I would be happy to take any questions you might have.
Commissioner Walters?
Of course. First a statement and then a question. Statement is, I think it's important for these advisory committees to recognize that they are advisory in nature. And I think the Fish Division also needs to recognize they are advisory in nature, such that they may offer a piece of advice that may or may not fit with what the mission is of the division. So I just heed that warning and offer that guidance. Number two, I'd like to know what criteria are considered when you are preparing to plant fish. For example, are you thinking about the wild fish that are there that you may be stocking on top of, number one? Number two, what impact to the resource may that have, and what criteria are being considered when reflecting on fish to creel?
Yeah. So there are numerous criteria that we consider when trying to figure out what to stock and where. It depends if we're talking about an inland lake, whether we're talking about a stream, whether we're talking about the Great Lakes. So if we look at the fishery interest, and we also look at the ecological impact. So in some places we stock fish to balance predators and prey and to provide fishing opportunities. In other places, we might stock an inland trout lake simply to provide a fishing opportunity where we don't expect those fish to reproduce. In other places where we do have natural reproduction of certain species, ideally we wouldn't be stocking fish because we want fish to be able to reproduce naturally and to do their own thing to support a fishery. So it really depends on the specific situation as to what would kind of guide some of those things.
So I recall being at a Sable River Citizens Committee, and the discussion was planting brown trout and rainbow trout below Mayo Dam. And for years and years and years, thousands of trout were being planted. It was then learned that brown trout were actually reproducing from the Sturgeon River strain. And the committee was asked by Fish Division, should we continue planting, thinking and knowing that we have that data to support wild species? And that committee said, let's reduce the numbers, not eliminate, but reduce them greatly. And I think eventually brown trout were then abandoned from that planting. So that is a success story, in my view, that I think the public really needs to learn. Any others like that that come to mind?
Yeah, I'll jump in here. Commissioner Walters, a great question in terms of, if we don't have the ability to assess our stockings, to look at the post-stocking success, whether it contributes to a fishery, whether it interacts with wild production, then we're really missing the picture. And there are a lot of stockings over time where we should have been reviewing and be able to assess, just like brown trout and the Sable, lower Sable, to say, not only is that not effective, it's not a good use of resources, but it's there's literally a self-sustaining population, right? So we've been doing a better job over time, but it's a challenging thing because we stock over 20 million fish, thousands of sites across the state, and there's a social view that when we do stock fish, it improves the fishery. And when we don't have the ability to assess it, it really impedes our chances of making those adjustments. There's a lot of these, tying it back to the advisory committees, getting those advisory committees engaged, getting that information about is this stocking producing a fishery and meeting our management objectives is so key to us being able to do that because we can't evaluate all the stocking success. I think that's a huge success of the advisory committees that they've provided that input. And then when we need to make the change, how do we do it in a way that maximizes our goals and benefit to the fishery? They are really engaged in that. I think that feedback's been critical.
Final question is relative to the steelhead taking of eggs this spring on the Little Manistee. It's been reported that between 1,000 and 1,200 fish were lost due to a power outage and or high water mark. Can you describe how the recapturing of other eggs from other areas were taken so that the public understands that, yeah, we lost a bunch of breeders, but we were able to recapture to the point of where we are now?
Yeah, again, I appreciate that question because this was, it wasn't just a power outage. It was a lightning strike direct to main power that took out the main power, every fuse, every connection throughout the entire system, took out our backup power and our alarm system. And also one of the 4 pumps that provides water to those fish at the Little Manistee. We were at 2 a.m. before our crews were showing up at 6 a.m. to take eggs. So this was not only unfortunate, we lost actually more than you quantified. It was near 1,700 adult steelhead. This is not only the only egg source for steelhead in Michigan, but also we provide eggs to multiple states. It was a huge blow. Our staff and support from the director, we were able to pivot very quickly. We got the weir up and running within hours. And we were able to take, our goal is 3.5 million eggs for our steelhead egg production. We took 2 million recovered at the Little Manistee weir, and we were able to basically bring the lower Platte River weir online for the first time for steelhead egg collection to exceed the 3.5 million target. We took 4.2 million eggs this year. So kudos to the staff. I mean, they work day and night to try to make that happen. And it's very unfortunate, but not to use a pun, when you have all your eggs in one basket and something catastrophic like a lightning strike hits your facility, it shows the vulnerability of our fisheries. But again, the staff were dedicated. 4.2 million eggs. We'll have a successful rearing and meet our targets.
So we've talked about in the past, especially during our steelhead decision 2 years ago, that was the only place that we took eggs.
Mm-hmm.
And I know I spoke with you privately to say you need to start considering other places. And that now was a requirement to get eggs. And is the Platte River now a location where those eggs will also be taking in the future?
Yeah, I mean, what staff did this year was really remarkable. But we have vulnerabilities. We have all of our weir facilities are just like our hatcheries, millions of dollars of outstanding capital outlay. The Little Manistee weir is a primary for steelhead, or the only. The Platte is the only for coho. Lake Superior State is the only egg source for Atlantic salmon. So this goes beyond just steelhead, beyond this year. And we will be engaged to try to do that. But without a capital investment, we're going to go the other direction. We will not only be relying on these one facility, one egg source, but we'll be reducing our steelhead, our coho salmon, if something doesn't change the funding model. So it's unfortunate. I hear what you're saying. Like, we need to do a better job. We need to build resiliency. But when you're looking at a flat funding and inflation, we're actually going to be going backwards. And that's a reality unless something changes.
That being said,
I said it'll be the reality unless something changes
Going back.
on the funding. Yep.
that being said, I think it's vitally important that the commission considers protecting wild fish over hatchery fish. And we had that discussion 2 years ago where we contemplated catch and release on wild steelhead versus a clipped fin hatchery fish. I think based on what you described, it is vitally important that this commission strongly consider protecting wild fish that reproduce naturally versus hatchery fish that may or may not, and make sure that we are protecting that species, whichever species that may be, by the way.
Yeah. and
So I'm asking the commission this fall or whenever this comes up we need to consider that and discuss that further.
Yeah, and I just, the magnitude of what you're saying is important, but I'll circle back to the idea that in COVID in 2020, when that hit, we had to not take steelhead eggs. And the reliance could be, well, natural fish will just provide the fishery. And unfortunately, for some of the Pacific salmon, steelhead included, it is driven a lot by hatchery production. And so the impact of not doing that, yes, protective reg can help, but our stocking has a magnitude of impact that a regulation can't do for our steelhead fisheries. Our anglers know it, it's something that, again, I don't want to try to regulate our way out of, steelhead production. We need it. It's very vital. It provides support and recreational fisheries statewide. So we need to make sure that we protect that.
Well, and I'm not suggesting that we abandon the hatchery side of the steelhead, but I am suggesting we discuss the wild fish, and I will conclude. So thank you all.
Well, Randy, to be clear, we're no longer clipping steelhead, correct?
That's correct. That's why, I'm trying to say, like, if we put emphasis on the regulations as a solution, when we're no longer marking, we still have, very limited resources, and we potentially going to go backwards. We're focusing on the wrong problem. The problem really is we need $7 million for our egg take weirs today, and that's going to only grow. We need 150 million for hatcheries today, and that's only going to grow. So again, yes, we are not clipping them, so we don't have vital information to be able to evaluate which streams are producing wild fish. So great point, Commissioner Erdley.
Commissioner Fewens?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for the cold water stakeholder meeting. I had a chance to check that out, and even though I stayed just for a couple hours, I thought it was extremely informative. So I took away a lot from that. Also, just want to acknowledge Chief Claremont, your team with handling the Weir situation, taking a situation that was catastrophic and salvaging it, pretty remarkable. And you look at just the bigger picture of what was going on at the same time, we have tremendous amount of flooding where we almost lost the Sheboygan Dam, and response from the DNR to that and the personnel that went into that situation. And then almost immediately after that, we have a couple wildfires that pop up. Just want to say in general, kudos to the entire DNR staff. They've done an amazing job these last 6-8 weeks with all kinds of threats from Mother Nature. So kudos to the department.
Appreciate that,
Very
Commissioner
much so.
Fewens.
Thank you.
One more comment. Chairman,
Oh, I had one.
yes, Commissioner.
My next, okay, all right.
Well, please.
Thank you, gentlemen, and thank you for the work you do, and echo everything that Commissioner Fewens said, as well as Commissioner Walters. I'm in agreement on the wild fish issue. We talk often about that. While you're here, and I know we're talking about process here, but I did want to ask a question about the research study that's being conducted relative to splake and the potential for genetic intrusion into lake trout and native brook trout. I know that's been an ongoing discussion over the last several years and remains a topic of interest to me and others. Could you provide an update on that?
Yeah, Dave's got a detail here.
Yeah, sure. Be happy to. So the work is occurring at Michigan State. There's a couple of grad students that are working on different components of that study. We got a quick update on the first part to that, where they did some hatchery work, and they did find that splake could successfully reproduce in a hatchery setting with both lake trout and brook trout. So there's been some interesting genetic findings related to that, which I won't get into. The second piece to that, which most people are interested in, is do we see evidence of any of that introgression in the wild? Those samples took a little bit longer to analyze than what was planned just because of the size of the data set. But we should be hearing about that sometime in June, and then it's going to be presented publicly in July at the Lake Superior Tech Committee meeting. So this summer, we should have results from that, and then that will inform us as we figure out next steps from there.
Thank you. And one just quick follow-up, and if you don't know the answer to this, I know it's kind of an unfair question. It's because it's specific. Do you have a ballpark of what the cost is per splake for hatchery, rearing, and planting. I recall it being a pretty high number.
260 a piece?
Yeah.
Yeah, right around 260 a piece for splake. And I think we rear 160,000 splake in Marquette right now for statewide needs. So those are stocked in Lake Superior, those are stocked in northern Lake Huron, and then numerous inland trout lakes.
Yeah, and so that's actually relatively inexpensive compared to a lot of fish, mainly because if you're going to maintain a brood stock in a facility, the adults, then that's the cost that goes into it. But brook trout and lake trout brood stock are already established and stocked individually. So the cost to create a splake doesn't necessarily include the brood stock costs.
One final question on process. First of all, thank you for bringing this. We had some discussion after regs last year about the need to review and really talk about this process. We have a fisheries committee of the commission, but how do we can't always attend all these advisory committee meetings also. I mean, we're volunteers also, so it's a time issue in terms of all the various committees across the department. How do we loop in to the issues you're discussing and get kind of that broad perspective before it gets to the commission meeting?
Yeah.
Have you?
And both Commissioner Walters' comment on the recommendation process, but also your comment on how the NRC is involved and integrated throughout the process. We took those to heart, and a lot of the questions that Dave asked at the end were really reflective of those. I'll use one example because, we don't expect you to be engaged every step of the process. But what we were doing in the past was we had a misstep. When we worked through the process and we got to the final set of recommendations, we delivered those to you. It was almost like on a silver platter, just rubber stamped and be done. But you had very little awareness about what got weeded out, what made it 2/3 of the way the process, and then there was an off ramp for whatever reason. So this year we're going to bring recommendations that we will not be recommending, but they have been involved in the process and maybe heard about them, and here's why. And so those are things that we can do to integrate more. Certainly, both through the Fisheries Committee, but all the advisory committees, if you do want to see the process, interject when you can and have time. We want to make sure that you're aware of those. So hopefully you've been receiving more notification when those steering committees occur and if you can make them. So any suggestions you might have, we're open to that feedback. But those are just some specific examples where, okay, we know you want to be more integrated, but your time is limited. So how can we be effective in that? Dave, is that right?
Yeah, that sounds great. Yep.
Great, thank you.
Just real quick. I know there's this Uncharted committee internally.
Mhm.
Can you come back, not today, and give us an update on what they're talking about, where they're at, how things are progressing, and so on? I'd be interested, I think us as commissioners would be interested on how that committee is functioning.
Absolutely. And that's not an external committee. It's internal, like you said. But we do have updates we'll bring back on the Bass and Bluegill Committee.
Great,
Thank you.
thank you.
I want to thank you, Randy, especially for your fisheries committee fisheries team did such a great job with the Weir incident. I really thought we were going to lose a whole season when I first got that news. And you guys were in the field helping out with the dam problem that we were having at Sheboygan at the same time, bagging. It was just an amazing reminder of the great work you do in emergency circumstances, that you saved a season of steelhead, and we're grateful. So my pleasure.
I'm just glad it's not all deer.
We have reminded of this all the time. The people that were on site at the Sheboygan Dam, not far from here, did such a great job. It was an inch away from getting topped over, that dam. And I could go into detail, but these people worked nonstop, night and day. And why they're doing it, the people from law enforcement were out in the field helping people that were stranded, that needed help saving their properties, bagging around the dams that led up to the Sheboygan Dam. And I'm reminded of this all the time, but it's something the public misses sometimes, the heroic work that people do when it's needed. That dam needed, that weir needed. There was fires last week. I don't know if you saw, there was a couple big fires, 200-acre fire that our people put out. And, eventually there's going to be a dam that gives. or there's going to be a fire that we can't put out. And it requires money. It requires money. You're going to hear that from me until you're sick of it. I don't care. That's just a fact. So for a pack of cigarettes or 2 packs of cigarettes, if we raise it, $20 here or there, you're going to have to understand that hunters and fishermen pay for this. They pay for all of it. And that's why I think this commission and this DNR slowly is improving, trying to listen. And we'll do that today, I know, in spades. Listen to the people who pay the freight. Anyway, I want to honor one more person who has done a heroic job. Our conservation officers conduct a variety of duties throughout the day that support the mission of the department. Their duties range from hunter and angler checks to snowmobile and marine patrols, as well as protecting the natural resources and citizens of this great state. In addition, conservation officers often respond to a wide range of activities, including general criminal crimes, and that's what happened in this one. An actual live shooting in Grand Blanc was stopped by a conservation officer on duty who got there, was fully equipped, fully trained, and ready to go in 30 seconds. A remarkable, remarkable story. These guys do it without much fanfare. They don't really want the recognition, but we're going to give it to him today because he deserves it. So it's my pleasure to introduce Brandon Keefe, who is there to tell us about the historic occasion at Grand Blanc, and would like to thank and honor with the Medal of Valor Luke Robert, Conservation Officer Luke Robert, for his heroic efforts. Shannon, would you come up and help Brandon? And
good morning, everybody. We'll get a couple people in place here. So I try really hard not to speak on paperwork or on script here, but I don't want to miss any details to this one. So if you see me refer to some paperwork here, that's why. So I do have obviously Deputy Director Lott, Assistant Chief Jen Wolf, and Conservation Officer Luke Robert up here with me today. So it's a proud day for me and for the Law Enforcement Division because we don't issue Medals of Valor very often. In fact, in the time I've been in the department, I've seen them on a couple of retiree shirts, or maybe one, but I've never, ever in my time in the division seen one issued. So it's a proud day for me, proud day for the Law Enforcement Division. So it is my privilege to recognize Conservation Officer Luke Robert with the Medal of Valor and the Life Saving Award today for saving numerous lives. If you didn't hear this story, then I'm guessing that you probably haven't had a whole lot of media feeds pop across your phone or paid attention on your computer, because it was all over the news, international news, right? On September 28, 2025, there was an active assailant at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints down in Grand Blanc. At that time, Conservation Officer Luke Robert was on regular patrol and happened to be in the vicinity. In fact, he arrived within minutes. When we say within minutes, under 2 minutes to that call. Upon arrival, there was no hesitation by Conservation Officer Robert. He donned not only the gear that we wear, our vest, but he donned the ceramic plate, the larger external vest carrier that we carry that protects us from rifle rounds. He donned that, grabbed his rifle. He ran toward the sound of gunfire. Not a lot of people do that. He ran toward the sound of gunfire on a church that was on fire. He heard the gunfire coming out the north parking lot of that church, where the assailant had made his way to the north side parking lot. He made his way around to the north side parking lot, also with Grand Blanc Officer Jason Carpentier. Jason was in the vicinity as well, arrived shortly after Luke. They engaged that assailant in that parking lot. And they neutralized that assailant after numerous commands to drop the firearm. They did everything by the book. This was a fantastic show of heroism, bravery, put himself in tons of risk during this incident. And then after this subject was neutralized, they secured the suspect. And then Luke tried to enter the church again to help the victims and remove them, or I'm sorry, help the churchgoers remove them from the fire. Smoke was too great, couldn't enter the church, pulled a couple people out through windows of the church, and still was able to save some lives, even on top of all the lives saved during the actual incident. So it's with great honor, and it's my pleasure to recognize Conservation Officer Luke Robert. First, I'm going to do these separately because I think they're both equally as important. First, with the Medal of Valor. All right, next, the Life Saving Award. All right, well, we always offer the person receiving the awards to give any comments that they want to give. Luke is a very well-spoken individual, but I'm sure he's pretty overwhelmed at this moment. So I'm going to offer him that up. I'm not sure he will take that, but I just want to offer that to him. All right.
I wanted to add something real quick since these folks are under my watch. The day I got the text message and the voicemail on this, it was a very long voicemail on what was happening at that moment. And never did it say that Luke was okay. It just said, we're in an active shooter situation. CO Robert has responded. He's in gunfire. And so after that, after my heart sank and I called the chief at the time, I said, can you please start with that the officer is okay and then tell me what's going on? Because it would just have been, heartbreaking to have lost Luke. So I also did want to say that if you're keeping watch on what's going on in the legislature right now, and I know our director just mentioned this, the same exact day that the House budget came out to cut $19 million out of law enforcement division was the same exact day that we had our boats out in northern Michigan, rescuing people from their homes with our conservation officer boats in the floodwaters, going up to the doors, getting people, getting their pets, getting them out of those houses. And then within 5 more days, evacuating and helping people get away from a wildfire. I want that to sink in a little bit, especially in the north part of the state. We are the first there. And there could have been a lot of lives lost even in those 2 incidents that happened this year. So I just wanted to say that and say thank you again, Luke.
Actually, Nate and I started trading. Okay, there you go.
Director, we'll let you continue.
Thank you. We're going to do department response to requested deer regulation amendments. Sarah?
Commissioners, Chair, Director, good to see you all. Sorry, Commissioner Eister can't be with us. Our thoughts are certainly with him. Great to see a good size and very engaged audience here too. Always excited to see people be eager to have input and hear what we've got to say in stepping through these regulations processes. My intent for stepping through the presentation here is to step through actually every item in the memo. I know there's a variety of amendments that have been introduced, some that have been discussed, so we'll step through. For anything that's simply moving forward as recommended, I'll move rather briskly through, but if you've got any questions about any of those items, don't hesitate to speak up and we can pause. And then I'll note on individual slides in red text anything that there has been an amendment introduced regarding, and we'll provide in red text some of the department responses regarding expected outcomes of those. Again, we may not have captured everything as is, so we can move forward if something is no longer really under consideration. But again, feel free to chime in at any point that you have some additional thoughts. Best we can do to continue to have the opportunity for everybody to hear what's on the table, given the fact that there still is opportunities for additional adjustments yet to be made. So with that, this will be a fairly straightforward step through. Each item or each slide will show the item in the memo. So if you have any need to reference that, you can do that and follow along as we continue to progress through. So first of all, the department recommendation regarding Upper Peninsula muzzleloader season changes, again, is reducing from what was previously a 10-day season down to 3 days, the first Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in December. Moving directly forward with other items in the Upper Peninsula, antlerless deer hunting access permits. Those have been used in recent years to allocate the ability to use universal antlerless licenses in what we call our mid-snowfall zone. Our field staff requested eliminating the 500 antlerless deer hunting access permits from Deer Management Unit 352. That's the western multi-county DMU in that mid-snowfall zone. There have been none available in 351 since 2024. An amendment was introduced to eliminate DMUs 351 and 352, so that would have no immediate impact. We're already discussing eliminating the access permits available there. In the future, that means without those mid-snowfall zone multi-county units, any antlerless harvest opportunities that are returned there would just need to be allocated at the finer scale individual DMUs that compose those multi-county units. And again, even in the past, those have been relatively modest in number. Progressing through that limited firearms deer zone, item 3, the Natural Resources Commission requested consideration of eliminating that limited firearms deer zone back in January. Seems like a long time ago now, but that's only a few months. We did have a report from Law Enforcement Division. The department took no position either for or against that step. We do have an amendment that was forwarded to eliminate that limited firearms deer zone. So that would mean all legal firearms throughout the state would be equivalent.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
can I request that Chief Keefe come up to answer some questions regarding this amendment? I don't know if he's back in the room. So he just walked back into the room. Okay.
He's right on time.
Thank you, Chief Keefe. Just to update you as you were walking in the room, we're looking at the limited firearms deer zone and potential amendments on that. I would like to revisit this just for a little bit with you and take a closer look at the Law Enforcement Division opinion on safety with removing the zone and in what type of implications that Law Enforcement Division sees happening. Just like to get your view on the subject.
Thanks, Commissioner. Well, as you probably recall from our presentation back, I think it was January's NRC, we took a look at hunting accidents. We took a look at what led this line to be put in place back when it was put in place. A lot of things have changed since then. You couldn't hunt from elevated stands back then with a firearm. There were certain, obviously the caliber of weapons has changed over the course of time. Right now we currently allow rifles that are 35 caliber or larger with straight wall cartridges in these areas. Some of those shoot no further than a shotgun might shoot. Some of them shoot a lot further. Some of them shoot just as far as a 30-30 does, or any other weapon similar that gets used in northern Michigan. So in looking at the data and looking at the research, we couldn't conclude one way or the other that this would increase accidents or any other issues that we've been encountering over the years when we respond to these incidents.
Have we seen other states do similar actions?
Yeah, so I think it was Indiana that did a two-stage situation here. They first removed their zone and made it only applicable to public land. They eliminated the line for private land only, just to find out a few years later that they were going to remove it on all lands, private and public. So they did it in 2 stages. At that point in time, we looked at our data and just didn't see a reason one way or the other for that.
About what year did they do that in?
I might have to lean on
Can I
the
help?
wallet. What's that?
Can I help?
Yeah.
2016,
That's what I
they
thought.
lifted the line on private land, and in 2024, they lifted the line statewide. So public and private land could use all high-powered or all weapons of legal method.
And what has been the data collected, the findings since they lifted it?
I don't think we have too much data from 2024.
Sure.
Because that was pretty recent. But I don't recall anything jumping out at us that was substantial in any way.
Thank you.
I apologize, Commissioner Nyberg.
Commissioner Fewens' questions, I had a similar question, but while the chief is here, I wanted to ask it. So you mentioned this in your comment, Chief. One of the arguments that we've been hearing, or not even an argument for this amendment necessarily, but one of the challenges that we've been hearing from certain hunters is that they would like to harvest antlerless deer to kind of help with the population issue, and they're willing to harvest those animals and donate them or give them to family and friends. But they want to be able to use a 30-30, for example. And there's an argument that the modernization of certain firearms has kind of made the regulation moot because a 350 Legend is just as effective as a 30-30 in harvesting deer. So there's an argument essentially that, there's a legal straight wall cartridge firearm, but neck down cartridges are illegal, and it creates this disparate impact on hunters, forcing them to go out and invest in new equipment, which seems kind of silly. I guess, you already answered the question on comparable states and safety records. I guess, the question for wildlife for Brent and Chad and Sarah would be, do you anticipate if this were to pass that we would realize more antlerless harvest or more deer harvest in below the limited firearms zone?
Yeah, I mean, our prior assessment, we looked at each time we've had expansion of equipment available. The increase has been pretty negligible, and particularly when we look at over decades of time of a declining hunter numbers. So the harvest per hunter, we shared some of that information previously. Deer harvest in most all regions has declined over the past several decades along with numbers. The harvest per hunter has increased. The total harvest has declined. So might there be a bump up? Yes, but would we expect that to be an unsustainable level? Not at all. Might it be an enhancement for management? How would it impact antlerless harvest more than buck harvest or other things? We don't have any evidence that might be the case.
One other comment that Law Division would make, Commissioner Nyberg, is that we do receive a substantial amount of calls on the confusion of the regulation, the length of the cartridge, what weapon can I use? How come this weapon's allowed, this weapon's not allowed? The elimination of that confusion could, I guess, streamline the regulation a little bit. If other firearms were allowed in this area, there would be less calls, less questions about people trying to be legal and what they're using. So that is a bonus of removing the line, is that I think it would simplify the regulation a little bit and reduce some confusion from certain hunters.
Commissioner Nyberg, in discussions with Indiana when they made their change in 2016, they essentially harvested the same amount of deer with just a different weapon. So what they saw was hunters putting down their traditional shotguns, their slugs, picking up the newly available rifles and taking the same amount of deer.
Madam Chair. The one thing that I would add is the technology in straight wall cartridge, in that it's been reported that there are some straight wall cartridges that will reach out 400 plus yards and beyond. So with the new technology, what's the difference? Just a point of clarity.
And you also reported in January that Indiana, since 2016, saw no increased injuries from making that change.
Yeah, I didn't do the presentation. I know Captain Malik is here today. He was part of that presentation, but I think if there was a difference, it was negligible.
Do we have concerns on our southern Michigan game areas where we get intense use and also have residential development around it?
No, we don't have concerns at this time because of the Bushmaster and other items that are already being used. We feel like it won't be that much different.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Proceed.
All right, progressing now to Lower Peninsula, the Lower Peninsula muzzleloader season. Again, the department recommendation was similarly to establish the same dates as what were recommended for muzzleloader, so reduced to 3 days. But for now for several years, the Lower Peninsula has been open to any legal firearm, so we recommend retaining that and then renaming it the December firearm season. And then that would have an accompanying effect for the late antlerless season, item 5, late antlerless
Excuse me.
season. Sorry, yes.
So I made two recommendations for amendments for the UP and the Lower Peninsula last month. And I just want the public to recognize that I withdrew both of those, one being in the UP for December 5, 6, and 7, and in the Lower Peninsula, the second weekend of December. And the rationale for that was we are also considering eliminating any deer season after January 1. We certainly want to have more deer harvested, and there are folks that like to hunt in December for what we will call a big doe harvest, if you will. And so by doing so, those folks have already moved their dates into December. And I just wanted to make sure that with what the department recommended, that allows those folks to certainly accommodate that and still stay away from Christmas and New Year's. So that's why I rescinded those two amendments to accommodate what the department has brought forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Walters. Yeah, appreciate being able to have that clarity for folks to realize that change. So. And I think that relates to the proposed changes on late antlerless season. So it has historically opened the Monday following the muzzleloader season. So the proposal was to do that with an earlier closing of what would now be the December firearm season. The late antlerless season would open earlier. That essentially then moves after those 3 days of the December firearm season. All the remaining firearm hunting in the Lower Peninsula would be antlerless only with that late antlerless season. Small change in Deer Management Unit 115, which is Beaver and Garden Island. The field went through a process to gather input and proposed opening that unit to the early and late antlerless firearm season. So those are our island units, DMU 115. And then again, regarding extended late antlerless season, so the original department recommendation is a request to add 3 additional DMUs that compose the counties of Mason, Oceana, and Osceola. But as was referenced, an amendment has been made that would conclude deer seasons after January 1st. So that would eliminate the extended late antlerless season and the January archery season. So looking at expected results there, the figure here displays our deer harvest dashboards. This is one of the data tools available to our staff to take a look at our deer harvest reports. The graph along the bottom shows from September through October, November, December, and so forth into January of 2026. So this is the 25 into 26 season, showing only antlerless deer harvest. And then the red blocks at the end highlight the harvest from the extended late antlerless season and the January archery season. So the the extended late antlerless season that has presently been into January also shows on the right, the columns highlighted, the horizontal bars show the total antlerless harvest. You can see here that extended late antlerless harvest is similar. It's a little bit less, but similar to the archery early harvest and the late antlerless harvest and the muzzleloader harvest. So it's not an inconsequential number of antlerless deer that are taken in that extended late antlerless season. The January archery, which is only open in, I think, 10 counties in the Lower Peninsula, is much less substantial. And you can see that's just really a blip on the bar on the right. So this could have some effect. It certainly could just redistribute when those deer are taken into earlier seasons as well. But just to highlight that without that available, the 2 peaks that are shown in those bump ups are the weekends that have been open to that extended late antlerless season here in the past few years. Okay. Next item regarding the Liberty Hunt and early antlerless season. So the Liberty Hunt has been a statewide hunt for youth and hunters with disabilities in the second weekend in September. The early antlerless season has been opened across the Lower Peninsula, except for those island units, although again, it would be opened in DMU 115 now in the future. That early antlerless season has been on the Saturday following September 15th. In response to public complaints, there's always some complaints about overlap of one hunting opportunity with another, but regarding concerns with the early antlerless season overlap with the Northern Lower Peninsula season for hunting bears with dogs in the Red Oak unit, we proposed moving that early antlerless hunt to be concurrent with the Liberty Hunt. So there'd be one weekend opportunity for each of those hunts at that point in time.
Just a question.
Yes, Mr. Walters.
Has the department or the Wildlife Division considered moving the early antlers, the Liberty and the Independence Hunt into October? Have you considered that at all?
Yeah, we had some questions and took a look at that. The Independence Hunt in October, the firearm season in October for hunters with disabilities only. So combining them would essentially be, we currently have two different opportunities for hunters with disabilities that would be combining it into a single weekend in October. We've also used that October period, especially to highlight opportunities on specific facilities that are managed on public lands for hunters with disabilities. Now, I do believe our field personnel feel we have a system in place that's accommodating it. It doesn't mean that those facilities would be open, broadly opened. We still have abilities for use permits and other things to regulate that, but that's had a little longer history of having that opportunity for those specific locations. The other thing we had as well as the original intent for that September time of season for hunters with disabilities is recognizing there's some mobility limitations sometimes as you get later in the season or even simply the colder weather. I know a lot of folks talk about the September hot weather. That's true. It can be a detriment to hunting experiences then, but having an opportunity for folks that can be more restricted by those later time of year weather patterns is part of why we've always had, or we've historically had that available in September.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Walters. Okay, item 9 and 10 are regarding antlerless license purchase and use limits. We currently have purchase limit of 10 antlerless licenses per hunter. We currently have an amendment that would implement the DMU or county use limits. So just to recap that, we presented on that last month. The department provided recommendations if use limits were implemented that are shown on this map on the right. We gave recommendations regarding what those limits would be per DMU in the Upper Peninsula. So those are just the DMUs where universal antlerless licenses would be available to be used, and by county in the Lower Peninsula. And so those vary from 1 to up as high as 10. 10 is in our 2026 chronic wasting disease surveillance counties, and in the 5 counties, northeastern Michigan, around the primary bovine tuberculosis counties. Again, the amendment would implement these limits as showed here. We don't think it's likely to change antlerless substantially, given the not widely used or widely implemented use of the maximum number of antlerless licenses that are available. We do expect it might increase requests for deer management assistance permits. It's primarily those folks that do have a high motivation to take in extra antlerless deer that, depending on the area, may be limited by that constraint. There are some concerns about enforceability and the complexity. You could buy 10 licenses, but then you could only use a certain number in individual areas. So we just have a communications need to be able to adequately explain this approach, and using the depiction here and having that discussion would be part of that educational and informational process.
So I had an amendment that moved the total number of universal antlerless tags from 10 to 5. Because we are considering this heat map, if you will, there again withdrew that amendment to allow for 10, but keeping this heat map with the number per DMU or per county in mind. The one thing that I would request of the department is to please consider where there are concentrations within some of those DMUs or counties that antlerless really needs to take place. For example, Marquette County. In the north, very, very few deer. In the south, an abundance of deer. And the number is represented with a 0. So I'm not asking today, but in the future, we need to concentrate and maybe focus on some targeted areas. For example, in Mackinac County, you go up to the Sioux, very few deer. In the south, an abundance of deer. So we need to really focus our attention on where specific take needs to occur.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Commissioner Walters, and thanks again for having the clarity around the changes from what was proposed last month. And again, the limits here, we did have 10, which was the existing purchase limit. So the use limit of 10, as I pointed out in those other highlighted areas. And then the next level is 5, next highest, recognizing again the request previously to consider a purchase limit, felt it represented that an alternative way to approach that, and individuals would still be able to use more than 5 in total if they were spreading around in more than those, individual units as well.
I would just add, of all the comments, one of the cross-cutting comments that I heard, and I've shared this individually, was the fact that we heard hunters would like to have a more granular approach to antlerless harvest. We spent a lot of time this season talking about buck management, but antlerless harvest is the other half of that equation that we really got to tackle. So I hope we continue to work on it as we move forward.
Thank you. Speaking of, the potential buck harvest restrictions is the next section on item 11. And I will begin just with a recap of the department recommendation. Again, last month we reviewed a variety of potential considerations, but item 11D in the memo is still the department recommendation. The recommendation was to establish a 1 buck limit statewide, so that would take the existing combination license and essentially make it 1 tag for antlered deer, 1 tag for antlerless only. In addition, the department recommended making the deer license, which is the single tag that has allowed individuals to take an antlered deer, to make that in the Lower Peninsula valid for antlerless deer only. That combination of proposals would mean that all licensed hunters in the Lower Peninsula would possess at least 1 antlerless license. Any license available on those variety would include one that would require be used only on antlerless deer. We expected that combination of changes to have an enhanced impact on restructuring and increasing the antlerless emphasis in our harvest ratio, more so than simply implementing a straight up 1 buck limit. And also, quite frankly, it would also, we believe, reduce the amount of switching from a combination to a single deer license. So our resource management concerns are really first here, trying to find ways, as we discussed at some length last month, with increasing the number of units where we have equal or higher antlerless harvest than buck harvest, but also taking under consideration if there's not some offset of the potential switch to a single deer license that have some revenue concerns as well. So it was really a combination of those impacts that led to that recommendation. And again, the department's recommendation was that those be enacted now, but not come into effect until 2027. So there's been a number of amendments introduced and discussed that would change from this department recommendation. I'll step through each of these. And again, just have the reminder each time what the department recommendation was and what the amendment would accomplish. So first was an amendment introduced that would be implementing in the Upper Peninsula, implementing the 1 buck limit, and also establishing or implementing an APR or antler point restriction. Specifically, that this would add a 4-point antler point restriction to the deer license. So again, that's the single deer tag. We would then retain the UP since 2009 has had a 3-point antler point restriction on the regular tag of the combo license. So that would remain in place. And then the restricted tag under that 1 buck limit would become antlerless only. Furthermore, that was recommended for implementation or the amendment proposed implementation in 2026. I've known at the bottom there's a few amendments that would have 2026 implementation, so I'll discuss that timeline separately, just focusing on the antler point restriction implementation here. What are the expected outcomes? Well, we've reviewed some of this information in the past, but again, we've had in recent years with the hunter's choice structure of the regulations, we've seen about 79% of bucks harvested in the Upper Peninsula have 6 or more antler points. About 55% of bucks harvested in the Upper Peninsula have 8 or more antler points. Just looking at the distribution of licenses, we know that this would change what licenses people are purchasing, so it's hard to have a really precise expectation, but annual UP buck harvest we expect might decrease by around 20% or more with that change put in place. Again, depending on what purchase choices individuals do make in the future if this were implemented.
Madam Chair, I have a question for Brent. Yep, thank you. Just, this is speaking to, thank you for the overview, Brent, and the department's recommendation, and as you work through these amendments or proposed amendments. My question on this amendment relates back to a question I have about antler production in the Upper Peninsula, connected to food source, nutrients, which is obviously there's a big disparity from parts of the state where agriculture concentration, where nutrients and food sources. Opinion, excuse me, my microphone's acting up. Okay. In your opinion, is it possible for what you would consider a mature buck to have 3 points on one side or maybe even 2 points on one side? In the UP, sorry.
So is it possible? Absolutely. I mean, there's a wide variety of conditions, not only nutrition, but injuries and other conditions. Antler development is the last thing physiologically that any energy is invested in. It's one of the factors that you see again with severe heavy snowfall, severe winter conditions, again, especially multiple. Oh, it's not only a mortality factor, but it does suppress antler development across all age ranges, especially among younger deer. So in the antler point restriction, when you have deer in poor condition coming through a couple of rough winters, it knocks them back to more fork horns and more spike by those regulations. Is there a possibility that a majority of mature 4.5, 5.5-year-old or older deer are protected by something like a 3 point on the side APR? Most years probably not, but you will have some instance, right, where there's individual animals that would fall under that category.
The nature of my question is I have a genuine curiosity about that, just because I tend to hunt during firearm season in a cedar swamp in our family camp, and this past season my brother happened to harvest what probably is the nicest buck he's ever shot in his life, and it was a 6 point buck, a cedar swamp buck, that the technician at the DNR check station estimated to be 5.5 to 6.5 years old. So under this proposed amendment, that buck would have been illegal under the single deer license.
Yeah, on the single deer license, yes. Yep. So again, might those scenarios occur? Certainly. And certainly as bucks age, they also see the declining number of antler points, even though the math sometimes, stays up. So we have folks that have had the fortune to see individual deer, age through that cycle that can occur. Okay. And then similar amendment for the Lower Peninsula would be implementing the 1 buck limit and establishing a antler point restriction in the Lower Peninsula. Again, just as the recap, the department recommendation is a 1 buck and changing the deer license, the single tag, to antlerless only. This amendment would implement the 1 buck limit, make the deer license valid for antlered deer, not antlerless deer as the recommendation was, and then add zone-specific antler point restrictions. So that would be 3 points or more on one side for zone 2, 4 points or more on one side in zone 3, and implementation again in 2026, which I'll address later. So what would the expected outcome be regarding antler point restriction implementation? Just again, reviewing our recent data from Lower Peninsula buck harvest. In the northern Lower Peninsula, about 84% of antlered bucks harvested have had 6 or more points on the side. About 70% of southern Lower Peninsula harvested bucks have had 8 points or more on the side. So we have a not inconsiderable number of deer that would already meet that margin. Again, anticipating what license purchase might be is a little bit difficult, but we expect that Lower Peninsula buck harvest with that restriction in place might decrease 25% or more with the number of additional deer that would be under a strict restriction under that regulation. We do have some concerns regarding potential revenue decline there as well. As I referenced, I think that the change for the single deer license as antlerless only is a little bit more of a disincentive than just the antler point restriction, given the number of deer that do in many years meet that margin. And so we do think that would likely lead to more switching from the combination license to the single deer license. We have some concerns also about applying the point restriction on the zone boundary. You know, sometimes we refer to zone 2 or 3 as northern lower peninsula or southern lower peninsula. That is a very specific boundary. And there's some concern around confusion or challenges with enforcement using that boundary. Might be cleaner to, if that is implemented, to apply those regulations to all counties entirely within a particular zone, for example. All counties entirely within zone 3 could have the 4-point rule or whatever the preference is. And then just for clarity here, that's the description in the text box there of what that zone 3, 2, and 3 boundary is. It's the black line that passes through Muskegon, Newaygo, Acosta, Midland Bay, and Aranac County. So all those would be split in terms of what a restriction, would apply there.
Madam Chair. So last month, I requested an amendment to go antlerless only on the single deer tag. Due to unforeseen circumstances, I abandoned that amendment and then added a 4-point on one side on the single deer tag, which I don't really need to get into. But on the combo tag, relative to antler point restrictions in zone 2 and zone 3, from an enforcement point of view, it is my view that you're already enforcing the Northwest 13 with antler point restrictions based on county, not based on a road division or what have you. So I don't really see a whole lot difference. We've got 13 counties in the Northwest that are county driven versus county driven or a dividing line that are not road specific north and south of that line going across the southern lower and northern lower peninsula.
All right, so let me ask to clarify. My understanding was the proposal was to use the zone boundary, which the zone boundary is not on the county lines. It does follow those roads. As you said, our Northwest 12 and Leelanau County are on county boundaries. We have been enforcing and working through that county boundary designation. So that's our recommendation, is if a consideration is made to have a different restriction in, just generally the northern lower peninsula compared to the southern lower peninsula, we'd prefer that follow the county lines rather than the zone boundary lines.
So you're asking us to consider changing the line designation between zone 3 and zone 4 to reflect county.
I would recommend leaving zone 2 and 3 the same. It is also important for trapping regulations, but simply making listing the counties to which the 4-point and 3-point restriction would apply, not making it north or south of the zone line, which doesn't follow county lines.
How long has the zone line been in place?
A long time.
A long time. I don't think there's a hunter out there that does not know where they are hunting. And I don't think a CO does not know where they are enforcing. So I think leaving the line where it is and designating it as such, there's nobody in this room that doesn't know where they hunt. So, or listening to our conversation. I think that recommendation is a bit mute because we already know that it can be enforced not based on any road, but based on a line in space, if you will, and same is true here.
And just for clarification, were you requesting that because of county prosecutors being similar, or was it, the zone line was taken away from the county boundaries or corrected so that would be a clear line that hunters could recognize. So I'm struggling to understand the rationale behind the county designation.
As Brent mentioned, currently in the Northwest 13 or that vicinity, we're enforcing it by county. And then if we change this to enforcing it by a line, that does create more confusion again for the hunters or anyone else. And then once again, you made mention to prosecution. Lots of our assistant prosecutors don't hunt and fish. So we could easily bring this line up to them and say, this is the line we're going off of, but then they're going to have two separate regulations within their county, many of those counties. So Muskegon being one of them, you got a line that you actually create, not to go back on our discussion with the firearms zone, but you create 3 different lines in Muskegon County. You create one where there's 2 firearm issues and then one where there could be 2 deer issues now. So you've really confused a lot of prosecutors in a county like Muskegon.
Thank you. Any other?
Who do you think may be confused?
We want the regulation to be as simple as we can for the hunters, sir.
It's been in place for years. The line is there. Let's keep the line where it is.
I don't want to move the line either, sir. I think we should keep the line where it is. I
Thank
just
you.
think that we could enforce the regulation of antler point restrictions similar to the counties that we already do that in.
Thank you.
Okay. We lose power.
I think we're good now. Okay. An amendment was also introduced last month to retain hunter's choice regulations in the Upper Peninsula. Make changes again on the 2027 recommendation timeline, but to retain those hunter's choice regulations for that region. Just as a recap, again, hunter's choice have been in place since 2009. The applies no restriction on the single deer license. So hunters in the UP that have the single deer license can take any antlered deer. Hunters under the combination license then under a 3-point antler point restriction on the regular tag and a 4-point antler point restriction on the restricted tag. So the proposal is to leave that opportunity to take 2 bucks. You have the choice of 1 antlered deer of any size or having 2 antlered opportunity for 2 antlered deer with a point restriction on each. Expected outcome, again, our recent history has been about 79% of bucks in the Upper Peninsula have 6 or more antler points from the existing structure. So obviously we know that deer contend with a variety of factors that impact them in the UP, but we would expect in terms of the protection and impact of those regulations to continue as we've seen in the past.
You had a question, Brent. Did the department evaluate if hunter's choice remained in place for the UP, but the Lower Peninsula switched to a 1 buck regulation? Is there any estimation on the increase of hunter pressure up into the UP due to the option of being able to take another buck?
Yeah, I mean, we've given consideration. Again, we know from again, under existing regulations, the relatively small number of people that do take 2 bucks, and in the Upper Peninsula, it is the smallest proportion of any region. So might there be a bump up? That's certainly natural to expect that individuals that want to take the 2 bucks, I mean, many probably already are. That's more likely under the existing scenario now, where there are more people that go to the UP because they have a camp or public land opportunities there than that leave the Upper Peninsula and come south for a variety of reasons. So do we think that there might be some increase? Yes. Do we think it would be substantial if that difference existed? I don't believe that would be the case. It might potentially more hunting, but probably not a dramatic increase in the number of bucks taken from the UP if that difference was in place.
And I guess where I'm going with that, I was wondering, you know, with a herd that's currently, I don't want to say damaged, but is currently in a bad place as far as with this past winter, you know, would the increased pressure and take further drive that herd to a weakened state? And I guess that's what my concern is. If you could just even, you touched on it, you answered it, but if you could just elaborate a little bit more on it for me.
Yeah, let me just be straight to the point. We don't have substantial concerns that it would be an impact that would impair the sustainability deer population in the Upper Peninsula.
Thank you.
Yep.
You just got power here. but you're probably gonna have to reboot. That's my guess.
Madam Chair, while we're getting some technical assistance, question to the department relative to what Commissioner Fewens was describing, and that is we could potentially have two different types of deer licensing, one for the UP, one for the lower. It is a question that came up in my mind in that, let's say a hunter in the lower peninsula purchases a license for the UP. He or she has two potentially buck licenses and actually utilizes them both in the lower peninsula. How is that going to get enforced?
That enforcement is definitely a concern from LAD's standpoint. It's a lot of honor system when you start to do stuff like that, when you create different regulations across peninsulas. It's very similar to when we used to have DMUs, antlerless DMUs by county. That antlerless license was only good for that particular county, and you had to, there's a burden of proof there. We have to prove that the deer in question wasn't taken in the Upper Peninsula where the person stated they had taken it. That does come into play. I mean, there are ways we can define that. I mean, there are methods we can go through, investigative methods we can go through to determine whether or not someone had been to the UP, had not been to the UP. However, exhausting those methods for a deer may not be in the best interest of enforcement for cell phone search warrants or things of that nature, because it also puts that into question with other crimes.
Certainly. From a biological standpoint, do we have a grasp of what the buck to doe ratio is in the UP in the best scenarios?
No, we haven't. We have not developed estimates of buck to doe ratios really at a regional or a DMU level for some time now, Commissioner.
I've had anecdotal reports to me that it is 3-to-1, 4-to-1, and in some cases 10-to-1, regardless. If we were to allow a hunter to harvest 2 potential bucks, that then changes the dynamic of the buck to doe ratio. It concerns me greatly, regardless what that ratio is, recognizing that I would suggest in my mind that it is not a balanced herd, small as it may be, but not a balanced herd. And if we're putting more pressure on the bucks and they are going through rut, that gives those bucks more stress and a longer duration of reproduction process and struggle to even have the energy to make it through winter. Is that a fair analysis in my mind?
I mean, I think conceptually you're on the right points there. What we've looked at as we develop the recommendations for this entire package is 2 things. One is what effect 1 buck limit would have on buck harvest. And again, much of the available information we have is that there's not a substantial number of people that are taking 2 bucks. So that restriction doesn't save a lot of additional antlered deer or bucks. The other is what it might do to antlerless harvest. And that was the recommendation for the Lower Peninsula, to have also a change to the single license, make it a little bit harder to wait, especially on the potential of a second buck that many people never realize, but have antlerless harvest in antlerless licenses in folks' hands to encourage that. So, Commissioner, we do have, I should state, we do have an individual research projects that have evaluated ratios and relative abundance and other things, but in terms of looking at a systematic assessment, across the regions, we don't have that information available. And that's why all our recommendations were based more on what we expect it to do to harvest, realizing that the first step to impacting your population is changing the harvest up initially.
So in my mind, we have few deer in the UP, generally speaking. We have a buck-to-doe ratio that is unbalanced, and we are offering the opportunity for hunters in the UP to take 2 bucks. I cannot fathom the support of that statement, not a question.
Madam Chair, I have a question for Brent.
Commissioner Nyberg?
Thank you. Brent, I know you covered this over the last couple of months. Can you remind us, for the benefit of this conversation and this amendment, the percentages of 2 bucks that are harvested under the combination license?
The Upper Peninsula, if I recall, is about 3%. Lower Peninsula, Southern Lower Peninsula is as high as about 8% with that differentiation.
What is the trough of that range in a snowfall year like this year?
Yeah, I mean, it's been 1 to 3%, 1 to 4% or 5% over decades in the UP from the harvest survey estimates. To be clear.
Any idea what that means in actual numbers instead of percentage?
I can tell you, but I don't trust my brain off the top of my head to relay what that might be, unless anybody else has a better recollection.
20,000, 10, 12,500.
It's been about 22,000 statewide that are a second buck. And again, the smallest portion of those are from the Upper Peninsula, both in terms of percentages and number of hunters.
Thank you.
Okay.
Chad, do you want to add something? I see you reaching for the
I
button
was
several
going to say,
times.
it's our statewide, and I'm a little bit more familiar with the numbers, it's you're at 30 to 35,000, depending on the year. That's based off of our harvest surveys. So the one that we have historically done, that's sent out to a random subset of hunters. With the mandatory reporting, obviously that's comparing apples and oranges. I think we're in the 20 to 22, 23,000 range for statewide hunters taking a second buck. I'd have to double check on some UP harvest numbers. They can fluctuate greatly depending on previous winters. So I want to trust my brain a little bit more and look at some data before I respond to something like that. But from a statewide perspective, that's the number I'm fairly confident with.
I think I have to point out as well, and I don't think it's a secret by any means, that Commissioner Nyberg and I respect each other greatly, and we differ on the opposite side of the equation on this amendment. And I don't think that's a secret by any means. I point this out because for each of you that have an opinion on how we go about deer regulations and what we ultimately pass, there is somebody else that has a differing opinion. I respect Commissioner Nyberg intently. I disagree with him, but that's okay. And I point that out because in the room today, we will hear from many of you talking about what you think ought to happen. And I say that because it's vitally important for everyone else to listen, pay attention, and respect it. Thank you.
Commissioner Nyberg?
Yeah, thanks, John. That's an important note. I agree. As we maybe segue into the next amendment, the statewide hunter's choice, maybe a prompt to move on, I just wanted to offer some context and try to frame it as a question. Obviously, we're familiar with the department's recommendation. This was in the effort that the department made to try to achieve a so-called 1 buck regulation framework based on the DAT's recommendation and conversations with commissioners. We recognize that it was more complicated from a legal context based on the existence of the combination license. And because the Upper Peninsula has the so-called hunter's choice regime for a combination license, I couldn't help but think, boy, this sure seems like a pretty good, it almost gets to a 1 buck goal when you're talking about antlered harvest if hunters are purchasing the combination license. In the Upper Peninsula, I believe as Brent just stated, the number of hunters harvesting 2 bucks is between 1% and 3%. And we also see in his data in this presentation that those bucks that are being harvested are trending way further along in age class. So hunters are harvesting older bucks, which is a stated goal of the commission. In the Lower Peninsula, obviously, that those numbers are a little bit higher. I believe it was between 7% and 9% for hunters harvesting 2 deer. There are also revenue implications, which is not really entering the calculus of our decision and our mandate by the state, but it's also something important to consider as if you're looking at the loss of $6, $7, $10 million in licensing revenue, that has real implications for science-based management in Michigan. And so when I look at 1 buck, the proposed regulation by the department for 1 buck, and I look at hunter's choice, there are trade-offs here. On one hand, you can get really, really close to facilitating an option for hunters to make the decision for themselves to purchase a single buck license, or if they so choose to purchase a combination license. And the reality is the vast majority of hunters are not going to harvest 2 bucks. And we're going to hopefully, the only fall off on that is there's no stick or incentive for harvesting antlerless deer, which is a big goal of the department too. So these 2 amendments were offered in tandem to see how things played out. I don't think it's a secret that I have been asking the question and advocating for discussion around hunter's choice statewide as a potential option for the commission here. And I know from last month, the Wildlife Division mentioned that they did consider hunter's choice statewide as a potential option and ultimately decided against recommending it. But that's just some context for mostly the audience's benefit here as we talk about this issue. And also to agree with John and I have had many conversations about this. We're friends. We see things a little bit differently. And the last thing I'll add too, because I know I'm the only member of the commission currently serving who's from the Upper Peninsula. Many of the conversations that I've had from hunters who like the combination license in the UP, it comes down to opportunity. A common narrative that I will hear is that a hunter who purchases the combination license does not expect to harvest 2 bucks. But if they decide to go hunting during archery season and they have luck or success and they harvest a nice mature buck, they want to be able to go and hunt still at deer season. They want to go participate at deer camp and be able to hunt and not just sit at camp. Same thing for rifle-only hunters. If they're successful on opening day, they may have taken 2 weeks off of work. They don't want to go home or they don't want to be out of the woods not hunting. Of course, that's not the hunting culture everywhere in Michigan, but that's a common narrative that I hear from the UP. Not all UPers. There are some UPers that are very adamantly in support of 1 buck. But as I weigh the trade-offs in all of this, that's why I propose these amendments to see where the discussion takes us. So a little bit of a amendment proposal clarification. But with that, I guess I would ask, as the Wildlife Division considered hunter's choice as an option statewide, what ultimately led you to your recommendation to propose a 1 buck structure?
Thank you. There's the background on the potential of a statewide hunter's choice. We'll just can hit the highlights here. Again, if that was implemented in place of a 1 buck limit, adopting that approach, any antler deer being eligible on the single deer license and a double point restriction on the combination license. Again, it's not unlike we stated before. It's no change in the UP, so we'd expect that to be consistent. We would expect, again, an increase in the Lower Peninsula harvest of deer with 6 or more antler points. That's already been about 84% in the northern Lower Peninsula, about 87% in the southern Lower Peninsula. So the vast majority of deer are already reaching that 3 on a side restriction. Again, that's acknowledging in the northern Lower Peninsula, we do have a 3-point restriction on a number of counties. So that's part of what's kind of skewing that approach. And then the other is we would expect under that approach statewide to have a substantial revenue decline. So you already have the vast majority of deer that meet that restriction. It's not going to advance a substantial additional number, but the incentive to say, I'm going to hedge my bets and take the single deer license, because we also know relatively few hunters take 2 bucks, and that could be a substantial revenue impact for a potential negligible effect on your buck harvest overall. Just for some of that perspective, in the Upper Peninsula, I think we talked about this some last month, we can't say where people hunt based on where they buy their license. But we do know when people buy a license or a resident of the Upper Peninsula that buys a deer license probably hunts at least part of the time in the Upper Peninsula, and the same for those that are in the Lower Peninsula. So the under Hunter's Choice regulations that we've had in recent years, 60% of UP license sales are single licenses. That's the only region where the majority of people where the majority of residents purchase the single license. That's only 24% in the Northern Lower Peninsula. So only 24% of people that reside in the Northern Lower Peninsula buy the single license, the others are the combo, and then only 20% in the Southern Lower Peninsula. So there's a substantial amount of revenue that's coming from those combination license sales in the Lower Peninsula. The UP, again, it's dominated by single licenses, but it's only 9%, 8%, I think, of the total license sales. So again, years ago, the department made the decision that that's probably going to reduce some revenue in the UP. But it's a smaller impact revenue-wise than if it was put in place statewide relative to a relatively negligible effect we think that would have on buck harvest. So again, trying to be clear here, we want to put the resource management considerations first, but if the resource impact or harvest impact is pretty negligible, but the revenue impact might be substantial, it's hard to advance that kind of a recommendation. Yep.
One thing real quick. I just want to correct Commissioner Nyberg that I'm from Marquette. So I was born and raised up there, and although I live in the Lower Peninsula, I still have family there. I still have a home there. I actually traveled there this weekend, and really from the bridge to my home is in Gwen. And from the bridge to Gwen, I saw more deer, given the winter that the UP had, because it had a tremendous winter, especially through Marquette. But we now know that shifts. It's in different areas during each winter, et cetera. But we saw north of 150 deer between the bridge and, let's say, Rock. About that, if everybody knows what Rock is. I've never seen so many deer. Now, they were scrawny and they didn't look very healthy. But there was a lot of deer, more so than I've ever seen. Now, I know that isn't true for all areas of the UP, which makes it difficult to manage, right? And although we're up here and going to make some decisions to try to manage what happens across the state, we're all managers. Everybody that's sitting in this room manages this herd throughout our state. And everybody's got to make decisions when they're out hunting as to what's best for where they hunt and how they hunt. So I know you look to us for, how to narrow it down or how to handle yourselves, but ultimately you're out hunting and you can make a choice. So when you're out there this year, no matter what we decide or what comes out of this commission, ultimately you can have a hand in it too. So I just make that comment for what it's worth. And just to clarify that I am from the UP.
I stand corrected. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. The record will show. Appreciate that. Mm-hmm. Okay, so another amendment, retaining Hunter's Choice in the Upper Peninsula, implementing $1 with a earn a second buck pilot program in the Lower Peninsula. So we'll try and step through this. Again, this should be familiar. The department recommendation was a $1 limit, with the deer license or single tag becoming valid only for antlerless deer in the Lower Peninsula, with implementation in 27. Under this proposal, again, this is another iteration of keeping Hunter's Choice regulations with no changes in the Upper Peninsula. In the Lower Peninsula, the proposal is implementing the $1 limit, but using implementing a 3 on a side antler point restriction on the deer license, the single license. Again, the combination license would then be for 1 antler deer and 1 antlerless deer. And then the proposal is to have a structure in place to offer an opportunity for folks to purchase a second buck tag that would be under a 4-point antler point restrictions. That would essentially be bringing back the restricted tag on the combo license, but only after they harvest and report an antlerless deer. So that's the earn a second buck. It would give you a chance to then, in certain places, earn the opportunity to purchase that second buck license after harvesting an antlerless deer. And that would be implemented in Zone 3 or Southern Lower Peninsula counties to be determined. So continue to consider how this could be implemented. So there's a variety of nuance. We'll talk a little bit about Michigan context, and then we'll talk a little bit about, I'll provide a little bit of information regarding other states that have used earn a second buck regulations. Again, expected outcome, we'd expect status quo in the UP with the variation, natural variation to see extending forward. Again, similar to the point restriction proposal, we would expect the Lower Peninsula buck harvest to skew even further towards deer with 6 or more antler points. Again, the recent antlered harvest is of 6 or more points has been 84% of antlered deer taken in the Northern Lower Peninsula and 87% in the Southern Lower. So that would likely be a nudge forward. Again, we do have some concerns similar to the other iterations about some additional switching to the single deer license. We know that the vast majority of antlered deer taken already meet that restriction, but there may be some switch to that single license. But now to talk specifically about the earn a buck side, we know that would continue to earn a second buck would continue to reduce the number of hunters that took 2 bucks because it would only be under certain scenarios. What would it do regarding potential antlerless harvest? So Virginia implemented earn a second buck in 2008 in 8 counties. Some of those counties have been intermittent, meaning they've had earn a second buck, they've removed it, and they've brought it back again. Others have been in place, and others have been added just over that time. So present in Virginia, they have 36 counties, 35 cities, and 190 towns, or what they call townships, that are under earn a second buck regulations. Their goal with implementing and starting that process in 2008 was to have additional units where there was at least half of their deer harvest composed of antlerless deer. So that sounds pretty familiar to what our goal is, to try and get more units where we have at least an equal, if not a higher antlerless harvest. And then ultimately to reduce deer populations in those areas. So what has the effect been? They've seen implementation has generally led to an increase in antlerless harvest. Where they have stayed in place, that increase has tended to taper over time. Again, it still lingers and remains higher than it was prior to implementation, but there's usually a bump up initially with a decline. We'll talk a little bit about why that may be. Also, with their implementation, additionally, units that have been added later in this cycle, so in more recent years than 2008, they've seen less of that bump up. So whether that's from them not being in areas with the highest numbers of deer, it was the more abundant areas that they implemented originally, whether that's we do see some tendency to take more antlerless deer already, so the regulatory effect was less on raising, it's hard to determine. But again, that decline over time with those more recent units has been less. The bottom line is antlerless harvest increases, not always dramatically and not always sustaining that higher level over a long period of time when they're put in place. Importantly, also in Virginia, just their implementation, the licenses are all issued at the start of the season. So it's earn a second buck not to purchase the tag, but they're not supposed to use the second antlered buck tag until they have used and reported an antlerless deer harvest. So states have had different ways they've looked at implementing it. That's just for context of what their approach has been. Another case study to consider is in New York. New York is currently proposing implementing an earn a second buck system. They actually started in 2023 a structured decision-making process to develop potential proposals, including this earn a second buck that's now up for consideration in 26. I don't remember what their timeline is. They have a very different process for regulation setting in New York also. They are proposing, unlike Virginia that's had it county and town and citywide, they're proposing it statewide. And again, a little bit different approach for implementation. So hunters in New York are issued 3 licenses. Under what they're proposing, they'd continue to be issued 3 licenses. The firearm license would still be valid for an antlered deer. They have a bow or muzzleloader license that's also included. Those would become antlerless only. So hunters would still be purchasing the same number of tags, but some of them would become antlerless only. And then after reporting an antlerless deer, they would be issued a free antlered license. I believe they use all electronic systems for that, so that would simply appear now as a new product in your cart available. So they would have an opportunity to continue to take 2 antlered deer at no cost, but the tags they purchase, some of them would be antlerless only, and until they use them, they would not have the opportunity for a second buck. So unlike Virginia, there is a need to have a harvest before you receive the tag. But in New York's case, it's a free additional buck tag once they've taken an antlerless deer. Again, it's just being proposed for 26, so we don't have any information on what the impact would be. And I don't, again, remember what the implementation is, if it's actually been set up to go forward or not.
Madam Chair, I have a question. Brent, do you have data in Virginia? So the harvest went up when earned a second buck. The harvest of the antlerless deer went up and then it waned. Is that because, could Virginia report that there were fewer does on the landscape to harvest after that bump up? Or is it just a drop in effort?
It's probably a variety of things. And again, as a reference, it's been intermittent in some places. So in some areas, they implemented earn a second buck. They saw antlerless harvest increase. I believe they're using their buck harvest trends as an index to deer abundance. So they're not estimating the number of does on the landscape to look at them being less, but as they see buck harvest trends decline, that would be the index saying, hey, deer numbers have come, we believe they've come down. And then if they've seen them seem to increase again, at times they've put earn a second buck back in place. So it's bounced back and forth. In some of those instances, they probably would expect it's because they saw deer numbers decline, the antlerless harvest declined. Then after removing them, they rebounded, they put them back in place. In other cases, as I'll talk about here, also under the Michigan context, to get the harvest benefit of earning a second buck, you have to kill 3 deer. And in our context in Michigan, I'll go ahead and bounce into that. We only have 4 to 5% of our hunters that take 3 or more deer of any kind, whether that's 3 antlerless, 2 antlered and 1 antlerless, 1 antlered, 2 antlerless, whatever, any combination. Only 4 to 5% of our hunters take 3 or more deer. So adding an earn a second buck really incentivizes for some folks. I got a buck. I want to take an antlerless deer. I want to get a second buck. But at that point, if you've taken 3 tags, again, you can also hunt just with that second buck tag. It doesn't mean you're going to harvest a deer, but some of the indication is after people have gone through that, I got my buck. All right, I'm going to take an antlerless deer. I earned another tag. I got another buck. 3 deer could be, a lot of people love to, and a lot of people consistently do, but most of our hunters don't take that many. And it may simply be, you know what, it's not worth taking an antlerless deer in order to get a third buck a third deer being a second buck. And that's probably one of the reasons why. It's not unlike when we have various ways of incentivizing and increasing antlerless harvest. Sometimes hunters get real serious about it and then realize this is more like work than fun anymore, and it often bounces back down once again. So we don't have a lot of information around what all those causes are, but in some instances, they do feel in Virginia it's been effective, which is why they pulled it back and then added it back on again. And in other instances, it's probably a little bit of the fatigue of it's really not all that desirable for me to get after that many deer. Maybe folks are continuing hunting, but still being less likely to have taken 3 or more deer at that point. I'll also note their restrictions, not only the antlerless, but the buck tags are specific to those individual counties. So when you get the extra you earn that second buck, it's not a statewide tag that you can go use elsewhere. It's being used specifically in the area where they have designated the need to take an antlerless deer first. I'll pause if Chad has anything else to add because he's got a little more history and had a little bit more discussion, but I think I captured most of what we've taken away from there.
I think you captured it pretty well too. So, I mean, unless any commissioners have any questions, I don't have anything additional to add.
Commissioner Walters.
Comparing Michigan to Virginia, and this discussion is the earn a second buck is surrounded by what they have done. Is that a fair assessment to compare Michigan to Virginia from the standpoint of number of deer, topography, number of hunters, and how that entire dynamic works in Virginia versus how what we see here in Michigan, and the dynamics greatly differ from Monroe to Iron River? Is that a fair comparison, and what should we really be evaluating what we do relative to what Virginia has been doing?
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly many differences. And again, we've got a little more context we can provide regarding Michigan implementation. So trying to use, we have a few limited number of case studies available to see both what the intended outcome was, what the evaluation was. Virginia is one of them that has a long history, so we've spent some time diving in information there. There's also different ways that licensing works and ways that the implementation on the administrative side works. So it's certainly not fair at all to compare a system that may be completely different, not only in number of deer, but way licenses and reports and so forth are. So we can continue with the rest of the considerations for what Michigan implementation would be. The last thing I'll add again is that the proposal for a pilot, again, suggested identifying units in southern Michigan, and southern Michigan and Virginia are also still different, but Virginia compared to portions of the Northern Lower Peninsula or the UP is certainly a much bigger dichotomy of what the expected, particularly in terms of the potential need to incentivize additional antlerless harvest.
Do we know what the harvest numbers were in Virginia for every buck? How many does were harvested with this implementation?
Excuse me. Again, each of the units, they did evaluation to look at what the impact was on their proportion of harvest to see antlered versus antlerless deer, and that was the goal for implementation when they have put earn a second buck in place, is to try and emphasize and have at least half, if not more, of antlerless deer in their harvest. I'll point out again, there's one context, and it's not statewide, but it's from specific units here. Regarding concerns, I know it's been referenced in terms of whether there would be false reporting. So someone doesn't actually take an antlerless deer, but they report it so they can get a second tag. Again, a case study, our hunters may have a different mindset and different approach than Virginia hunters, but they did evaluate there. They found there was some reporting. You might not be surprised if people that said they took antlerless deer, but upon further investigation, they did not. But they found there was little effect overall on their ability to kind of monitor and reach the goals. So they, in some of those individual units, based on just the report of harvest, it was 54.8% antlerless. So again, it was getting up over that 50% margin. After they adjusted for what they thought were not falsely reported antlerless deer, their adjusted numbers showed about 53.3% antlerless. So the numbers come in, they're false numbers that come in as reported, but in terms of did it reach the intended outcome of having more than half of our harvest be antlerless deer, and do we have the ability to still monitor that as an outcome, they felt they were still within a margin of error, a couple percentage points even on that false reporting. We have plenty of other information they published like us regarding what the numbers and percentages and breakdown were. So we have them. Do I have them all laid out from each of the years? No. But again, their objective was putting it in place to have additional units that took 50% or more antlerless deer, and they have had some variability in how successful they've been in accomplishing that.
From a law enforcement perspective, how do you, Chief Keith, and your staff enforce ghost does?
Before we do that, before we answer that, I think you were going to make a comment. You reached for your microphone, and I suspect it's on this issue.
Yes, I just was wondering if you were trying to get at how many were actually female deer versus button bucks for antlerless deer, and Chad was looking that up, so I just wondered if that was
please.
what you were talking about.
Yes, please. Please be respectful.
So I'm trying to look through some of the presentations at the biologists for Virginia because we don't have access to the raw data. But
Sure.
one of the things that they really try to emphasize when they evaluate their earn a second buck is what they call percent female in the harvest. So it's basically taking even though everything's designated as antlered or antlerless, they're trying to take that button buck component, lumping it in with a pure male-female harvest. I believe what they're trying to see is that 60% or more are when on the earlier years was effective with female harvest. So that's quite high. But one of the things that I'm looking at through here, and they work very closely with some researchers out of Virginia Tech, that some of the newer units that I think Brent previously mentioned, they're seeing that they're 50% less effective at the initiation point for these newer counties units that are being brought in compared to recent years. There's still an effect that's occurring in terms of an increase. It's just not as effective as historically what they were previously. And Brent kind of covered some of that. I think it's also important to point out that Virginia goes through a structure very much with the granularity that was requested at each unit. And earn a second buck is not the highest point for, that's not the capstone for trying to increase their antlerless harvest. It's sort of midway up. What they do when they really try to increase antlerless harvest is start expanding antlerless only days, either on the front end of the season or the back end of the season. So again, when you talk about comparing Virginia with Michigan, it's not really a comparison. It's just the example that we have available to us. We've already done some of those things historically with the extended late seasons, and we've seen what those impacts look like. The other point that I will bring up based on some of the research that I've seen from this presentation from Virginia Tech is that the presence of CWD in specific units is also appearing to reduce the harvest. So they're trying to dive into that a little bit more, whether it's just a general unwillingness to harvest more, knowing that that disease is there. They see it more pronounced for antlerless deer than antler deer. So that is at least something to consider. I think they're trying to evaluate that a little bit more too, but it's just something that is of note in comparing their earn a second buck management regulations in CWD units versus outside of CWD units.
Thank you. Chief Kieft?
Yeah, my apologies.
No, thank you. How do you enforce ghost does?
Well, we typically don't have to enforce deer that are reported and not seen. So that would be a new situation for us, obviously. I mean, obviously, my thought process here is that can happen in two different facets, right? If that person has to physically get a deer checked, which probably is not necessarily the case. I'm not sure how we would approach that as a department. But if that's a call in, then they're going to report that on their phone, just like they would anything else. I guess for lack of questions, we haven't had to enforce it, so we haven't really spent much time considering what that would be like. Will there be some honor system integrity things that will have to be trusted in? Yeah. But I don't know how we're going to enforce it as far as did somebody shoot a deer? Did somebody claim that they shot a deer that they didn't actually kill? Because that's not something that we do on a regular basis.
So if we were to implement earn a second buck and it would be a mandatory check of this animal to alleviate law enforcement, what type of burden does that put on the wildlife division?
So obviously that depends on how we design it. You know, if people expect to be able to check their deer in within 15 miles of their home, that's a lot of check stations. We obviously would have a trouble staffing that many. So it all depends on how we design it and how often those check stations are open. You know, expectations to have them open 7 days a week would be much of a burden. If we have them open fewer days a week, that reduces the burden. So it's all going to be about how we would design it if we are to do a pilot and what we're trying to measure, what data we would have to collect in order to see if we're successful, what the success, you know, how much antlerless take would be considered successful. So it all depends on the design, and we have to have those conversations if this passes. We haven't had time to have those conversations. So the amount of burden depends on the expectation. If it was passed, we would have to find a way to work it, whether it was in-person check or a random drawing of checking people to have some accountability, or whether we just use our harvest data reporting to check on that. So it all varies.
So recognizing that there is a financial burden that exists already with the division, is it unfair to assume that potentially 100 miles would not be out of the question for a hunter to come get his deer checked? And would it be unfair to assume that 2 days a week would be unfair?
You're asking me to make a reference on something we
I'm
haven't
just
decided
speaking
yet.
generally because we haven't passed it yet either.
Yeah, right. So obviously, the fewer days that's open and the fewer stations I have to run would be a less burden. So where that line is drawn depends on what our staffing is. And right now, we don't know what our budgets are. You know, the budgets haven't passed. I don't know if I'm going to take staffing reductions. I don't know if I'm going to even be able to hire temporary help, which is usually who runs the check stations. So there's so many unknowns right now on even where my budget's going to be to know what staff I'm even going to have available to determine how many people can work any given day to check deer.
Thank you. And one final, and then I'll hand it over to Pete, if I may. And this one's to AG Gamble. My interpretation, and I'm not an attorney, but I do know how to read English, is that a hunter may not possess a second deer license, recognizing in the statute a combo license is 2 deer tags, but 1 license. Am I reading that incorrectly?
Thanks, Commissioner Walters. No, that's something I had to look at outside of this meeting. Thanks.
Could you speak up?
Can't give any sort of answer to this rule? That's ridiculous, buddy.
Folks.
I just want to jump in here and earn a second buck.
Yeah.
This is a pilot program. This is another tool in the tool shed. I haven't heard a lot of other great ideas on how to reduce our doe density, especially in zone 3. I'm not a scientist, but I've heard enough about biology of CWD. It has to do with doe density as much as it has to do with older bucks. So this is a tool in the tool shed. This is going to be a pilot program that we look at as another way to try to control this giant doe population we have. Okay, so we're not saying the whole lower peninsula, we're not saying it's even going to work. It's something we're going to look at super hard, and we're asking the DNR to bring to this commission what it's going to look like. And I don't think it's fair to ask today how many check stations we're going to have, how many miles we're going to drive. It obviously has to do with a lot of different variables. So we need a chance to look at this tool, just like every tool we've looked at in the past. That's all we're asking for.
I will say I have 2 colleagues on the commission in Virginia, so I had an opportunity. You know, one of the Natural Resources Commission is charged with sound science, and not all that science just comes from our agency. It's about reading literature and checking in terms of what other folks have learned through that. They have brought it back because they found it to be effective. I know I've had conversations. We have exceeded 50% antlerless kill on our total kill for the state 2 years. 3 maybe. Okay. And it has been declining in recent years, if I remember your statement. I also, in my discussions with the commissioners in Virginia, one of the things that was brought up to me was you're not only managing deer, you're managing hunters' behavior. And that's one of the things that I think all of us need to bear in mind is we are trying to figure out strategies to get hunters to take more antlerless deer in the state. And we have been successful at times, and then it's dropped right off. And we know that. I think we saw a big decline after EHD outbreak in 2012, if I remember correctly, in talking to some of the research. And so I think it's important that as we do this, we're probably going to have to take a look, assuming we do consider pursuing avenues to get hunters to take more antlerless deer where we have too many deer, some of the social implications and work that needs to be done in terms of attitude surveys also. Please wait for your turn to talk. Yes.
Yeah, Commissioner Jeffries, we reviewed the regional data last month. It was 3 out of the last 24 years in the northern lower peninsula that as many or more antlerless deer have been taken. Only 7 out of 24 in southern Michigan, and not since 2012. 2012 was the last year, that was the EHD outbreak year. That was actually the last one where we had more antlerless deer than antlered bucks that taken at the regional scale. Yeah.
Are there any? Okay, I wanted to make sure I wasn't missing anyone.
Okay.
Proceed.
Okay, so bouncing around, I skipped over some of the middle bullets here, looking at some of the implementation discussions. Again, part of the consideration here is in terms of validating or verifying who would be eligible for a second buck tag, there's 2 aspects of that. One is what we talked about, some of the service of are you available to validate or serve folks. The other is getting them qualified and eligible to purchase that second tag. So that's more of a customer service side. So again, our existing licensing system, we have the system in place now with reporting. To use that system, there would be some expense and some administration to do that. The bottom line is it's about a 6-month process for the reprogramming to make different types of licenses available as a product and have them available when March 1st license sales come online. So looking at that, 6 months, knowing what we would need to do, we need to have it ready by March 1st. Any regulatory changes to do that, the timeline would be July and August, information in July, action in August, whether it's this year or a future year. That's the latest time that we have to make a change so the system could accommodate giving a customer an opportunity to purchase a second buck tag. And then again, we can build the system so that the online existing reporting system would then qualify someone to purchase that second tag. So going from your phone, I took an antlerless deer, I report it, I would now be a customer eligible to go ahead and purchase that second buck tag. That's not unlike some of the enforcement that's been used, when someone purchases a buck tag and then 2 minutes later reports they've killed a buck. Well, that's a flag to follow up on. So there are some elements of this, if you're reporting a deer and purchasing another license and so forth, that would lend themselves to enforcement. But to Chief Keith's point, historically, they focused on people killing deer that they don't report, not reporting deer that they don't kill. So they'll have to spend a little bit of time pivoting how that would work. But the bottom line is the existing system is in place, regardless of whether there is an in-person check. In-person check might be more important if it's in a CWD area where we're also trying to get samples for chronic wasting disease. That's not the same type of consideration if we pilot it in a place where there's not an ongoing outbreak. So there's a lot of logistics to consider, but the simplest approach is using the online system. It takes 6 months to put it in place. People would be able to use that to report. We'd then be able to compare reported numbers before it was put in place to the reported numbers after it was put in place to have some consistency. And there would be some effort involved both on the enforcement side and on validation of the data. Again, it can be done. We would have to put some effort into determining how. But for example, we wouldn't have the approach be if you've come to a check station and I've written your name down saying you purchased an antlerless deer, and then I get on the phone and call our customer service and say, here's the person's number. We use the existing system for reporting to be able to automate that part of the process. We then just have to put the attention into enforcement, verification, on the data side. Okay.
Commissioner Nyberg?
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to provide a general comment on this amendment. Obviously, for the past several months, this amendment has my name on it. I think I drew the short stick. Over the past several months, commissioners have been talking with all of interested stakeholders, hunters in this forum, also outside of this forum. We've also been talking with each other. We have an obligation and a legal mandate to not meet beyond the requirements of the Opens Meetings Act. So we, may have conversations one-on-one. We may have conversations with 3 of us. And what I will state from my experience and perspective is that there's a strong desire to try to find consensus. Obviously, there are various ideas that have been floated for how we achieve these shared goals in Michigan. And there are different opinions about how to do that, as we've covered. This amendment reflects what I think and I understand to be a potential consensus agreement. It contains components of ideas that some commissioners may have that doesn't go far enough. or goes too far. And I should say other amendments may contain components of what commissioners consider go too far or not far enough. And this amendment is an attempt to try to reach the best level of consensus to strategically tailor our regulations for deer hunting appropriately in parts of the state where they may be warranted, such as this earn a second buck pilot.
Okay, I have one last slide and perspective on buck harvest restrictions, and then just a few simple administrative recommendations that are still in the memo. So again, I mentioned we would reference implementation of different buck harvest restrictions in 2026. Our original department recommendation was to have them be enacted now, but not come into effect until 2027. So again, there's a variety that would implement in 2026. So the overarching consideration here, concern is that, again, license sales start March 1st. So right now we can get the update, but we were just a little under 65,000 deer licenses for 2026 already sold within a couple days ago. And so having folks that have already purchased a license that now that might not be valid for what they felt it was going to be valid for is part of the consideration or concern here. So that could lead to substantial requests for refunds, could lead to public communications challenges in explaining that folks went online and shopped and bought something that we'd have to explain is potentially now no longer what they can use it for, and then some enforcement challenges and potentially having a midstream switch on regulations. So appreciate the perspective that folks have that anxiety around making a change that then lingers and hangs out there, but just the perspective that it's our strong preference any of those be, any changes on those buck harvest restrictions be for 2027 implementation.
Commissioner Walters.
Yes.
This is really simple. If we all bought licenses, we are obligated to what we purchase as our license. We're not going to refund anybody. If I bought a license yesterday, I bought a combo, I can shoot 2 bucks or 2 does. If I buy something a month from now and we happen to change the combo tag to 1 buck and 1 doe, that license that I possess, I'm obligated to uphold. It is very simple. It's as simple to enforce. So by changing the time frame in which we implement it to 2027, it's got 0 value. We can do this and do this now, and it is simple. I buy a license, I'm obligated to what I purchase, to what I harvest, or less.
Is there a question there?
There is one thing in there. Are you aware of folks that auto renew, sir?
Ask the question again, please.
Are you aware of how auto renew is handled?
You purchased the license that you purchased last year.
So if folks that are set up on auto renew their deer license, I would have to refer back to our marketing and outreach folks, but I believe their deer license currently isn't sent to them until August. So it'd be date and time stamped in August. So we're in the middle of a situation where they're set on auto renew, so they're agreeing to the regulation prior, but then they're not mailed their license or their license isn't date stamped. So there is one thing that we will have to consider there.
So they purchased something that they should receive, correct? They should receive what they purchased. And if they don't, then there's a different problem. So if you bought a license on auto renew and you're getting it in August, I would hope the department honors what they purchased. They get what they pay for.
I think what it matters is that they're not actually charged until August.
Correct.
So they're agreeing right now, I want to be an auto renew for the 2026 deer season. So right now they've agreed to that, but we don't run their credit cards until August. So there's that iffiness on what did they agree to?
We know who they are, and they're part of the 65,000 that have purchased licenses.
I don't
No.
think they are part. I don't think they are part of the 65,000 that have purchased licenses, and we know who they are, but in a separate format. We don't know who they are without a separate list. So there is that one snag in what you're talking about.
Is Tom West in here?
He's in the back of the room, sir.
Can you please come up and answer this for us?
Oh.
So what was the question again?
Relative to auto renew, it was described that the purchaser that may get that auto renew March 1st or there soon thereafter won't get their license and the credit card won't get run until August.
That is correct. That is correct. We took their credit card March 1st because they decided to auto renew their combo, their single tag, you know, Hunters Feeding Michigan, whatever. We took their credit card on March 1st. What we'll do is 2 weeks prior to August 1st, we'll send them a note saying, hey, remember you signed up for auto renew. Don't forget. And oh, by the way, the credit card you gave us is expired, so please give us a new card. And then we'll send them a second email, and then we'll run auto renew on August 1st. And the reason we wait till August 1st is previously we did the hunt fish combo auto renew on March 1st because hunt fish combo's got base fish, deer tag, et cetera. So the customer needed their fish license. We used to do auto renew for kill tags March 1st. Well, the problem was they call us up in September and say, hey, those kill tags you mailed me, I lost them. So we pushed it out to August, which worked out better for everybody from the customer perspective.
So if a regulation change occurs and they purchased or signed up to purchase on March 1st, what will they receive?
Well, it depends what you guys.
Let's say we go to a $1 rule and they bought a combo tag.
So if we don't change the system, they're going to receive a combo tag because they gave us their credit card March 1st.
Let me rephrase my question. When they sign up for a combo tag on March 1st, that regulation is $2 tags or does.
Yep.
If we make a change to the combo tag to say $1 and 1 doe, and you run that purchase in August, what will they receive?
So in a perfect scenario, what we're going to do is we're going to educate the customer. We're going to say, hey, you signed up to auto renew a combo tag. The rules have changed. That is no longer a $2 tag. It's a buck and a doe tag. If you wish to proceed, don't touch the system. If you wish not to proceed, you can unenroll.
How many people, or what is the number of auto renew?
For deer license, about 8,000, which is both combination and single deer.
So 1.5%.
Yeah. And the thing to remember is that when we implemented auto renew back in 2020, it's grown significantly. And it addresses that lapse in purchasing, whether they forget to buy a fishing license 1 year, they skip, they go, et cetera. So my fear is honestly from a marketing perspective, if I lose those auto renew folks, I've got to be able to entice them back to sign up for auto renew again.
Understood, but we are in a quandary, and I've pointed out how easy it is if I purchase a license, whether it be online or at the store, I know what I'm purchasing.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're talking about that 1 to 1.5% of folks that are auto renew, and what do we do about that? So thank you for your assistance.
And
Tom, furthermore, they can make the choice in August before they're charged. They
That
say,
is
well,
correct.
I wanted a combo license, it's not available now. I don't want a license. They can make a choice then. There's no refund then.
Yeah, they can go to the Hunt Fish app. They can slide the bar over saying they're going to unenroll from auto renew, easy peasy. Or they might say, hey, I'm fine with the new tag scenario. I'll just let it go through.
Okay, thanks.
just for clarity, my reason for pointing it out was that you're going to have people on August 1st that have auto renewed, that when we're staring at a license, all we're going to see is August 1st on that license. So if you're asking us to make that determination as to whether or not that person is on the auto renew list, or they just simply purchased that license on August 1st, we can't do that with an 8,000 person spreadsheet.
Understood, but what I understood Tom to say is that on August 1st, they will be given the choice whether they want to proceed or not. And then the new regulation, if passed, will take effect.
As long as that's how it's decided administratively, that's completely fine. As long as we know that there's only one, we can go by the dates in one facet.
Perfect.
Okay.
But just one comment though, so if a ruling is made today, we're going to communicate to those customers this week and say, hey, here's the changes. You signed up for a combo, you signed up for a single. Hey, stay signed up or unenroll.
Any other comments, questions? Thank you. Does that conclude your presentation, Brent? One more slide. Okay.
Okay. Nations, again, no amendments here, but just to close the loop and the recap, those final items, 12, 13, and 14 are regarding case-by-case exceptions to possessing funds for rehabilitation, resolving a gap between two of our deer management units in the Upper Peninsula, and then again, if a $1 limit is in place, expanding the opportunity for exceptions for taking antlered deer causing horticultural damage. So that's in instances where specifically bucks are rubbing Christmas trees and other things where that restriction might impair the ability for regular hunting licenses to address those damage issues. And then I have a final thank you. Thank you to everybody for being very engaged and very involved and asking lots of questions. Appreciate when there's lots of questions to be as best as we can to keep you informed. So
I greatly appreciate this recap. It's been enlightening. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you all. All right. It is 12:05. We're going to go ahead and take a break for lunch and then get into public appearances. I've been asked to tell you that the Legends Restaurant here on the facility is open. There are also a number of places in town if people want to get something to eat. We will reconvene, given the fact that we'll have 40 minutes, 45 minutes, 12:45. Back here, and we'll start public appearances at 12:45. It is 12:53, and we're going to start with public appearances. And Brooke Parmalee is going to go through the guidelines for that. And I ask you, we've got a slimmer crowd in here. Maybe their luncheon will be filtering back in, but I ask you as we move forward to keep your phone silenced and also be respectful of others' opinions.
Good afternoon, everyone. For those of you that signed up before the end of the day last Friday, and I actually saw your email, you have 5 minutes to give comment. If I didn't see your email and you're not on the list, please just let us know. We will get you added. There are about 3,500 emails to go through, so I know I missed a couple of people. If you signed up today, you have 3 minutes, and we do have an extensive list. When you have 1 minute left, I'll hold up the 1 minute sign. When your time is up, I'll hold up the time please sign, and we ask that you bring your comments to a close. And if you could please state your name for the record, we'd appreciate it, and just keep an eye on the time as well.
And one other thing, if there are 3 or more individuals that all plan to testify on the same issue, we will allow you to consolidate your time and pick a spokesperson to speak up to 10 minutes. All right, with that, Tony Demboski is the first one up. Tony. Yeah, and Susan, your name is on here too. You're next up. You can come together. I don't think Susan plans to speak from my.
Tony, make sure your mic is on green.
Okay, here we go. A few of you people are up here I know, okay? 3 as a matter of fact, okay? I've retired, but my name is Tony Demboski, and I have been a member of the UP Whitetails in Dickinson County for 35 years. I was the past president of that organization for 15 years. I was the past president of the Upper Peninsula Sportsmen's Alliance for 8 years. I'm a winner of the Tom Washington Lifetime Achievement Award. I also, I'm still on the board appointing members to the 2 Citizens Advisory Councils that are in the Upper Peninsula. Okay. I'm a qualified NRA instructor. I've taught over 1,000 students in Iron County for carrying concealed permits and 20 years as a hunter safety instructor. Okay. I have been hunting for 71 years in Area 022 since 1954. I missed hunting for 4 years when I was in Guam for 2 years, Vietnam for 1 year, and Greenland for 1 year. And I always made it in for the opening day of deer season from Texas, California, and Lower Michigan. That's because I was in the Air Force and stationed down at Fort Smith twice. So, but I always return to 022. It's kind of interesting that I could do things like that. But I say Michigan is my home, the UP is my home. I've been all over the world and then some. Now, we get down to some of the stuff. You have a copy of some few things that I got to say. I'll make some comments on some of them now because, I want to remind you that the UP has 3 different areas. Okay, just kind of like you have different areas in the Lower Peninsula. But I got them classified as this. Our 3 areas are low snow, medium snow, and high snow. It has a regular boundary line, M28 on the north and US 2 on the south. Okay, now you have different areas, you know, and I know there's some talk, I don't know if it's been decided or not, of trying to make the 2 peninsulas, make it state laws straight across the board, UP and Lower Peninsula. Now, I already agree, and I so support Mr. Nyberg's recommendation, leave the UP alone. Let them be like they were last year. You know, because a lot of people don't realize even, you can shoot a buck early, okay? But a lot of people don't realize that it's like a holiday, deer season. Some schools are closed and it's people make their vacations. I know teachers in the Marquette area and stuff like that, some of them on their contract that they'd be off on the 15th of November. So that's it, you know. But now, I have killed several nice bucks in the earlier years. I shot two 12-pointers, one 10-pointer, and a very large 8. I've only killed 3 legal bucks in the last 20 years. Now, that doesn't mean that I was violating. That means I had a license and was able to shoot it, okay? But it didn't sound right when I said legal bucks. That sounded like maybe I was a violator or something, but I'm not, okay? But I hunt 022. I've been there for many, many years. Back 10 years ago or so, okay, there were 21 hunters in the same area where I hunt. Now there's only 5. There's the people that came up, almost all of them came from the Lower Peninsula. They came from Grand Rapids. They came from St. Charles. They come from all over. They came to the UP to hunt. They don't come anymore. Okay. Now, we're talking about the deer, the pack. I bought, yeah, I did. I bought a crossbow because I tried to win one at a banquets and that didn't work. So I went out and bought one. And I hunted this last year, 8 days in archery season and 10 days in a rifle season. I did not see a deer. Not one deer that I see. Okay, now I get 5 minutes from her time. Okay. In the spring and the early travel of my miles, I only saw a few fawns. And that is normally when you're driving around, you see some spotted ones. This year I didn't see nothing, hardly nothing at all. I did see a lot of dead deer laying alongside the highways and that, but no fawns. Now, I didn't see any, but at night we do hear the wolves howl. Steady. You know, I had about a couple, 2-3 years ago, I was talking about a neighbor that I had a file of seven wolves across his field. And 20 minutes later, they came back. Okay. And I mentioned it to an employee of the Department of Natural Resources, and I was telling him about the wolves. Well, he called me about 3 weeks later and said he went and did a personal check. He estimated at least 15 to 16 wolves in a square mile. That's a lot. Maybe that's why I'm not seeing any fawns. Okay. You know, you take just a little throw in. I understand there's a deal now up in Isle Royal. Okay. Where they're not having any young moose around, but the wolves are doing real fine. So, okay. Like I say, I did not support the buck rule, but changing the start date, I understand the way we're going to have it, it's going to be the same. But I had made this earlier. Okay. But now, one of the things that I look at in that, killing of does does not really help our deer population. And I have here in that. Remember that the does that we kill are cutting down on the amount of bucks that we're getting delivered because they're having no young ones, because there ain't enough bucks to breed them if we happen to start shooting the bucks like we do. And okay. I got a little statement down there, and many years that I was in the position to confirm to suggest wildlife fisheries forestry department Department of Natural Resources Commission. I was on the Legislative Advisory Unit. We were always able to come up with many good changes. It's too bad that the department does not listen to the outdoor citizen. The opinion of these citizens is not being listened to. Well, that's just my own personal account, okay? Now, the Upper Peninsula only has a fraction of the state's population, 3%, but has a lot of land that can be used for hunting, 75%. 97% of the people live in the Lower Peninsula and vote on regulations that pertain to the Upper Peninsula, okay? We don't stand a chance when it comes time for election time statewide, and that we only have a few votes. So, okay. Now, the 17% of land that the state owns in the UP, 1/3 of the bucks were killed in that 17%. Okay. The rest of the land belongs to 1 minute. Okay. Let's go down real quick on deer yards. You don't have deer yards down here, and feeding up in the Upper Peninsula in the northern part. Clubs are spending up to $50,000 a year feeding the deer in the wintertime because of the amount of snow and stuff that we have up there. Okay, and there's no CWD in the UP. Okay, now the other one thing that and I was saying that the days have snow in the UP over 100 days that have bad snow. Okay, this last year is one of those 100 days that we've had terrific snow. How our deer are going to be this year, I don't know. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Before we move on, Marcia, you're going to be next up to speak, but as you're coming up here, we need to take just a minute. Sorry for a little bit of the distraction here. We have Commissioner Eister is participating remotely due to a medical condition. Under the Open Meetings Act, it's permitted under Section 15.263, Unit 2, and he needs to publicly announce that he is participating remotely and tell you all where he is participating from, his location. So Commissioner Eister, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
All right. Can you state where you're located right now for the audience?
Yeah, I'm in Williamston, Michigan. I'm at home, and I believe I was also indicate the reason that I can't participate on the 2nd, I believe it was. I had a stroke, and I was released from the hospital this morning. I did have the opportunity to view all of this morning's meeting on YouTube, so I caught the whole thing, and then was able to get this link set up over the lunch hour. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us, and we wish you good recovery, and thank you for making an effort participating today. All right, with that, Marcy, you are up, my dear. Instant call is on deck.
Hi, I'm Marcy Twilliger. Let's take a look at our wildlands through a non-consumptive lens. Beavers have an outsized impact in preventing wildfires. Their dam building creates wetlands, restoring hydration to grasslands, acting as natural fire breaks, which can also store significant amounts of carbon, serving a critical role in mitigating effects of climate warming. And coyotes, who fulfill their role as essential scavengers, keeping rodent populations in check and are lower, like their counterpart in the Upper Peninsula wolves. And candlelit fishers, who have the unique capability of successfully limiting porcupine populations, thereby protecting against the girding of mature trees, leading to healthy forest. Plus, they're great in rodent patrol in areas without apex predators. And we have our badgers, whose foraging and excavation aid in decomposition of organic matter, increasing soil fertility with high pH levels that create microhabitats often colonized by mosses and liverworts, which may not survive otherwise. And badgers create sets that are like subterranean condos, which are used by other animals like red fox, rabbits, and martins as shelter from extreme weather, and have proven value as refuge for reptiles and amphibians during forest fires. Badgers are also skilled predators of burrowing rodents like gophers, preventing the damage to ag crops that can come from overpopulation. We know badgers maintain a symbiosis with coyotes. As they dig up rodent prey, coyotes catch those fleeing. There is no indication of overabundance here that would warrant removal, and we clearly benefit from their attributes. So why are they all on your okay to kill list? I noted in the proposed wildlife orders commentary that the department sees a clear risk of otters being illegally killed during beaver season. Hence, they're asking that beaver trappers, quote, make every effort to only target beaver, end quote, or just stop killing them. Anyway, the department's asking that crew to self-moderate. Seems like a fool's errand. Remember, these are the same folks who were so incensed by the court slapdown of a shortened coyote season. They took their big mad hissy snit to the commission, and we all know how that turned out. Heads up to the department. This might be a misplaced presumption of good faith. It continued, proposed changes will provide additional recreational opportunities for otter trappers by increasing bag limits throughout the state. However, if trapper has otter kill tags, they can be used to tag otters taken if caught incidentally in beaver sets, end quote. Well, that seems conflicted. Has everyone conveniently forgotten that traps are indiscriminate, equal opportunity victim makers? In another section, it read, quote, the department is concerned that extending the otter season could result in increased harvests at a biologically sensitive time, end quote. So drowned mom and dead babies? It also found that proposed changes in harvest could cause, quote, significant population declines for some species, end quote. What are we doing here? These are not normal times. I see no recognition by policymakers of exigent threats like emerging pathogens, exploding tick populations, anthropogenic climate warming, compounded by federal attacks on the ESA and EPA. Chief of Staff at the Union of Concerned Scientists just stated in the press that they, this federal government, aren't reorganizing the Forest Service. They're dismantling these critical services. Research and development is the brain of the Forest Service in wildfire detection and mitigation, yet 57 of 77 of those facilities will close, end quote. And 4 of them are right here in Michigan. Failure to consider these additional stressors puts our wild ones in even greater peril. Our wild's last defense falls to the state. We have a duty to protect. The wild ones are our allies, not our enemies. The real adversary is escalating harm of dire climate warming and a policy structure clinging to outdated, slaughter-centric ideologies of domination over coexistence. Sabotaging our allies in a threat environment of this magnitude doesn't feel like a winning strategy to me. It looks like aiding and abetting the problem. Please stop doing that. Thank you.
An apology. Vincent? And next on deck is Mike Thorman. On deck. You're next after Vincent. Vincent, you're next up. I was just trying to give the speaker after you a warning, but. Homeworld.
Vincent Call, Alpena County. Speaking in regards to the recent acquisition, the Black River Ranch. I had an opportunity to attend the Pigeon River Council meeting last month and also was able to do a public statement. So good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I also want to acknowledge the 50th anniversary of the Michigan Natural Trust Fund, which played an important role in the acquisition of the Black River Ranch. That legacy reflects a long-standing commitment to protecting natural resources while providing thoughtful public access. I appreciate the continued work of the Commission and in balancing conservation with responsible use. I'd like to reiterate my request for consideration of managed bicycle access within the Black River Ranch area. As a specific example, My recent experience, I entered the area by bicycle and encountered several elk in the meadow section. Despite my presence, the animals didn't exhibit significant alarm or displacement. This quiet, low-packed access allowed for observation without obvious disturbance, suggesting that responsible, non-motorized bicycle travel can be compatible with wildlife presence. More broadly, research and management experience indicate that non-motorized use such as hiking and biking produce similar levels of wildlife disturbance when properly managed. Measures such as seasonal restrictions during sensitive periods, designated routes, and clear user guidance can further reduce impacts. On the issue of trail sustainability, evidence shows erosion is primarily a function of trail design, drainage, and soil conditions, not simply whether use is by foot or bicycle. With thoughtful planning and maintenance, natural service trails can support multiple low-impact uses. We also have a directly relevant example within Michigan. The current policy, Pigeon River, in the area allows bicycle use on designated county roads, forest roads, and selected pathways within a landscape managed specifically for elk, habitat, and wild character. This demonstrates that carefully defined bicycle access can coexist with conservation objectives under existing DNR management practices. For these reasons, I'm not advocating for unrestricted access, but rather a measured, site-specific approach, which could include designated routes or corridors, seasonal protection for wildlife, monitoring and adaptive management. A pilot program would allow the department and the commission to evaluate impacts while maintaining full oversight. In recognizing the legacy of the trust fund, I believe this is an opportunity to continue the mission supporting both conservation and thoughtful, responsible public access. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Thorman.
Gave me time to think about what I was going to
I
say.
know, I was trying to give you warning.
Okay. I know I'm a hunting dog guy, but I deer too. And I've done a lot of inquiring to see what everybody thinks about what you're thinking of doing here today. But there's one thing I'm passionate about, and that is with that single license, don't put antler point restrictions on that. We got to remember, I'm the voice of the maybe as many as 200,000 hunters that don't have a blind, they don't have a food plot. They got to sit by a tree in the woods. And if you guys are hunters, you see that buck going across there with his nose on the ground, there's no way you can tell what his antler points are. And myself personally, I tracked a deer for about 2 miles one time, got him in a cornfield, jumped him, a boy who's going down the rows, and the horns were wider in his ears and way up high, and I shot him. Beautiful 4-point with a 17-inch inside spread. So I don't know. There's so many drawbacks to that. We're in Michigan. We're a different culture. You can't compare us to other states. Other states don't have anywhere near a fraction of the public ground that we have. And that's used by hunters in the UP and the lower. And I think that you should really, if you do that single license, I think you should leave that antler point restrictions off, because the culture in Michigan, whether we like it or not, is, did I get my buck? Did I get a buck? That they want to go back to the shop and say they got their buck. Now, one thing I think you're considering is taking that earn a buck on the 2-buck thing, shoot a buck, shoot a doe, get a buck. I have a lot of, I've had no negative figure back on that, all positive on that. In fact, most people would like to see not just in zone 3, but 2 also. But guys, we're not, oh, and gals, I make all kinds of mistakes. It's okay. I'm old. So they, oh my goodness, Thorman. we have to pay attention because you don't want to make any rules here today that are going to discourage anybody from hunting. You don't want to, them 4-day-a-year guys, you don't want to say, oh, now I got to have antler point restrictions, I'll just give up. And that's not too far from the truth. It really isn't. But there's one more thing I want to say today. 400,000 hunters did not vote in our last election. And this room sure as heck is full of hunters. And what you need to do, what we all need to do, is get our friends, all of them, registered to vote. And then we have to vote. Because you can bet your bottom dollar, I've been 30 years across the table from the other side, the animal rights people, you can bet every one of them is registered to vote. And that's it. It's the first time I didn't run out of time. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mike. Roger Thurman.
Thank you for allowing me to try to talk. This one buck thing, it's an uproar. You got on the internet, you got the groups that say, oh, 3 or 4 years they're going to have bucks this big. Then you got the other people on the other side, probably the majority that don't want it. But then I look at this one buck rule. We got 550,000 hunters, 433,000 by the combo license. And by the numbers I got, I've heard several different, DNR seems to be confused, but the numbers I got off the internet was 6%. Only 6% shot a second buck. And that's been going on for years. So basically, we've been in one buck. We've been doing the one buck rule for years now, other than a minor little percentage point. And I haven't seen it change. I don't know why we'd want to force it on people. The only thing I think would work would be to earn a buck. We need doe shot, and you can't force a person to shoot a doe. But on earn a buck, people would shoot that second doe. John, you're worried about maybe false checking in of that second doe? Are you worried about false checking in on the 4-point restricted? I shoot a spike horn, and are you worried about that too? That would bring, I mean, we all know the department is slightly in trouble with money. That earn a buck would be 3 licenses for you, and that third buck probably isn't going to get shot anyways, by all statistics we have here. Now, my next passionate thing, baiting. We stopped baiting on the fear that deer eating close together would get CWD. Apparently, they don't eat close together on food plots. And the most dangerous animal in the woods when it comes to CWD is an adult aged buck. They got more chance to get it, and they travel more and spread it. But here we want to go wild on ARPs. Well, if you're going to go with ARPs, you better take another look at baiting. They go hand in hand. About the rifle thing, people are worried about that maybe. I love it because that's where I live. But for years, the coyote hunters been down there they're all shooting high-powered rifles, and there's lots of them, and there's never been no incident. So I don't think that would be an issue at all. So all I got to say about this is don't force people to do what they don't want to do to make a vocal minority happy. That's all it is. And we've had one buck here for many, many years by the statistics right from the DNR. That's only one buck is getting shot for the most part. And I'm not seeing bigger bucks running around. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. Justin Tomei. Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Director, Counselor, Brooke. I want to start kind of going back to the theme I talked about in April, hearing the stories of farmers. It's a constituency you guys don't hear from probably as much as just the hunting public. So I'm going to start by reading a portion of a letter that is in your email from Corby Worth. If you remember, Corby spoke at the meeting last week. He sent me this letter, asked me to read it to you. He's a fourth generation dairy farmer in Alpena on a 109-year-old farm. For approximately the past 30 years, our cattle have had to be subjected to stringent tuberculosis testing yearly. Our farm has taken measures to prevent the spread of TB to our cattle, including putting up high fences surrounding our farm and utilizing wildlife services to help control the deer populations. These are only a couple of the measures we have taken. In March of this year, our farm was diagnosed with TB despite having these measures. This devastating news brought stress to our daily lives and threatens our livelihood. The diagnosis has significantly impacted our income that our farm needs to survive. The disease threatens to take away not only my livelihood, but the livelihood of the 6 other families whom I employ. So far in 2026, there are 7 herds either identified as TB positive herds or herds that still have results pending. 5 of those cases are outside the modified accredited zone, which indicate that the disease is spreading. If this disease continues to spread, it will be detrimental to farms in the entire state of Michigan. I strongly believe we must fight to protect our food sources, whether it be dairy, cattle, beef, cattle, or deer. I'm a sportsman, as are many of my family members. However, I'm a dairyman first, a 4th generation dairyman who has worked his entire life to ensure what his great-grandparents founded continues, a promise to consumers to produce healthy dairy products to feed the world. Without food, we starve, physically and economically. Therefore, I'm encouraging you to please take farmers into consideration when you're voting on the changes to allow feeding and baiting, the $1 rule, license changes, and the shortening of seasons. If any changes need to be implemented, I feel that the state needs to allow more deer to be harvested as the deer population continues to increase year over year. That ends the letter from Corby. I know over the last month, you've gotten around 1,100 emails from Farm Bureau members where they voice their opinions on the whole suite of proposals that you're considering. To highlight a few things, Michigan Farm Bureau remains opposed to the $1 rule. We do support earn a second buck as an incentive to increase antlerless harvest. That line is right from our policy book, an incentive to increase antlerless harvest. Also, bucks cause just as much damage or more than does, especially when you talk about fruit producers. Bucks can rub up their trees and destroy mature fruit producing trees. So this isn't just an issue of deer management for these people. It is their small businesses, their livelihoods at stake. As far as the antlerless changes go in the proposed reduction of bag limits kind of statewide, we support the universal system as it is currently constructed. It is simplifying regulations for hunters. It is a valuable tool for those people that need to employ it. They are not required then to go through DMAPs, have added administrative burden at a time when they would rather be in the field farming or hunting. And so we support that. And as I reminded you last month, if you look at the chart that the DNR provided of the number of people using each subsequent deer tag, it goes downhill until you get to that 10th one and there's an uptick, because that 10th doe tag is an important tool for some people and they do use it. Similarly, the January hunt. You saw the graphic that Chad and Brent put up this morning with the January hunt. It is exceeding all expectations. I was in the room with some of you when that was first passed, and we didn't think it would have a dramatic increase in harvest. It really kind of has. It has proven to be a tool that people really like. I know a lot of our county farm bureaus hold their doe derbies in January. They're planning on it already this year, well, 2027, but it's a tool that we shouldn't take away when it has a proven impact and when it really appears to be working. So with that, behind me are a few more farmers. We had quite a few that are in the field today and couldn't make it, but they sent you letters even separately from what Farm Bureau set up for you guys. I, again, encourage you to listen to their stories. They're a constituency that you don't often get to hear from. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Kevin Gould and George Quackenbush.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is George Quackenbush. I'm a sportsman, lifelong sportsman, a deer hunter. And also, for the last 20 years, it's been my pleasure to represent people like the gentleman to my left for the cattle producers of this state. We appreciate the opportunity to speak with you all. about these matters regarding the deer herd. And I guess before we get started, I'd just like to point out that we recognize that some of these recommendations, this has been a process. I commend you all for looking at all viewpoints and as you wrestle with everybody's opinions and viewpoints on this matter. So we appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, cattle producers are stewards of the land, their livestock, the wildlife, and their communities. As the NRC considers changes to deer management, it's essential to weigh how those changes affect the people that are most impacted by Michigan's deer herd. And I would submit to you that few are impacted more than cattle producers, like the one you just heard about, when bovine TB spreads from deer to cattle. Bovine TB is not new to Michigan. In fact, we've battled the wretched disease for over 30 years. What is new is the alarming pace at which the disease appears to be spreading. Since just last November, you heard it just a moment ago, we've had 7 positive cattle herds identified. And most of those, the most concerning thing is that the majority, all but one, is outside of the 4-county modified accredited zone where we expect to find the disease. Just a few of those, for example, a couple in Presque County, the one in Alpena County that you just heard about. Also a dairy in Charlevoix County, announced back in February, and just last week, a beef herd in Iosco County, in southern Iosco County, became Michigan's 88th, by my count anyway, TB positive cattle herd. The disease is spreading and continues to force these multi-generational family farms out of business. And it's heartbreaking to get those phone calls from folks whose life's work in breeding their cattle herd is destroyed because of this disease, not to mention the economic impact that it makes in those communities. TB affects more than the owner of the individual herd, however. Epidemiological investigations and tracebacks create this spider web of quarantines and testing requirements, movement restrictions that can affect producers across all of Michigan and indeed across the country. The rise in positive herds will likely prompt a reevaluation of our state's memorandum of understanding between Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, DNR, and USDA. That agreement sets the restrictions on cattle producers in the TB zone and also outlines the deer surveillance responsibilities of the DNR. Together, all of this equates to lost opportunities for cattle producers statewide, and especially those in the northern Lower Peninsula. Cattle producers understand that overcrowding leads to disease, and the same is true for deer. The department's surveillance data shows clearly that thousands of deer today carry bovine TB and spread it across the landscape. It's been happening for years. This continued growth of our deer herd will only worsen that problem. So as management changes, deer management changes should be made with these true realities in mind. That TB is a density-dependent disease, and in many areas the deer numbers are just simply too high. Shifting the harvest towards more antlerless deer harvest is a positive step that we strongly support, but it needs to be done in a way that does not reduce hunting opportunity and that advances disease eradication efforts. In general, Michigan Cattlemen's Association policy is to use sound biological science and management to reduce the disease risk. Therefore, we urge you to support the one buck rule, but also add the earn a second buck. We've had a lot of discussion about that today. It will encourage the antlerless harvest, and also I wanted to mention that submission of the antlerless heads for testing would be a way to reinforce the conservation principles and also help the department meet their surveillance goals. Universal antlerless license, we urge you to maintain that, particularly in areas of high disease risk, and those numbers need to be updated based on discovery of disease in different counties. We'd urge you to consider continuing the early, the late, extended late antlerless seasons and apply those to disease areas, and also to maintain the muzzleloader seasons. And finally, MCA remains opposed to antler point restrictions in any areas where there is a disease risk. With that, I'd like to turn the rest of my time over to Kevin Gould.
Thank you, George. And I appreciate the commissioner's willingness to take public comment today. My voice is a little bit weak, but I'm Kevin Gould. I'm a retired MSU Extension educator over 30 years, currently serve as the Michigan Cattlemen's Association president. Served on the board for over 25 years of MCA, and we are here to talk about deer management today as it results to our bovine industry, beef and dairy across the state of Michigan. So The focus really of our attention today is to look at strategies that meaningfully reduce deer numbers and encourage hunter harvest across the state of Michigan for antlerless deer, mainly does. That's a really key factor here because our population, we think, is 250,000 above where it should be September 1 numbers. And we're going to have to work at this for a number of years. Simply trading a 1 buck for 1 doe will make some progress. We appreciate that effort, but it's not going to solve our problem long term. We got to go deeper into that. So we need to look at ways to motivate a hunting community, which has been declining significantly since I started tagging along with Dad back in the late 60s, early 70s. I've been at this over 50 years. Our deer herd has gone up and down, as mentioned earlier. Hunters will harvest to a certain point. They start losing their recreational opportunities and they back off. So we need to strengthen opportunities to the DNR to really educate our hunting community as to the situation we have in the state of Michigan with an overpopulation, what the impact is to our animal agriculture and agriculture in general, and really get the hunting community to understand the challenges that are faced by agriculture across the state of Michigan. We are on the same land. Hunters are farming communities are sportsmen for the most part as well, whether they're harvesting the deer or encouraging family members and friends and so forth to do the same. So they're the tool that we have on the land base to help us out. And I think we want to encourage our hunting community to be part of the solution where we can. Hunters who make a significant impact in the process of reducing our antlerless deer herd should be considered conservation partners. Okay, we often think of people hunting deer, harvesting does as negative to our sustainable herd in Michigan. I think the opposite's true. Bringing down the antlerless deer herd population in the state of Michigan helps the health of our herd, helps the health and safety of our bovine herds across the state, and keeps our farms in business. We need to maintain all the tools that we currently have on the books to bring antlerless harvest down. And I would encourage we continue our damage permits, our disease control permits, our DMAP system. I personally hunt on a farm in Clare County where I can't tell me how many years we've used the DMAP system to harvest does, and it's a heavy lift every year. You know, the first 5 or 6 you shoot and find homes for them or cut yourself is fine. But when you're shooting 25 or 50 does a year to maintain the herd in a geographic area, and you're working up to Christmas to get this done, it's a heavy lift. Okay, you take the fun out of the process and you make it an effort. The hunting community is your boots on the ground. The farmers will do the work if they're not discouraged in the process. Okay, and they're the ones I think to make most impact for us relative to disease transmission, especially around our livestock operations. We also need to look at this disease situation we've had the last 30 years, the spillover from wildlife into our bovine herds. It's not a deer problem. It's not a bovine problem. It's a people problem. I said this 7 or 8 years ago in front of some of the same commissioners. The problem hasn't gone away. I think it's worsened. So we've got to look at this disease as density dependent. Okay, where the deer populations are highest is the highest risk for disease transmission when we have bovine herds in those places. We can't keep jeopardizing our livestock operations in northern Michigan, which potentially has a spillover. It's already going west. It potentially has a spillover to southern Michigan, where we have a much higher density of livestock operations, which means more families out of business and more costs of state revenues to test and try to surveil this problem. It's not going away with our current management. So one other issue there that I look at is vitally important as a livestock producer, looking at packing capacity in the state of Michigan that's declined, finding packers for our community-based food systems and providing beef, pork, and lamb to our producers is a number of processors that are willing to process deer with CWD and TB present has declined. So we've got to look at ways to increase deer processing if we're going to harvest 200,000 more antlerless deer in the state of Michigan over time or each year. We've got to have a place to put them. I'd rather not see these deer landfilled. There's a hell of a good protein source there that our human population can utilize. So cattle producers are willing to partner, okay, and be part of the solution here to the problem. The biggest problem I have is George and I often aren't at the table when the decisions are made. So please give us the opportunity to be at the table, to find reasonable solutions, and I encourage you as commissioners to take our comments to heart, and we are here anytime for you to reach out to us for discussions and solutions to the problem. So again, I appreciate the opportunity to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Matt Ranker. Can you tell me George was, Brent was not here? Or done? Get a green button?
Is it? Yeah, I do now. I didn't know they turned it off on me. Hi, my name is Matt Ranker. I'm a hunter and farmer from Hanover Township, Jackson County, Michigan. Last month, they showed that I'm where the chronic wasting disease is a hot spot in Jackson County. Please don't ruin deer hunting in Michigan by making these changes. We just need cheaper doe license so more does get shot. I just can't see how taking 7 days away from gun hunters is fair or going to reduce the deer herd. I have 2 brothers that don't bow hunt. It would leave them only 18 days to hunt. Last month, the DNR said it was the mature bucks that spread chronic wasting disease, and you just heard they also spread TB. And all these changes are an attempt to let bucks get more mature. So if you make these changes, you are telling us that chronic wasting disease is not a concern. That takes away your reason for not baiting. You should allow baiting anyway, so more does get harvested. It's the first thing the so-called sharpshooters do when the city of Jackson pays them $368 per deer to take them out of Alsharp Park. The DNR sent me an email, and in it, Brent Rudolph, the DNR's deer, elk, and moose management specialist, was quoted as saying, the elk changes are geared toward hunter convenience and increasing opportunities to harvest elk, while these proposed whitetail rule changes do the exact opposite for the average deer hunter. Then to add insult to injury, they sent another email showing a guy with 2 bull elk in 1 year, approximately 900 elk in Michigan, and they let a guy shoot 2 bulls. But there are 1.7 million deer in Michigan, and they are talking about going to 1 buck. It's just not logical. In 2024, some 156,000 bucks were taken, with a reported 8% taken on the second buck tag. That's 12,500 deer. That's all we're talking about. You're not going to increase the bucks that much because you go to 1 buck state. There was a University of Florida study by Professor of Wild Sciences, Dr. Ron Lebowski, that showed deer have more bucks when the doe to buck ratio favors does. So if you change the ratio, they will have less bucks and more doe fawns. The exact opposite of what we need. That is science. How many are going to die of increased chronic wasting disease, or EHD, or TB? How many more are going to die in car accidents because of increased ruck activity? How many are going to suffer ground shrinkage and be left to go to waste because you can't be tagged because of APRs? So out of 12,000, what do you gain? 6,000 bucks by going to a 1 buck state? Really? We're doing all this for 6,000 bucks? Wisconsin lets you harvest 2 bucks. Let's stay like Wisconsin. Let the hunters enjoy taking them instead of letting them go to waste. Last year, using crop damage permits, regular license, and deer management permits, we harvested 2 bucks and 21 does from my farm. We still had deer coming into my backyard, eating corn out of my corn cribs at the end of April. As you make your decision, I would ask that you consider what impact it has on these 2 problems. 1, is it going to reduce the deer herd? 2, is it just going to help recruit more hunters? Turning the whole state of Michigan into a deer ranch with shortened gun season and antler pointer season is not going to help either problem. Of the 2 bucks taken on my farm last year, 1 buck was taken by my grandson. It was a small 6-point. At that moment, he was the happiest kid alive. I think it would be a lifelong hunter. The second one was taken by my veteran disabled brother. It was a 4-point. It might be his last deer ever. Are you really going to take away these treasured memories away with APRs so a few can brag about how big a buck they shot? Please don't ruin deer hunting in Michigan by putting in antler point restrictions. Why shorten the muzzleloader season? And I quote the DNR, reducing the season length would address the concerns expressed by some deer hunters about late season harvest pressure on antlered deer by hunters with firearms. I see my time's up, so I'm going to quit reading. You guys are all worried about how to report a doe to get your second buck license. It's easy. The processing plant, everybody takes their deer. Well, not everybody. I take all my deer to get a processed. They stamp your tag. You guys are using them to get us to use to make sure we report our deer. It's not that big an issue. They're local. If you don't want to have them process your buck, you can still take your buck there and have that, or take your doe there and have them stamp your tag that you killed a doe before you get your second buck license.
Thank you.
It's easy.
George Lindquist, you're up.
Green. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name's George Lindquist. I'm here representing the West UP Citizens Advisory Council. We did a write-up here a while back. May not reflect everything that was talked about today, but I'll try to get through this. The UP Citizens Advisory Councils were formed to give input to the DNR and NRC on meetings that affect the Upper Peninsula. The East and West Councils are made up of individuals representing sporting interests, conservationists across the UP. 2 years ago, October, at our annual joint CAC meeting, I asked DNR research specialist, Dr. Tyler Pajoli, how many deer per square mile were found in the 3 zones of the UP Predators Prey study. Having worked on this study, he said that in their high snowfall zone, there were 3 to 10 deer per square mile. Mid-snowfall zone had 12 to 18, and the low snowfall zone in Menominee County had upwards of 40 deer per square mile. Since the study was completed, the UP deer herd in the mid to high snowfall zone has only declined, judging by the continued reduction in kill in these areas. Safari Club International has published reports stating that hunters tend to drop out when deer numbers get around 7 deer per square mile. This high snowfall zone is already at that point, and we've already lost a lot of hunters because they feel it's no longer worth their time. Our main concern with these proposed deer regs is not the 1 buck idea. The real problem is the 1 doe tag. The mid to high snowfall zones simply don't have the deer numbers to do this with. Both the DNR and Commissioner Walters' proposals result in significant increase in antlerless take across the UP. These are proposals that were developed to increase the antlerless take in southern lower peninsula, where there is a growing deer herd where they're trying to control. Trying to plug in nearly the same rules here in the UP, where we have a declining deer herd, makes no sense whatsoever. Given our declining deer herd, our West UP CAC put together a resolution asking that no rule changes be made that increase the take in the mid to high snowfall zones of the UP. You all received that last month, including supporting documents, along with 2 other resolutions asking to not allow antlerless take in archery season in these areas. The DNR seems to be ignoring the previous studies that Sportsman's funded by Lou Berm and John Azoga here in the UP. These 2 and their colleagues studied UP deer survival, herd dynamics, effects of winter, etc. for many years. Azoga has written that a fawn that has lost its mother has a near zero chance of making it through a UP winter, as they are in the very bottom of the social pecking order and is shunned by other deer. He has suggested that from a biological standpoint, we would be better off shooting the fawn rather than the doe, since it won't survive anyway. Increasing naturalist take will have a compound effect on the population in the mid to high snowfall zones. Further reducing this deer herd will only result in more hunters dropping out of hunting altogether. I have to ask, what are the actual goals here? Bring numbers down in line with winter habitat? And what are those numbers? Cut our deer herd in half? Then what? At that point, most hunters would consider we no longer have a huntable population. We've already given you solid information that on opening morning, hunters have been seeing 3 does for every buck for years. Hunters have also shot more 3.5-year-old than 1.5-year-old bucks for years. Over 97% of UP hunters do not shoot 2 bucks. If you want to compare other states, we only have to look at northern Wisconsin or Minnesota. In their areas with low deer numbers, they don't allow antlerless take. Coincidentally, there's winters that are not quite as harsh as ours, but they also have unchecked wolves. As been said by those that know more than me, we're not going to fix what is wrong with the UP deer herd by regulations alone. Hunters are not the main drivers of this herd. Winter and unchecked predators are. The sooner we shift the focus to these primary drivers, the sooner we can stabilize and improve the survival of these animals. Further running this herd into the ground only further stamps out the great UP traditions that have made the UP what it is. The UP is the only area in the country that has never had to close a deer season because of lack of deer. Let's make sure we keep it that way. Questions, comments? We've got some pretty good, I've sent you pretty good documentation here, some pretty good data. One of the things that was left out by earlier talk was the UP Deer Camp Survey, and that's been done for many years. There's a lot of great information in there. It's as solid as any other survey or study you can find.
Thank you, George. Jeffrey Andrews.
Well, Commissioners, Director, Jeff Pantis from Montgomery County Quality Deer Cooperative. And I didn't pre-prepare anything, so I kind of wanted to listen to see read the room a little bit and see where we're going. So I'm going to hit on a couple things. Because I was back in I don't know who was here, I don't remember back in the days when we had the Let Them Go, Let Them Grow group that were pushing for APRs, and there was a lot of data on that. And I'm going to get to you. You had a question about a buck not reaching the antler point. The odds that a buck is never going to reach the antler point limit sometime in his life is very low. It was proven. Jim Brocker, there was a lot of guys that pulled up data on that. It can happen. A buck can live his whole life and only ever be a 4-point or whatever. That's just how it is, but he doesn't necessarily carry them genetics. But I can also be hit by lightning right after I win the lotto. It's pretty low. There's another thing too about APRs, that our youth in this state would be exempt from APRs. And I'm very, very particular about getting other people out hunting. I've heard a couple different things about opportunity and tradition. So I'm going to kill both of those right here real quick. The opportunity and the tradition. Some of the traditions should go away. But I'm going to go back to the opportunity. To go out and kill a nice buck and a doe where you can, or a couple extra does wherever there's feasible. But let's change the tradition to shoot another buck to taking somebody new hunting. How about let's do that? Let's take a youth hunt, a friend hunting, co-worker, somebody, an aunt, an uncle, a mom, a dad, somebody else, take somebody else hunting. There's an opportunity. Boy, I sure would love to see that tradition. I wouldn't care about anything. That'd be great, wouldn't it? I see you guys all just sitting there thinking. I think that's pretty important. APRs is, I'm going to push on that a little bit harder because I'm reading the room a little bit, and I think the one buck's going to come along, and I think we're going to hit that earn a buck. I'm the president of that group in Montgomery County, and I advocate for a lot of things. Finances are a big issue right now with the DNR. I'm not advocating for a one buck and you get to go out and you get to shoot your buck, your doe, and you go out and get a second buck. I'm going to advocate for that other doe, the next doe after that.
doe after that. I want to make revenue for the DNR. That's what I can do with regulation changes. It's so much easier for me to advocate to the people underneath me or to the people in state, the people I talk in our meetings, on social media. I can advocate shooting more does if we protect that one buck, that 1 year. APRs are designed to protect bucks 1 year. We're not going to have a mad dash of 5, 6, 7, 8-year-old bucks on the landscape. They're running around spreading disease. We talk about CWD and how the older bucks spread the disease. Well, guess where them bucks are getting their disease? I don't know if you ever heard the rose petal effect, but does are designed in family groups, and it's a rose petal effect. They lay out in their little areas where moms, aunts, sisters, and everything lay, and bucks go from them cohorts to cohort. That's all they do in the fall. And they're checking those does. So those bucks are catching that CWD from somebody, and it's not other bucks. They're catching them from them doe cohorts. We need to lower, and I completely agree. We have to lower doe populations if we add bucks to the landscape, and I could advocate for that. But we're going to have to add those bucks, and I would rather see bucks that can't produce more deer, because baby deer come from mama deer, right? And we all know that. I can advocate for lowering those numbers to get the rest of the babies off the landscape if we protect some of them younger bucks. I'm sure most of you have your mind made up what we're going to do today. And I'm pretty much, that's about what I got. There's a thing about opportunity and tradition, and I really want to see that this commission and the DNR will push that, changing that tradition to getting more people into the woods to make more revenue, to make this a better thing, a better product. You're going to earn more money. Bottom line, I can call my legislature. If you're doing what I hope we can do and make it a better, I'll be the first one to get a hold of my representative. Bottom line. So thank you guys for your time. I know it's been pretty hard for y'all. It's been up and down, a lot of stuff going on, a lot of rumors, a lot of this, a lot of that, a lot of angry, a lot of this, pointing fingers. This is just a mess for all of us, no matter where you are, whether you support $1, $2, $6, wherever. It's a mess for every one of us, and the division needs to stop. We all got to be that three-legged stool: habitat, herd, and hunter management. That's the management. It's a three-legged stool. You kick one of those legs out from underneath of it, it all goes to pot. Every one of them. So thank you guys for your time.
Jeff.
Eric Schnell.
Well said, Jeff. You saved me some time, I think, here today. And thank you, Commissioners, Director, for the opportunity to talk to you today. I am here representing the Red Creek Co-op, which is just to the south of where Jeff's Montcalm County Co-op is. We're northwest Ionia County, a little bit of northeast Kent County. And we're in the heart of a high density and disease CWD area. So this is a very important meeting for me, important meeting for our deer herd. And we got together as a co-op in February. We talked about the various regulations that we saw coming down the path. We voted on them. We didn't know the details, but I got a good sense of what we can support. And we can support overwhelmingly APRs. We were unanimous that our group would support APRs. We lived through the 3-year experimental period. We saw what it did. We lived with what it did. We saw the decrease in the does. We did see more bucks making it to 2.5. But in terms of worries about the mature deer, which are where most disease is in the herd, Sarah's told you that, we don't have many bucks that make it to 3.5 and 4.5. If you're a 3.5-year-old buck, your life expectancy is very short. If you got 4.5s and 5.5s are extremely rare animals in our area, even with a cooperative and during a period when we had those APR restrictions. On the other hand, does, we have many, many, many does. In the time I've been working on my farm, we've had many, many does, 5.5, 6.5, 7.5, 8.5. My oldest was a 9.5-year-old doe. That is where the disease is. The vast majority of the disease in our area is in our doe herd, not in our buck herd. We'll continue to be very good at killing bucks. Don't worry about that. So I wanted to tell you a quick story about another state. 25 years ago had the same problems we're facing today. High densities. They didn't have the CWD problem, but their farmers couldn't make money on their crops and were going out of business. Their foresters were going to lose their forest certification. They weren't regenerating their forests. Their wildflowers have disappeared from their forests. The shrub layer was gone. Deer had literally eaten themselves out of house and home. Some very brave folks in the Game Commission at the time in that state, along with a guy by the name of Gary Alt, who was the deer biologist at the time, decided that they needed to make some change. And it was very hard. The culture there was very much about buck harvest and not harvesting does. They had to go into meetings with bulletproof vests on for a while there. It was tough. But they had a 1 buck rule. They then implemented APRs on top of that. Today, 25 years later, they are harvesting 1.6 to 1.7 antlerless deer per antler. That is amazing statistic, one of the best in the country, and something we could strive for and accomplish here. They've got more hunters than we do. They have more hunters per square mile. So you can't compare every state. None are identical, but they have very similar challenges. Great book. You can read about it. I want to talk about earn a second buck. It's a tool. It's not meant, it's a tool that should be used strategically. I love the heat map idea. I love the DMU idea. Go in and focus in on an area where the existing tools are not getting enough doe harvest and use it. It's effective. The criticisms about it, I think were handled well by Brent as far as the ghost does. There's ways you could do it. Smartphones can take a time-dated picture when you register your deer. You could have people without smartphones go to a DNR office and do it. Button bucks, if we're going to be effective at killing more does, getting our harvest to where it needs to be, the fact is you're going to get more button bucks killed in the process. It's a mistake. People can solve that mistake through education and binoculars. Most people, once they make the mistake once, are far less likely to make it a second or third time, but it's going to happen, especially with people that haven't harvested does before. So in Virginia, when they did it, they looked real closely at it. I think it's a statistical fluke, but they actually saw the number of button bucks getting killed go slightly down. So don't ask me why. Might be a fluke, but I thank you very much for your time. And thank you for putting up with all of us hunters and being so open-minded.
Thank you, Eric. Drew Whalen.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Director, and Brooke. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. At the last meeting, somebody apparently referred to me as the guy with fancy hair. Whoever said that, it wasn't one of you. I'm going to choose to take that as a compliment, so thank you. But in all seriousness, it made me realize something. I need to start making a name for myself. So here I am, and for as long as you serve on this commission, you will continue hearing from me. After that first meeting I attended, I realized very quickly that this commission was different, and you actually had me hooked. I believed you were finally going to make the right decision. And when I talk with anybody back at home, I told them this commission is going to be the one. To this day, nobody believed in me. Frankly, I understand why. The NRC has strung us along for years. Promised change, delayed change, debated change, only to end up in the exact same place. It's kind of like that one toxic ex-girlfriend. Every time you think things are finally different, it somehow ends with the same disappointing result. Despite the frustration, I was still defending this commission every single time. That was until last week. I was reminded all of my friends were right. Out of left field, someone on this commission is trying to sneak in, earn a second buck. And it makes so much sense, right? So many other states are doing it, right? And they're successful at it, right? Over the last few months, we believed in you to make the right decision. And that's the best you come up with in the 11th hour behind our backs. This state will continue to be the laughingstock of deer management, but a couple of you still have an opportunity to be the adult in the room. Your vote is supposed to be for the betterment of the resource, not us. So stop giving Michigan deer hunters the ability to take $2. Move forward with $1 rule with an APR for 2026 and prove to us this commission values the resource over politics, money, and whiny, entitled hunters. I have a short story and a message for Michigan deer hunters. A few years ago, I was working down in Ohio and met a guy at a bar who was a few years younger than me. We both loved deer hunting. So as you can imagine, we sat at that bar for a while talking about deer. We stayed in touch over the next week. He tags out and he calls me. And I was still a stranger to him pretty much at that point. He tagged out, so he offered to take me hunting on his private farm. So I went, and we sat all day 20 foot up in that tree, and we goofed off literally the entire time. And I've never laughed so hard and had that much fun deer hunting in my life. That one selfless gesture created a friendship that exists today. And that experience taught me a lesson. Hunting is not always about ourselves. When you ask a former hunter why they stopped hunting, the answer is usually the same every single time. They've lost access. If we're going to slow down the rapid decrease of hunters in Michigan, we need to start thinking beyond ourselves. Michigan hunters, if you live in a high density area and you aren't shooting does, you need to start, period. If you're shooting $2 and hanging it up, you are the problem. The excuse that I don't need the meat is no longer valid when venison donation programs are readily available across much of Zone 3. The other excuse that you're not paying $20 for a tag is ridiculous. It's cheap recreation. I can't go to the bar with my friends for $20 or less nowadays. Stop being lazy, make a difference, be a real steward of the land. And beyond that, I challenge every hunter in this state, if you've filled your freezer, make it a goal this year to introduce someone new into hunting, or invite someone you know that hasn't hunted in years because they've lost their access. Use hunting to create opportunities and relationships that extend beyond ourselves. Let's all try to be better in 2026 and shift Michigan's deer culture. Commission, I will leave you with this. I would bet that hunters are more willing to do these things when they don't have that second buck tag in their pocket. That's the main reason why I believe so few of us are even taking a single doe. For years, our buck-centric regulations have created an antler-crazed disease unlike any other state. Commission, let me ask you this. If you all have kids, do you give them everything they want when they whine to you? I sure hope not. But that is what the NRC has done for Michigan hunters time after time. What has that done in return? It's created a bunch of spoiled brats. And that's why we're in this position today. So force change on those who are failing to put the resource before their own desires. Taking care of the deer herd is the #1 priority. So show us that. You all need to put an end to the mulligan buck for the 2026 deer season today.
Thank
Thanks.
you. Mark? Mark Barger. Is he here? No? Okay, Jeremy Foreman?
That mic's on, right?
Has
First
a little
off-
green light if it's on.
Is it on?
Yep.
It's on. All right, first off, thank you for letting me speak today. I wasn't able to get to Lansing. I live in Aranac County, Michigan, which is lower part of Zone 2. Lansing is about 2.5 hour drive. Get started here. My name is Jeremy. I live in Aranac County. I primarily hunt Zone 2. I've hunted Tuscola, Lapeer, Saginaw, Midland, a lot of counties in Zone 3. First got out in the woods with my dad. You guys want to talk about traditions? My dad took me out when I was 5. In 1986, I took hunter safety. In 1987, I bought my first small game license, my first archery deer license. That's tradition. All my kids hunt. November 15th, there's talk about moving it back. What's the point? It's a 100-year tradition. Let's talk about tradition again. They want to shorten the season. Fine. Let's shorten the season. Let's keep it. Let's go 7 days, but let's open it on November 15th, just like everybody else does, or like we have been for years. It gives bow hunters the time to hunt. I don't like the quiet time that they're suggesting, a quiet time in between November 10th and November 15th. That's prime time to be in the woods. But yet, let's knock the deer herd down, but let them breed. Doesn't make sense. We have 3 zones in the state, right? 1, 2, 3. UP, Northern, Lower, Southern. We have 82 DMUs. Out of them, we have a couple multi-county units that I feel are going well with the Northwest 13 and the 487 taking care of tuberculosis. Why can't we have more multi-county units? Maybe 8 or 10? Solve the problem. We have mandatory registration, which falls back onto those multi-county units. If we're harvesting 10 does in Aranac County, but only 5 in Huron County, well, then we can switch stuff up. I know it's probably the opposite number there because there's a lot more does in Zone 3. But I've noticed a lot of people aren't talking about Zone 2 today. It's been the UP or Zone 3. We all know there's a huge doe population and problem in Zone 3. I gotta get my glasses on, sorry. The proposed new combo tag is a 1 buck, 1 doe. There is not so far a singular buck tag. I talked to Brett just outside at lunch. It is going to be a singular doe tag. Problem with that is my dad's a Vietnam veteran, 76 years old, served in the Marine Corps. There's been times he's on his limited income. He can't afford $40 to buy a single tag. And you're saying to him, well, now you can only shoot a doe. You can't shoot a buck in this state. It's going to fall on other lower income families too. I don't think that's right. It's limiting the opportunity for people to take even 1 buck in the state. It's going to hurt revenue. I've seen 2 other people reach out about the button bucks. I believe 2010 button buck warning got taken out of the guide. Why can't we put it back in there? Like he said, simple pair of binoculars and looking at what you're doing before you shoot it. How many antlerless males get shot every year? They couldn't give us a number, could they? We'd like to know that. I think it's more significant than the number of second bucks that get taken at 6%. We're going to look at buck structure. Stop shooting these button bucks and the bucks that have dropped their antlers, and then boom, we got better buck structure, right? Personally, I'd like to see a return to the muzzleloader season. I'm an avid muzzleloader hunter. Maybe we do a 3 to 7 day muzzleloader only with possibility of a third either sex tag at $20 would increase revenue. I mean, I don't know how many muzzleloader hunters are sitting in this room right now, but I know I loved it, and I haven't fired my muzzleloader at a deer in 2 years in Zone 2. Zone 3, let's do something. I spoke to Chad outside earlier. What can we do to increase hunter participation in, or farmers in the HAP program? Get more farmers into the HAP. You got Farm Bureau sitting back here. Why don't they talk to them farmers that they represent, get them into the HAP program so we can get more antlerless deer down there. Maybe even see a decrease in antlerless license to get people like me from Zone 2 to go down to Zone 3 and shoot some does. 1 buck rule. Okay, that's the big elephant in the room, right? Everybody's got their opinion on it. Everybody's got legitimate arguments about it. There's just as many 1 buck states out there as there are 2 buck states, and none of them are doing fine. Oklahoma, Texas, and South Carolina are all 3 buck states, and they're doing fine. I say keep it as it is with the combo. It's great that the combo license can be used for antlerless deer, but keep the 4-point antlerless restriction. 1 buck. They talk about pilot program, earn a buck. Yeah, let's check it out. But let's use the numbers that we got from the mandatory registration to do all those. And I yield any time back. Thank you.
Thank you. Here, Dan Stewart.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Dan Stewart. I'm a small business owner in Northwest Michigan and have spent 28 years hunting public land across all four corners of the Lower Peninsula. I now spend 99% of my time hunting in the Northwest 12. And it's the best public land deer hunting I've had of all my years of hunting. Wildlife management must be led by biology and sound science, not social pressure. We don't need a wait and see approach with OBR when we already have years of data proving that antler point restrictions work right here in Michigan. In the Northwest 13, APRs have maintained a staggering 78% approval rating. APRs have a proven track record wherever they have been tried in Michigan. Why we haven't implemented them statewide, I don't know. That isn't just a majority, it's a mandate from the people actually walking the woods. We hear both sides arguing over buck numbers, but current proposals ignore a critical segment of the herd, the button buck. Around 15 to 20% of our annual antlerless harvest consists of button bucks. That is roughly 20 to 30,000 male deer a year tagged as antlerless. Nobody talks about this. The hard truth is that a one buck rule saves exactly 0 deer. If you implement OBR, you won't save more males. You will simply shift the harvest pressure onto button bucks, the dumbest deer in the woods. Hunters who are limited to an antlerless tag with little time but still need to fill a freezer will naturally target the most vulnerable antlerless deer available. OBR doesn't protect the herd. It hurts the herd even more as a larger percentage of button bucks and shed bucks will be shot in December. Ernie buck has been a failure in Wisconsin and dropped due to increased button buck kills. Why bring a failure of an idea to Michigan? We already know the outcome. I work 40 to 60 hours a week from mid-February through mid-October. Hunting is my vital downtime. While I take a doe when populations allow, that isn't what drives me into the woods. If OBR passes, my season could be over by the first week of November with one nice buck. Like many others, I would pack up and head out of the state to hunt somewhere else with my money. In many areas I hunt, the doe numbers don't warrant a harvest. The second tag in the combo license is what keeps me in the woods. 28 years of spending an average of 40 days in the woods, I've only tagged out once. The combo tag is an insurance policy for our up north economy where I'm from. Hunters won't take vacation time to spend money on hotels, fuel, and gear just to shoot a doe. If you remove the incentive to be in the woods, you lose the hunter, and the local economy loses the revenue. The OBR narrative suggests there are does behind every tree. That isn't the reality. In the Northwest 12, I am seeing more bucks than does. Between predators and farm thinning with unlimited tags, the does aren't there. On my family's 12 acres in Lapeer, we used to have to watch it for deer while driving. Now, due to a shoot everything mentality on neighboring farms, they are scarce. I haven't hunted our property in 2 years because there's no deer there to hunt. If we force hunters into a system that ignores these local realities, participation will crater. In the last month, I have talked to hundreds of hunters who oppose this. We all hunt for a different reason. The OBR crowd often labels those of us who want to keep the combo license as greedy and selfish. But it is the opposite. We want a management system that works for everyone, not just a few large landowners who want to stop the neighbor from shooting their buck they called the split G2. Many of us shoot one quality buck. If we're lucky enough to see a second, it's a rarity. Shoot a doe while we're at it. Keeping the tag is about the opportunity to hunt, not the guarantee of a kill. Take that tag away and we leave the woods. We shouldn't be forced to buy tags we don't want or hunt in a way that ignores the science of deer density. Please stay the course. Stick to the science-based management mandate by Proposal G. Reject the one buck rule and earn a buck proposals. Implement DMUs that make sense for local doe populations. Implement APRs that work for all. Let's keep Michigan hunters in the woods. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. Ryan Reynolds.
Well, I think I talked to most of you already, but it's good to see all of you. I got a whole bunch of stuff I'm going to try to cover in these 5 minutes, so I got to get going here. You all know we had a terrible winter this year along the Lake Superior watershed. I mean, we had a lot of snow, and things were really rough on the deer. I haven't found anyone that starved to death in the past week, but I was finding deer that were still starving to death after the snow were gone. I talked to Bill Scullin, one of the biologists up in the UP, about it, and he said it's probably going to keep going on for a couple more weeks. So it was a really tough winter on our deer. The first commission meeting I've ever went to was over 30 years ago, and I talked to them about habitat. More about habitat in and around wintering complexes. Now, I've been coming to these commission meetings all this time, and I try to get habitat in there every time. But it doesn't seem like we're we're not moving forward very much on this. I mean, we just don't do much around these wintering complexes, and it's so important in the UP. So I would like to see the department, and I've talked to Sarah about this, and I've talked to other people about it, some of you commissioners. We got to do something. We can't just throw, and don't get me wrong, $100,000 a year that you've been giving grants out up there is great, but it's not enough. It's not doing what we need to do around these wintering complexes. And I know the state only owns 20%, but we got to do something there. The buck to doe ratio, I hear people saying, oh, there's 1 buck for 20 does. There could be somewhere in the UP. I can tell you it's not in northern Marquette County. Before rifle season, it's about 1 to 3. And that's a pretty damn good number in a wild deer herd. We're not going to get 1 to 1. We don't want to be there in the northern UP. We're not going to have any deer left after a real bad winter, especially with wolves. The wolves chase the deer all year long, especially in the winter where they're bunched up. And it doesn't matter if you're feeding them or not feeding them, our deer are going to bunch up in the winter. They have to survive the winter. So our buck to doe ratio is not very good. I mean, it is good, but our doe numbers are not that good. We have to go into winter with, I hate to say it, but we need those does, and we need them to keep having fawns if we're going to keep any deer to hunt. So I know that's not part of any of the proposals today. So if I got to take one, I guess I'm going to go with Commissioner Nyberg's maintain the choice in the UP. I don't see trying to make people shoot more does in places in the UP where we can't afford to shoot more does. 7 of the 8 chapters of UP Whitetails those 7 chapters represent 2,400 deer hunters in the UP, voted not to shoot antlerless deer along the Lake Superior watershed. I'm not just here as one person. I'm here as 2,400 people. Now, granted, of those 2,400 people, we probably got about 400 or 500 of them that don't support what I'm saying. But the vast majority of them are supporting what I'm telling you. So please, please, we don't need this 1 buck rule right now. I'm not against the 1 buck rule. I am against using the other tag to shoot an antlerless deer. I'm not against the earn a buck thing. I think we should try it. I don't think it's a bad thing to try that. We should try it down in where these numbers are so high and see what happens down there. See if it works. It worked in Virginia. Maybe it'll work in Michigan. Let's try it. So the other thing is habitat. Please. I know I keep telling you this, but we really got to do some work around these wintering complexes. We need to put a lot of money in around there. And I know the DNR doesn't have lots of money, but I know $1.50 out of every license since 1971 goes in the Deer Improvement Fund. And I would like to see more money spent in the northern part of the state along the Lake Superior watershed where our deer need the most help. I hope I remembered everything. I wrote most of it down, but I hope I touched on all of it. I respect all of you. Me and John don't agree a lot of times, but I respect John a lot. We talk a lot about dogs and fishing and other things. But Pete,
all you guys. I know you're up here doing your best. Do your best. That's going to make our best better. Thank you.
Mike Taylor.
Thank you, Commissioners, for having me here today again. I just wanted to, what I passed out to the commissioners on February 14th, we had our annual banquet. We had 580 of our members at that banquet. Plus we had 11 people from the DNR and other guests. We had 26 workers from that were also at the banquet. So we had over 600. We did 580 of these surveys, of which we got 261 of them returned. And what the survey, I didn't leave my cell phone. What the survey said is, no, I do not support the proposed deer hunting license changes. Or yes, I do support the proposed deer hunting license changes. If you would you like me to read what we put down on the survey? It says the DNR is proposing to remove the single buck tail and change the combo deer license to 1 buck with no antler point restrictions and 1 doe. Good for any area in Michigan, including the high snowfall zone, meaning everyone gets a doe license. No additional doe permits will be issued in the high snowfall zones, but everywhere else in Michigan. Put an X at the one that, and hand it back in. Thank you. So the results that you know, people just like you guys, you're all deer hunters, and these guys are all, you know, they're deer hunters from Marquette County. We had guys from Montonagon County. We had a lot of people from Alger County, Schoolcraft County, Menominee County. They all come to our banquet. And the results were that 182 said no, I do not support the proposed deer hunting license changes, and 79 said yes, I do support the proposed hunting license changes. You know, that's a pretty good representation. It's better than 2 to 1 that they did not, people from the UP, or especially in 007 and 048, did not support the changes that the DNR was proposing. And, you know, those are for, especially, I have to point to Jim. Jim wanted, you know, more input as to what was happening in the UP, what the hunters wanted. This was a great representation. You know, 182 to 79, better than 2 to 1. They did not like the changes that the DNR had proposed. And while I'm with you, Jim, when you came up a couple of weeks ago to go in, you came up US 2 to 35, you know, 70% of our deer are all in the southern part of the UP, especially along US 2, all the way going, you can take US 2 all the way to Iron River. And that's where most of the deer are going to be. 70% of the deer in the UP are going to be below that line. I have a couple of things that I would, I wanted to ask the group that was up here when you had the DNR people here. Did they ask any of the biologists about what they in their area, what they thought about their deer proposals? I don't think they did. And I don't think, because of, I being a member of the deer advisory team, we didn't have separate meetings between the lower and the upper. And that was a big mistake, I think. And I think that the DNR wants to rubber stamp the lower and the upper peninsula. Thank you. Parks.
Commissioners. Like in the months past, I did work all last night.
Yep, push that button.
It's on
We can hear it.
screen.
Yeah.
Is that better?
Yes.
Sweet. Excuse me. At the start of this reg cycle, I kept hearing how this current commission was different. I decided to write an email in January, but wasn't expecting much. But a week later, my phone rang and there was a commissioner on the other end of it. We had a great conversation. Since then, he's made the time to have several conversations over the last few months. Commissioner Walters, thank you for caring enough to reach out with that initial call. You with a couple other people in this room are the reason I'm here today, and I've been to the last 2 meetings. Thank you. Now down to the business at hand. Decisions on baiting and feeding should be based on science with consideration given to impacts on harvest as well as ongoing disease threats. This is a statement from the Michigan Farm Bureau. When they didn't get their way with the NRC or the DNR pertaining to baiting, they went to the legislature, undermining the NRC's regulatory authority. They ignored the DNR when it came to risk of disease. They also ignored harvest data showing that hunter success rates have actually increased throughout the lower peninsula since the bait ban was put into place. They proceeded to push a bill through the House. It would be very interesting to know how many of the House members who voted in favor of that bill get donations from the Farm Bureau. Let me be clear. When it comes to baiting, personally, I can take it or leave it. I'm just pointing out a pattern of behavior. Excuse me. The Farm Bureau is against the $1 rule because they say it will limit opportunity. Let's look at some lost opportunities. According to the Michigan Ag Census, there are 45,581 farms in Michigan, which I'm part of, with many others here today. Of those 45,000 plus farms, less than 5% requested damage permits in 2025. There were 38,512 permits authorized and only 13,230 were reported filled. That's over 25,000 opportunities left unused. Yet the Farm Bureau would have us believe the sky is falling when it comes to crop damage. Yes, crop damage is an issue in many places. However, looking at these numbers, it doesn't seem to be as widespread as they'd have us believe. Now they're trying to make it easier to shoot bucks using crop damage permits. Just plain and simple, the Farm Bureau is more worried about profitability of their insurance policies they sell to their members than science-based game regulations. The combo tag, in its current form, is one of the most biologically irresponsible regulations implemented over the last 30 years. It does not encourage a balanced harvest. It actually does the opposite. No one should ever be allowed to have 2 valid buck tags in their pocket at the same time where they can quickly tag out without balancing their own harvest. This data over the last 4 years shows us that hunters who harvest 1 buck a year harvest antlerless deer at a higher rate than those who harvest 2 bucks. When we look at states that touch the Great Lakes, we see that Pennsylvania stands out above the rest when it comes to antlerless harvest. They achieved this with a $1 rule in APRs. DNR survey data shows us APRs have majority support in Michigan. The DNR presented several proposals at the April meeting, along with several amendments from commissioners. We ask, please do not ignore the DAP proposals the same way the previous commission ignored the DMI. Do not ignore the department's own biologists who back these proposals. Chad Stewart has firsthand knowledge of how a one buck rule works. You should actually listen to the biologist. Commissioners, you have the opportunity and the duty to say no to special interest groups like the Farm Bureau, to keep them from meddling in our game regulations. You have the opportunity and duty to say no to the legislature. Tyree Senator back there. Show us you truly are different from the commission of the past. The resource deserves better, and the sportsmen and women of this state deserve better. I respectfully ask that you pass the proposals and or amendments that were presented in April and that they take effect in 2026. Let's return true conservationism to Michigan while leaving the resource and landscape in better shape for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you.
One of those two doors. Sorry.
Am I good? Yeah, we're just trying to figure out how to minimize the, yeah, could you close either one or both of those doors? Okay, now, okay, all right. Hello, commissioners, Chair Becky, director is not present. My name is Rochelle Hubbard. I've spoken to you guys quite a bit this year. Although this has been the longest 30 days in between meetings I think I have ever experienced so far in all my years of being involved. What stands between the future of Michigan's deer management and status quo is the 7 of you. All eyes are on you today, from Michigan hunters to hunters in many other states. They are all watching. 2 years of deliberations among the deer advisory team, decades of advocacy from hunters and conservationists, years of professional dedication from our biologists, all have culminated in the recommendations put forth by the DAT teams and the department. Nothing else should be getting in the way of what is on the table, not without following the same level of input, deliberations, scrutiny, and brainstorming. No blind sides coming from behind closed doors, with the only support being that it sounds good on paper. Earn a second buck is not a 1 buck rule. There are still 2 bucks at play. And that buck-centric mentality that we are trying to change won't change. Everywhere that Earn a Buck has been used on a broad scale, it has had one of 2 outcomes. Either it has failed because of online reporting, ghost does, excessive button buck harvest that actually makes harvest ratios worse. Virginia's harvest ratio is not that much better than Michigan, and we don't even have Earn a Buck. Or, like in the case of Wisconsin, it has caused damage of overharvest of deer in a blind quest for a buck tag and ended in the gutting of the wildlife decision makers by the hunters themselves. Neither outcome is a good thing, and the expectation that this time will be different is the definition of insanity. Do we want to increase doe harvest in high-density areas? Absolutely, but we also do not want to cause harm and depopulate the deer. Crop damage will never be zero, and an honest conversation must be had with how many farmers are doing their part and not just buck hunting themselves. We have just as much of a responsibility to not overharvest as we do to maintain deer numbers at a healthy level. Anyone who takes a lot of does to try and manage their local deer numbers also knows it must be done with a certain amount of caution and over a period of time, especially when our knowledge of actual deer numbers is limited. I take a lot of does, more does than I can count over the years. But each and every year we monitor our local deer herd to make sure we are not overharvesting and going too far. I also understand that the attention we pay to harvest impacts is not what the majority of hunters do, far from the effort and the time that the majority will do. That is where regulations come in, so that the majority of hunters don't have to. I strongly caution going to an Earn a Buck system without knowing if our deer herd anywhere
can sustain the kind of mass scramble to take an antlerless deer when there's a buck tag on the other side. And for the exact same reason and caution, I have advocated multiple times about setting DMU antlerless bag limits at reasonable levels to start. If something is worth doing, it is worth doing right. We are the voice of the deer, since the deer do not have a voice. I have been discouraged many times, but in the end, I get back up and say to myself, I'm not really doing this for the hunter. I am doing this for the deer. So that we don't see year in and year out a deer herd that is unbalanced and that doesn't look anything close to what it biologically should, the natural state of deer. All the problems with the deer herd are 100% man-made, all because of hunter-harvest choices. And it is time to change that. The mentality of give more doe tags but keep 2 buck tags is what we have been doing for decades. And how has it worked? You have been presented with regulation recommendations that are proven to work. We are bordered by 2 states that use a 1 buck rule and bag limits by DMU to manage harvest, and they are 2 of the best examples of deer management in the nation. OBR is not complicated, yet satisfies multiple goals that the Wildlife Committee itself set out to follow. Antlerless limits by DMU adapts the degree of doe harvest to the area, something that we lack completely right now. Both work together, but we also have to actually see if they work before trying something different. Let them work. Give them time for the data collection and to see where we need to go from there. And heck, if the goal is to get that data as soon as possible, then let's do this now, in 26. 1 buck and the DMU management can be done this year, and you know it can. All you need to do is vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Rochelle.
Hi, thank you for your time. Yeah, so I guess a long time listener, first time caller, but yeah, so I sat down and jotted down a whole bunch of stuff that I really wanted to say, and then listening, I kind of wanted to wing it. This is a really important thing for me, for everybody in this room, and it's pretty exciting to see all of this passion. And so I just wanted to start out with, why I'm here and why I'm speaking. And just all the people that have talked so far. Rochelle that just talked, it was excellent. I just want to thank you for this opportunity. I'm going to keep mine short. The thing is, our own research and experiences guide our own feelings and our beliefs, right? So beliefs are so strong. So I grew up in Northeast Michigan, grew up in camp culture. We had a family camp. I've written you guys, if you read my emails, Roger City area. My wife's from Posen originally. We still have a camp, camp culture is okay. It's okay to have those traditions and still support things that are right for the resource. I feel like this is the chance. I've been watching a lot of social media on this, watching, paying attention to what you guys are doing, watching what the Department of Natural Resources is doing, and I'm just super impressed with this chance for change. And so I really appreciate what you guys are doing here. But I feel like we need change. This is so important. I have a 14-year-old that's into hunting. He's into compound. He shoots his compound bow. This year, I'm actually taking him out of state. I'm going to take him to Indiana public land. Anyways, I just wanted to mention, to backtrack, my lens has changed. I originally grew up hunting private land, Northeast Michigan. I thought that 2.5-year-old basket rack 8-pointer was a mature deer, right? I have since expanded my hunting horizons. Fortunately, my wife and I have been able to have our own property, so we still have property up there and we still hunt it, love it. We manage our property, but I've expanded. I've hunted public land across the state. I've hunted private land in across the state as well, but I've also had the chance of hunting Indiana, Ohio a couple times, Kentucky a couple times, mostly public, and Kansas. And those experiences have really opened my eyes to, wow, what we could really have here. And we actually did kind of have that years ago in the UP, right? I mean, I'm here to support the $1 rule. I'm 100% for the $1 rule. I feel like that $1 rule will actually do so many things. I believe it's going to help with the doe harvest. If you look at Indiana and Pennsylvania, what they did with that, it really helped. I think it's you want to keep those regulations simple. I think when you start complicating things with the earn of $2, what we heard with the issues with Virginia, and we heard with the issues with Wisconsin, you're putting a lot of strain on our DNR. I mean, that's just a lot of resources that are required. I think you go with what our biologists are saying, what our scientists are saying, the DAT team. Listen to your resources and listen to your constituents. And I really feel like, I hope you guys are the adult in the room and say, you don't get your $2. You need your $1. I feel like the $1 is going to change that culture. It's going to shift us to shooting more does. I mean, I tagged out myself 4 years in a row, I believe. There's a few of those years I probably shouldn't have shot that first buck, and I'm guilty of it, but I'm asking you for our resource. I feel like everybody that is for the $1 is for the resource and for the future. I want my son to have good hunting down the line. And I feel like if you go with the $1 rule, you are supporting healthy deer herd. You're supporting the buck to doe ratio. You're supporting a balanced age structure. And I think that you're going to see that the doe harvest increase big time. I think that mulligan buck thing is a real thing, and it's super important that we take that seriously. I think if you throw that I'm against the earn $2, earn the second buck. I mean, if you throw that in there, I think you're taking away that mulligan buck concept. You're still going to have that, and then you're just going to be like, there's going to be the ghost doe issue. There's going to be all kinds of issues like that. So I feel like you really need to do this. This is the chance. And I'm a professor actually in math, which is a different topic, but I'm nervous, and I'm nervous because this is so important to me. And I'm talking in front of people all the time, but I just appreciate this time. And I really feel like you need to do this for our kids, our grandkids. I mean, this is so important. And like Pennsylvania, I think you're going to see positive results if you go with what we're supposed to go with. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, JJ. David Bryce.
Good afternoon, commissioners, director, morning or afternoon. I just said that. I want to say what Drew said earlier, his buddy did for him. Drew did the same thing for me. And I hunt quite a bit on my own, but he called me one day. I didn't know this kid from Adam, and he asked me to help him out with the doe derby he was doing. And he gave me access to his lease because he wanted to get more does killed. So I just want to tell that cycle is a real thing. And it's a real thing among us. I don't know that it's a real thing among everybody in the room, but these younger guys, that's how they're going to operate. So that's how things are going to work in the future. After that, I want to say months ago, this commission laid out several clear goals for the future of Michigan's deer herd. We know what they were. For those that don't, improve buck structure, improve buck to doe ratio, and approach doe harvest with a more reactive, regionally responsive management strategy. Awesome. Those were the right goals. They were the right goals. Somewhere along the line, I think this entire conversation stopped focusing on the resource. I should be able to come in here and see DAT support, DNR biologist support, public support, and we've had all of those for the past year. Cool, done, 7 votes. Let's go home, keep this meeting short, not argue, get out of here. But that's not what's happening. There's a lot on the table. And when everybody argues, including I see some of you guys are at odds, and the problems remain exactly the same over and over again. We still have young buck structure, imbalanced buck to doe ratio, and a management culture that has prioritized maximum opportunity over long-term sustainability for decades. And respectfully, that culture is failing. You can't continue removing immature bucks at the rate we do and expect age structure to magically fix itself. You guys held the DNR accountable on goals. You're not going to meet your own. And that is not fantasy, that is biology. And the longer this commission delays meaningful change, the harder it becomes to reverse the damage. What exactly needs, this is why it needs to happen in 26. Not 27, not after another year of fighting, and not after another commissioner turnover, which we're about to see. For the first time in my life, Michigan hunters and the DNR have actually aligned on meaningful buck regulation. That matters because historically this conversation has always been fractured. Hunters versus biologists, hunters versus commissioners, region versus region. But right now there is actual alignment forming. Honor that alignment. It's simple. Don't water it down because the second this turns into a compromise with regulations like earn a buck, you risk destroying the very support and momentum that finally exists among meaningful reform. A statewide one buck rule across the upper and lower peninsula is the single most immediate and meaningful change this commission can make. Statewide, not partial, not watered down, upper and lower peninsula, because these problems are statewide. Overharvest of immature bucks is statewide. We don't age deer, so I keep hearing about these numbers. We don't age deer here. The culture that created this mess is statewide. And we're being completely honest, a lot of hunters say they want better deer hunting while defending the exact system preventing it. You cannot demand older bucks and protect a two-buck culture built around shooting deer before they ever reach maturity. It's a contradiction. It's exactly why we're here. It's exactly why I'm here. A one-buck rule paired with APRs to introduce Michigan deer management, it introduces something we've never seen, and that's restraint. A clear opportunity to send every hunter afield with an antlerless tag in their pocket. But apparently restraint has become like controversial. And I want to strongly oppose this earn a buck proposal. I think earn a buck is not some groundbreaking conservation strategy. Doe harvest under a one buck rule are fluid and natural. Under earn a buck, doe harvest becomes transactional, completely changes hunter behavior for the worse, and the burden absolutely falls on hardest on public land hunters and public land deer populations first. And I know this is a trial, but when that money starts rolling in and people see that, this is how government works. When that money starts coming in and people get a taste of it, we'll never get rid of it, and it'll expand. And those same public lands already carrying the most pressure, the worst age structure, the highest hunter conflict, are once again going to be the redheaded stepchild to a policy that it never should have been introduced to. And I'm going to stop like pretending that APRs are creating some biological disaster scenario. And he mentioned it earlier. Whitetail deer aren't even skeletally mature until they're 4.5 years old. We're not creating armies of ancient bucks roaming the woods spreading disease. They're primarily allowing bucks to survive past their first birthday. That's it. Sole purpose, one birthday. The overwhelming majority of Michigan bucks never even come close to maturity. In their first set of antlers. And frankly, some of the loudest people screaming about disease spread never talk about doe density, doe family groups, or habitat degradation, because blaming antlers is easier than admitting the culture itself became unsustainable. One buck, statewide, upper and lower peninsula. He talked about Gary Alt. Eric told the Alt story. Alt had support. Alt had no support. You guys do. You just have to have half as much courage as Gary Alt has to get one buck across the finish line. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So before I get started, I'm not a veteran, but I want to bring this up, and I'm sure there's veterans in this room. We have the biggest meeting of the year, and there's not a flag here. And I think the commission should put into place to say the Pledge of Allegiance every time. Good afternoon, Commission. My name is Carlton Miller, and I'm from Montcalm County. This is my third regulation cycle, and I'm tired of hearing the same thing every time. These are the same voices falling on the same deaf ears. I gave this cycle every ounce of energy that I had, and I made sure I had no regrets not trying hard enough. In the last 8 months, this has been one of the most exhausting battles I've ever been a part of. I want to thank everyone that stood side by side in our fight for what's right for the resource. I'm 36 years old, and I'm one of the first kids that went through the youth hunt. I want to thank every 30 and under kid in here fighting for a better future. I believe if it wasn't for the youth hunt, these kids would not be here today. At a previous NRC meeting a couple months back, the DNR showed a slide on where the issue resides. And while not everyone in this age group is the issue, 55 and older group was at the top of their list. What issue do I see? I see our commission is 55 and older, and I'm asking the problem group for change. You don't want change, and your votes will show today. I'm here to say I'm not waiting longer, and our voice for change will only get louder. I ask the commission to look at MUCC and where they are today. They closed their doors because they didn't want to change and adopt what the younger generation wanted. Is our DNR next going to close? All of this was a bait and switch. We have a DNR and NRC that doesn't care about the resource and they only care about money. Earn a buck wasn't even on the amendments last night, and you knew then it was already passing without mentioning it on purpose. Earn a buck is only a money grab for the department, and you all know it. Earn a buck is worthless without APRs on it. And if you don't add APRs on it, nothing will change. You've shown you don't care, or you only care about money. I was hoping in 20 years this group could have been honored, and instead will be forgotten in just a few short years. Your decisions were already made months ago before this meeting. Our state needs courage, not cowards. Being from Montcalm County, we've seen firsthand what APRs did, and I strongly encourage $1 with APRs. I will end on this. Why do we keep doing a DAT every 3 to 4 years for the last 30 years and never listen to one thing they have to say? Quit lying to the public with these work groups to act like you're open to change. Instead of a DAT team, why don't we do a deer workshop like the fur bears and the bear groups do? All the stakeholders get together and they hash everything out every year. Only pick 2 potential changes and have that work group focus on only those 2 changes. When you have too many options like this year, it always leads to opportunity for more corruption and collusion like we had during this cycle. I'm extremely disappointed in this group that you're not putting the resource first, and I hope that you vote for $1 with APRs. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol.
Tag was going to be the plan moving forward. It felt like the same bait and switch from the APR push years ago. Get our hopes up for some real positive change the state desperately needs, only to go another direction. I wanted to say some nasty things, but after talking with a good friend, I took his counsel and decided to not stoop as low as some of the things that I've seen on social media. I wanted to stay level-headed. Why I did that? He told me Proverbs 12, verse 13 says, "The way of the fool seems right, but the wise rely on counsel." Speaking of wise consulting with counsel, what's the point of the DNR biologist presentation if you refuse to listen to them? How many of you are more qualified than the team of biologists that proposed the best way to increase doe harvest, being the $1 rule, to blatantly go against their suggestion with the plan that has been known to fail time and time again, the earn a buck? The mere suggestion of that earn a buck by this commission is a blatant disregard of deer herd biology and sound science in exchange for more money. I think now's a good time to remind everyone of what happened in November of '96 with Proposal G. The people voted in 69% support to give the NRC exclusive authority over the taking of game and requires the commission, quote, to the greatest extent practicable to use principle of sound scientific management in making a decision regarding the taking of game. Our own DNR biologist did not once suggest earn a buck because the science doesn't back that up. And just mentioning it on Friday as a go-to plan spits in the face of people that voted for Proposal G and every hunter since. If there's any glimmer of hope for this state, I urge you to put aside your desire to please people, to do what's right, and putting the health of the deer herd above hunter satisfaction. I say that tongue-in-cheek because if you spend any time in social media over the past days, weeks, months, you'll see hunter satisfaction as selfishly driven. Yes, it's nice to see deer every sit. It's nice to have 2 buck tags. It's nice to continue to chase deer throughout January. But it's not nice seeing countless deer laying on the side of the road. It's not nice seeing browse lines along every field. It's not nice seeing late-born fawns knowing I'll come across them dead in the winter because they weren't able to survive. At first, I was against OBR because I was following the same emotional train of thought that a lot of people are showing today. Luckily, my mind is open enough to challenge my own beliefs, to be able to not be afraid of change. I spoke with enough people who laid out the facts of the matter. The deer herd is more important than happy hunters because happiness is misleading. As Josh stated before, if you take care of the deer herd, the hunter will always benefit. And speaking of change, I heard it said that you can either create the wave of change, ride the wave of change, or get crushed by the wave of change. And right now, more than ever, we have the chance to do something amazing, something that could set this state on the right course for change for the better. As mentioned, look at what happened with the MUCC. They didn't change with the times, and now look at them. Gone are the days of people sitting idle. You have to be blind to see that there's a generation who is okay with whatever the regs are and just bitch about them by the campfire, slowly phasing out, and the new generation of hands-on, gritty, unapologetically free to speak their mind, ambitious hunters are no longer okay with how things are. They are getting involved. We are getting involved. I wanted to speak today because of many that came before me and a lot that are in this room that have fought for years. I didn't want this day to come and go and have a feeling of regret to say I should have done more. And I want to show my kids and the up-and-coming youth that they have to fight for what they want. It's been a wild ride the past decade watching many that fight for APRs. But this $1 rule is the best bet to shift hunters' mindset towards caring for the resource instead of selfish reasons for the hunter. I've been inspired by people like Josh, Jordan, Elliot, Rochelle, Lincoln, Justin, many more. I know that there's a lot more that are behind the scenes that aren't even here. The countless hours that they poured into this cause should be enough to get everyone involved. I'm sure most, if not all of you, have made up your mind on which way you'll vote, but on the off chance someone's still on the fence, I urge you to pass the $1 rule with APRs. Let's bring value back to the doe. Let's get the herd back in balance. Let's protect the resource for future generations. Let's create this wave of change. Thank you.
Thank you. Ken, Ken Bryan.
'67 years old. I've been hunting since I was 13, 14 years old. All right. I believe in deer management. I practice quality deer management. To help manage deer population, I believe Michigan should go to an earn a buck policy, as some hunters are only hunting for a buck. To shoot a buck, you must first harvest the doe. Want another buck, you must harvest another doe first. This maintains the ability to continue hunting for the prize deer buck while managing the doe population. By doing this, you instantly increase doe harvest, and there will never be a time when more bucks are harvested than does. Yes, I'm nervous. And there may no longer be a need for the extended doe season in January. I don't believe that's, I'll go into that. Earn a buck has been proven in other states, such as Wisconsin, Connecticut, Georgia, Illinois, Maryland, Nebraska, New Jersey, Virginia, and parts of Tennessee. Forcing a 1 buck per season rule will only encourage illegal buck harvest. Longer doe seasons are not as effective after being hunted for months. They have taken refuge a lot of times in places where there's less pressure. They will also migrate to places that don't allow hunting. Other places that are posted, does eventually go there because they don't run into no scent, they don't run into no people. All hunters, whether they're youth hunts or adult hunts, should be required to earn a buck. The only exception would be disabled hunters. One of the biggest challenges to hunting a mature buck is time spent in the woods. A second buck tag is a coveted tag for a trophy buck hunter. They simply want to take their entire vacation during hunting season to be in the woods. With an earn a buck rule, hunter can stay in the woods, can hunt as long and hard as he wants, and have no regrets at the end of the season if his tag goes unfilled. Now let's look at the economy. As the economy has a trickle effect. If only 1 buck is allowed, money spent at small businesses is lost, such as gas, food, hotels, hunting camps, outfitters, food plot prep, hunting gear, property leases, etc., all impact small businesses. In closing, the NRA, the National Deer Association, the University of Wisconsin, and the American Hunter magazine all say there is no better way to manage overpopulated deer herds than to practice earn a buck. This is the right way to manage the deer herd, and you can pinpoint problem areas and address them. And that's pretty much what I got. If anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to help out, but that's my thoughts on it, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kim. James St. John. James, you here? Okay, we're going to move on down to Brad, to John. Brad here. Oh, making your way up.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Maybe a new face to you guys. This is my first NRC meeting of my life. My name is Brad D. John. Thank you. Born and raised in Newaygo, Michigan. Grew up there, learned how to hunt there, fell in love with hunting there. I've got some pages here. I'm going to try to get through this in my 5 minutes. This is something I typed up. I'm just going to try to go through it here as we go. Like a lot of hunters my age, I basically checked out of regulation conversations entirely a long time ago. Not because I stopped caring, not because of anything other than after years of watching things in this state drift further and further out of balance, it just felt pointless to me to get engaged at all. For nearly the past 2 decades, I've stopped believing in any meaningful change happening in this state, so I simply waited for the regulation book to be released. I read it, and I went to the woods. I chose to insulate myself in my hunting here in Michigan and beyond in the other states. Basically, just tell me what the rules are, and that was that. I was completely disengaged from what I perceived to be the theater of regulation. In 2025, I launched a podcast. 30 years of bow hunting. My only intention was to maybe share some stories and give some pointers to new hunters. Ironically enough, in my 12th episode, I went on a little monologue rant about what has taken place here in the state of Michigan over the past 30 years of my hunting. You can call it good, you can call it bad, whatever, but it sparked something. I would post things to Facebook. Next thing I know, I'm getting a lot of engagement. A lot of people in support of what I was saying. Some people not. All perfectly great. I love hearing the feedback. The purpose of that episode was basically just, like I said, for me to rant about what was going on in the state. To preface, prior to this podcast, I barely engaged on Facebook at all, personal or on my podcast page. After seeing the amount of engagement from everybody on both sides of the topics being discussed, I was intrigued. I started listening, I started watching, and I started engaging. And honestly, for the first time in my adult hunting life, I was cautiously optimistic that this NRC commission here was the one that was going to make some meaningful change to this state. For the first time, it sounded like there were serious conversations happening around rebuilding the herd instead of simply managing its demise. Conversations about meaningless antlerless quotas based on DMUs. Conversations about a 1 buck regulation and what it could mean for the future of Michigan hunting. It finally felt like maybe this state was ready to stop settling for mediocrity. Then out of nowhere, days before this meeting, I hear news about this earn a second buck proposition. Just like that, I felt like I was transported back 20 years ago. Same thing here in Michigan. Once again, presented with an opportunity to make bold, meaningful improvements for the future of the herd, I was looking at what I thought was going to be a commission that was going to choose the politically comfortable path instead. Respectfully, Michigan hunters are tired of it. For the better part of 3 decades, this state has mismanaged deer hunting with a level of consistency that would almost be impressive if the consequences weren't so frustrating and detrimental. We've watched age structure suffer. We've watched nearly every aspect of the hunt itself liberalized. More tags, more seasons, more weapons. We've watched participation decline. We've watched regulations become increasingly complicated while actual hunting quality has continued to erode. What's truly remarkable is somehow over the past 3 decades, Michigan has become one of the only states capable of trading both over and under harvest, all in the same state lines. Despite all that, many in this room, including myself, are still holding hope. That's why I'm here. That's why I drove up here today. OBR coupled with DMU antlerless quotas represents more than just regulation change. It represents direction, simplicity, accountability, and restraint. A chance to finally prioritize herd quality and long-term sustainability over political pressure or pressure to pacify and placate in an attempt to salvage a decline in hunter participation. Michigan hunters finally see a doorway to something better. A better herd, better hunting, better recruitment, better age structure, a future where Michigan can once again become a respected deer state instead of a cautionary tale. The moment for this NRC is right now. It's your time to lead. Michigan hunters are paying attention. We're done accepting management on fear and politics and appeasement. You have the opportunity to leave a legacy. Do the right thing. Don't choose comfort. The hunters of this state, and most importantly, the white-tailed deer, want to know who's going to continue to pay the price for the mismanagement of the herd. That's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Elliot?
Lack of transparency, backdoor deals, lies, and politics have led to some very poor decisions that have had a negative impact on not only the resource, but the department themselves. So much of that lack of distrust for the DNR has not stemmed from the DNR, but from the NRC themselves. The DNR just simply enforces.
We all thought this commission would be different, but as we have seen the last month from some, you acted no different. Chad Stewart, Sarah Thompson, and Brent Rudolph all told the DAT they would not present anything to the NRC that they could not support biologically. The DAT brought forward OBR and the DNR supported it. The DNR analyzed OBR, APR, status quo, hunter's choice, and the NRC's flavor of the month earned a second buck. For once, the DNR brought a buck regulation forward and recommended OBR as a tool in the toolbox to correct this density issue and bring balance to the herd. Not because they were pressured into it, but because they know what it can do biologically, they can defend that decision, and they know the need for change is important. This support from the DNR is not just from their deer team, but the support through the DNR reaches all the way down to their district staff and the COs. And all of this was done in the eye of the public. What is crazy to me is how highly other states talk about our state's deer team. Scott, your deer team. Biologists such as Dr. Mike Tonkovich, Joe Cadell, and Jeff Pritzel could not say enough of how lucky we are to have people like Chad in the position that we do. They talk about the knowledge and experience our deer team has, and that they truly know what needs to be done to help Michigan's deer herd, and that they truly care. As Dr. Tonkovich said, you have a great leader ready to lead in Chad. Your NRC just needs to give him the chance. But for the life of me, I can't understand how 7 political appointees somehow, some way feel that Chad Stewart, Dr. Brent Rudolph, and Chief Sarah Thompson are somehow inadequate in their decision-making. Please explain to me how you all are somehow more qualified than the experts in the DNR that we support. Scott, in my world, I defend my people to the end. And to watch the blatant disrespect of your staff by some is disappointing and appalling to say the least. At the time, energy and research put into this by the DNR staff, the DAT, and others getting thrown in the trash because of politics and money. In all the time I have been doing this, I've never seen someone just run and tattle to the legislature. But somehow, some way, we had an individual run to Senator Cherry that earned a second buck was not what the DNR recommended, but instead went OBR. Because of that, Senator Cherry called the DNR and you, the commission, and used his political might to swing you towards earning a second buck. Because that language was on the Senate license increase package bill that he brought forward. Proposal G created the NRC to keep politics out of the regulations, but somehow politics got involved again. One of the goals that Brent presented to this very NRC is that the DNR would love to see more years where Michigan shot more doe than bucks. And what does this commission do? The attempt, not once, not twice, but 3 times to bring earned second buck to the table. The regulation that in Virginia does not take more doe than buck, and Virginia's DNR has openly admitted it's not really working. Matter of fact, something I found, even a county that was surveyed by their DNR had an estimated 70% of ghost doe reporting. 70%. But say it does work, and you shoot 3 deer. Under earn a second buck, you get 2 bucks and 1 doe. Does not meet the goal that Brent presented. Under 1 buck, you get 2 does, 1 buck. Exactly what the DNR wanted. Scott, you yourself said that the DNR doesn't have the funding to run or man the check stations. It's going to cost millions of dollars to revamp the system. This commission's asking your department to do something and commit to something that, according to you and Shannon, which I trust, you guys can't do. We have something on the table to show that's shown to work. Just go across the border into Ohio and Indiana to see that they don't have the densities that we do across the border. OBR is simple and it works, but once again, the NRC is overcomplicating things, caving to politics over science, ignoring the expert recommendations. You create resolutions for data collecting, but will not trust the very department you ask the data from to make the recommendations for deer. They are the experts and the biologists. Scott, you wanted us to have engagement conversation with our legislators in the House. You asked us to be more involved with the legislative process, and we did. But because of all this wishy-washiness and some shady backdoor deals, it gave us really no choice, and we went to the House to step in. On the floor of the House, as we speak, is a resolution to adopt 1 buck rule for Michigan. Not earn a second buck, but 1 buck rule for Michigan that your department recommended. We, the hunters, support OBR. The DAT supports OBR. Your staff supports OBR. And the Michigan House of Representatives supports OBR. And so does the science and data. Commissioners, we do not need regulations that do not work like earn a second buck. Put the resource first. Show unity to his department. Trust his department. and implement OBR in 2026 and let us show you what it can be done.
Jordan Hoover.
Elliot, may I just say something in response? Elliot, I appreciate your comments, but if Chad Stewart told me anything when it comes to deer, I would believe him. I actually think the guy is the best in the business. So I take exception with that part of what you said. He is the deer nerd of deer nerds, okay? And he's our guy, and I back him 100%.
What's for you to hold on to right now? You've earned it.
Good. Clear. Green. Green is good. Red is not. All right. I'm here today representing my new organization, Michigan Whitetail Legacy. I hope you all got a solid night's sleep and came ready to go. Good afternoon, and welcome to season 105 of NRC Survivor. Today's challenge brings back a fan favorite, deer regs. For some of you veterans, this will be a brutal but familiar challenge, and for you new people, well, just brutal. You have been divided up into two tribes, the Earn a Second Buck tribe and the One Buck tribe. Each tribe will have access to 3 assets for the duration of this challenge and may use them in any combination at any time. The DNR, the DAT, and the Everyday Michigan Hunter. Using these resources, the tribes will craft deer regs as fast as possible that are in accordance with the sound science mandate per Proposal G and consistent with the North American wildlife model. The first team to achieve 4 votes of support for a reg package will be the winner. The losing tribe faces elimination. Commissioner Walters won the integrity challenge last week and is elected to play his antler immunity idol today, exempting him from elimination. For the rest of you, everything is on the line. Any questions? All right, on your marks, get set, go. This is, however, not a game, and the consequences are very real. There are tragic parallels between the reality TV show Survivor and the inexcusable conduct of some on the commission in recent days. Deception, secret alliances, nefarious schemes, betrayal, and somehow more drama than a tropical island full of starved, half-naked, hormonal 20-something co-eds trying to win $1 million. You have dishonored this process, and you have brought shame to our state. The collusion and corruption that has gone on behind the scenes is mind-blowing. Your efforts to cover your tracks and conceal intentions will be in vain. I do not expect this commission will make a righteous decision today. Quite the opposite. And you will do so falsely secure in your arrogance, believing that you are untouchable. But you have unfortunately become a board of pimps, prostituting our herd. So let me be clear with you. We do not sit before you. You sit before us, and we will hold you accountable. Director, last month you admonished sportsmen to take the tremendous passion we have for deer and apply it to petitioning the legislature for a license fee increase. I assure you, I fully intend to take my passion and bring it to the legislature. But I won't be asking for a license fee increase. Instead, I'll be asking for ethics investigations and testifying in subcommittee about the outrageous behaviors that have gone on over the span of the last couple of weeks in this commission. Stay tuned next month for an all-new episode of NRC Survivor. Outwit, outplay, outlast.
Jason.
Great one to follow. I've got a prepared statement, and then actually throughout the course of the day, I'm not sure where I'm going to go with that, but a couple things that I want to talk on based on this morning's conversation, and I would like to be fact checked if I'm wrong. Thrown around for second buck harvest on a combo tag. It's used to minimize the fact that we have a 2-buck system. It's actually 32,000 deer per year that are male. 32,000 is roughly 21 to 25% of the total buck harvest. That's meaningful. And I don't know why the DNR can't say that, as it's their job to report those numbers and have them at hand when you need them. DMAPs. I believe DMAPs are deer management failure realized. Hunters aren't doing their job to harvest enough antlerless deer, so we have DMAP assistance, correct? There are deer being shot today under DMAP. Antlered deer, not just antlerless. Why? I can't explain that. When the state compares Michigan to other states, why not Pennsylvania? Is it because that system's not broken? Do you not have any colleagues there to call?
I do have colleagues there and I did
Okay.
call them.
I would suggest you have more conversations with them. Lastly, if you look at the people that talk today, hunter recruitment is a future problem, correct? I think so. The 55 and up crowd want no change. They want status quo. They want no change in a failed system. Below that seems to be overwhelmingly the other way. The reason you are not recruiting new and retaining younger hunters is the failed deer management of the state for the last 25 years. Again, fact check me, prove me wrong. I don't think that's unreasonable. Whether I can get through the rest of this and the rest of my time, I'm not sure, but I want to speak specifically about Zone 3 in southern Lower Michigan. My ask is direct. Move forward with meaningful regulation change for 2026. Do not delay because of an administrative failure to turn off license sales. If the resource needs action, then the resource needs action. The DNR knows who bought licenses. That issue can be solved. It should not control the next 3-year regulation cycle, and that failure should bring accountability. For southern Lower Michigan, I support a 1-buck rule with antler point restrictions, county by county antlerless management, a shorter firearm season, and a Saturday firearm opener. The first priority in much of southern Lower Michigan has to be antlerless harvest, where deer numbers are above goal, as they have been for, I don't know when, 25 years. This has to be the foundation, not an afterthought and not a secondary step after someone shoots a buck. Antlerless harvest is the only real mechanism for population control. It affects crop damage, car-deer collisions, habitat damage, native vegetation, ecosystem impacts, disease risk, and the overall health of the herd. The state also needs to do much better job educating hunters on that point. Too many hunters still believe buck harvest controls deer numbers. It does not. Population management is driven through antlerless harvest only. That is why I strongly oppose any earn a second buck structure that does not lead with antlerless harvest first. If the incentive is structured as shoot a buck first, then find a way to get an antlerless deer check so you can pursue another buck. That is still a buck-centered regulation that you want less of. It does not change the culture, it reinforces it. And if every hunter was fully successful under an earn a second buck system, the outcome would be 2 bucks and 1 doe. That is not reform. That is worse than the status quo.
It does not improve age structure, it does not meaningfully correct sex ratios, it does not shift Michigan away from being an antlered deer harvest state. It creates compliance concerns, complexity, additional expense, and confusion. That is not a strong foundation for public trust or biological management. I also want to caution the commission against assuming that all agricultural voices want the same thing. That is not what I'm hearing in much of southern lower Michigan. I've talked with local farmers, hunter landowners, and people with past Farm Bureau and Department of Agricultural experience who say the same thing. Population control has to come through antlerless harvest. They understand that reducing buck harvest does not prevent us from managing deer numbers. If the goal is population control, then shifting focus towards antlerless harvest is exactly what needs to happen. So I would caution the commission to not let one policy advocate or one organization pushing antiquated deer policy to speak for every farmer, landowner, hunter, or rural resident in Zone 3. One last thought on hunter recruitment. The younger hunters I'm hearing from are not asking for the same old system. My son's 20. He's on the Adrian College bass fishing team. He and many of his teammates hunt. Some are from Michigan, some are from other states. Many hunt public land across southern Michigan, the Thumb and other areas. They were excited because they thought Michigan was finally going to take deer management seriously. They were excited about one buck, antler point restrictions, better age structure, and a better hunting experience. That matters. I'll end it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Fred Trish.
Hello again, Commission. So here we are again, another deer regulation cycle waffling in the breeze. When the first two commissioners voted no 13 years ago after we passed every required expectation and vote on Northwest 12, I thought that was the bottom of the barrel. Since then, it has only went downhill. I had hoped that ended with Chairman Baird's reign. Sadly, that appears not to be the case. Now we appear to actually be entertaining the ill-conceived concept of earn a second buck in a lower peninsula wide. You casual deer hunters at best on this commission appear to be playing politics instead of doing your homework and understanding that earn a second buck has been a dismal failure wherever it's been proven, except maybe in Virginia. And that's definitely up for debate. On top of that, you seem to be overly impressed by the proponents of OBR and their ability to rally a younger segment of hunters with letters and personal appearances. Do you realize that these OBR proponent Facebook groups resorted to the woke tactic of cancel culture by banning anyone that dared a different opinion? Pages like Michigan Quality Deer Habitat, the Michigan Deer Hunters Let Them Go, Let Them Grow, and I'm sure many others, banned many longtime members and even moderators in some cases. I was banned from Let Them Go, Let Them Grow for sharing my opinions on other pages. So careful who your friends are. Furthermore, many of these same proponents hunt at least one other state or province annually. Many of them, many other provinces or states annually. The sting of the one buck tag filled early doesn't have the same impact on them as it does Michigan hunters who choose to hunt exclusively in Michigan. My doe population has crashed in Northwest 13 the last few years due to universal doe tags and more so antlerless use allowed on the combo tag enacted during the Baird regime. So if I shoot a nice buck early in bow season, I'm done because I'm not going to shoot any does. I saw 4 all last year. I detailed that to you in my letter last week.
No more sunrises, no more sunsets enjoyed on stand, no more campfires, no more time spent with friends, no more supporting local mom and pop businesses in Caliban and Brethren. Also a string of 61 straight opening days of gun season could possibly end. That might not seem anything to the non-deer hunters or casual deer hunters on this commission, but it means a lot to me and hardcore hunters like me and many of my friends. In conclusion, I'd like to again suggest properly implemented APRs like we have in Northwest 13 will work better than OBR or earn a second buck. We have the stats and the social acceptance to prove that it works. A couple of cherry-picked stats doesn't change that. 68%, 68.5% of hunters approved Northwest 12, and after only 4 years, 77.5% approved lifting the sunset. 77.5% of the people in this room wouldn't even agree that deer are brown. 5 to 6% of hunters fill a second tag each year. That is barely a statistically significant number and won't hold a candle what properly implemented APRs did in Northwest 12. Why does the NRC continue to ignore the elephant in the room that is APRs? Every proposal here had APRs attached to it today, except you ignore Northwest 12, where it actually worked. The deer densities are lower, now too low because of further regulations. Yet we ignore a very simple regulation that's worked wonderfully. It's an APR. This isn't about shooting a second buck. It's about the opportunity, thank you for saying that earlier, to continue to enjoy my passion. I get to do it in a place that some call nirvana. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any comments?
Here.
They're not sure if there's enough to go around, but have fun. Most of you expect me to be here on baiting, and I'll tell you, I still want baiting back. But there's a bigger issue with all this that's going on. We must find out how many deer we have. We must find out where we have the deer, and we must work in smaller deer management units. The picture I just showed you, there's supposed to be a guy passing around to the audience, is Newaygo County, where I hunt. That's not AI. That's off my game camera. Is my bucks are so desperate for does, they're mating with each other. Okay? It's my small area, but it's there. Okay? We need to go to areas. Earlier today, we talked about the zones. That zone line you talked about runs right through both counties I live in and hunt in. And we have to know what we have. We have to fix our reporting system. And then let's go to the 1 buck. Let's make it 1 buck. Let's make it 1 buck. Let the average hunter that gets to hunt 3 days in gun season shoot a buck, not have to shoot a doe first. That's 1 buck, guys. That's 1 buck. Okay? I believe I could care less about the guy that shoots 2 bucks. Okay? I'm worried about the average hunter that gets 3 to 5 days to hunt. He goes out opening day, and he really don't even care if he sees a deer. But he just wants to be at camp, party, but he wants to have a chance to shoot a buck if it goes by without buying 2 damn tags. And that's what this would make them do. I'm sorry, I'm very frustrated. I get this way anyways, but I just got a text that my son's coming out of heart surgery and I wanted to go, but I came here because it's that important to me. So I just appreciate you guys. I'm going to be really hated in here for this, but there's so much confusion. I can't understand everything you went through. I don't see how anybody can. So I do believe in a delay because if you get it wrong, just like the reporting, if they would have took those coordinates out to start with, that they put in, we'd have had much more accurate reporting. Because they went ahead and did it first, you can't go back. So if you guys go ahead and do one of these, and it's wrong, it's go. Remember the 266,000 single purchase license hunters that aren't here. They don't come here. They don't spend hundreds of dollars in a day off to come here, but they're the ones you need to buy tags every day. And what's to keep Mr. Walters, what's to keep all of us from going outside and buying another tag now before you pass this? Okay, so you're just causing, just like me, I'm stirring up trouble over little things. But other deer management units, and I don't mean county by county, I had Chief Keith give me a map of his officer units that are several counties together. If the DNR can't afford to do, they shouldn't do county by county. They need to do geographic area by geographic area. The county I was talking about, Newaygo County. Chad has said it, Brent has said it, and I forget his name, the chief biologist for those 3 counties, Pete Kelly, says there's an all-time low in Newaygo County for deer, 50-year low. Why is those Chad and Brent not listening to him? He's their employee. They hooked me up with him. So we all need to investigate further down the road. We need to back off a little bit, even though I hate it, because I've been pushing for 7 years now. But we have to be careful and not turn off all those single buck hunters. I mean, they deserve a right to shoot a buck too without shooting a doe. Now, my wife, and again, back in our county, she hunted 75 days last year. How many here can say they hunted 75 days? Okay, she saw deer on 5. On 5. Before the 10 doe rule went in, we used to see deer 5 out of 7 hunts. Why should she be penalized because we shot 51% does in our herd, and she shot 2 bucks once? I've never shot 2 bucks. Why you penalize us managers that have done just what they want to do with these new rules and make people shoot does? So thank you. I'm sorry for ranting and raving, but that's me. So have a good day, and I've got to go.
Thank you, Paul. And I hope your son comes through in good shape. Justin Root.
Commission, we're getting there. First, to get started, I want to thank everyone who showed up to these meetings over the last several years. I've been coming for about 1.5 years now, talking about these discussions around the future of Michigan deer hunting. A lot of time and effort's gone into getting to this point and hopefully redirecting Michigan deer management to a promising path instead of the same status quo we've had for decades. The problem we're trying to solve is really a simple one. The state's hunters have killed more bucks than does nearly every season for, again, decades on end, with no protection and arguably an incentive to kill young bucks with our current 2 combo tag buck structure. That's an unsustainable trend that's put us in the position we're in. If Michigan hunters, who have arguably been given every opportunity to do so, were killing more antlerless deer than antlered, we wouldn't be having these discussions. There's zero benefit biologically to continuing the status quo while hoping for a different result. And as Rochelle said, the definition of insanity. This state and its hunters have proven they're not capable of making changes to benefit the resource themselves. So we must change regulations and nudge them in the correct direction to keep hunters relevant as a conservation tool in the future. We, and really you, the NRC, need to set them and us as hunters up for success. The most impactful regulation to do that would be to adopt a 1 buck statewide starting this season in 2026 and pair that with the doe management by county DMU program. The most effective version of that change to meet the NRC's own goals would be to include regional APRs on that 1 buck. We've heard a lot about loss of opportunity, and if I shoot this a buck, I'm done for the season. That is the point of 1 buck. You need to actually think about if you want your buck hunting to end with that deer, and what that is going to lead to based on the DNR's own data in the last meeting is more selectivity with those bucks. And God forbid hunters in this state need to make a conservation-minded decision. Different versions of one buck have been proven successful in the real world in states like Ohio, Indiana, and Pennsylvania. The beauty about these examples is that they're not hypothetical. Pennsylvania is literally the blueprint of what Michigan needs going forward. You guys have heard about it a bunch today already, and I've talked about it for the last year in front of you guys. I've gone over these numbers, but I'm going to do it again because they're as close of a carbon copy to Michigan as you can get. They have super high hunter numbers, over 600,000 in both states. They have high hunter density. They're two of the highest deer density states in the entire country. In 2003, when Pennsylvania adopted one buck with APRs, 22 years later in the 2025 season, they harvested 320,000 does compared to Michigan's 142,000 and 185,000 bucks compared to Michigan's 153,000. It's a 0.9 doe to buck ratio in Michigan compared to 1.7. In 2003, 85% of Pennsylvania's buck harvest was a year and a half old. Last year, that was under 35%. What more do we need for an example of how to manage population, sex ratio, and age structure than those numbers? The other argument you hear about these changes all the time from opponents to one buck is that they'll barely change anything. Small percentages, like only 6% of hunters take 2 bucks, are thrown around as meaningless. That's the point, though. There likely isn't some sweeping change that's going to flip Michigan and its deer hunting problems overnight. There is a compounding effect that is very real, though, and small changes every year compound over time, much like if you're into investing with your money. That compound effect has a massive impact that will be felt decades down the road. This situation is much like investing. Sometimes you need to delay some gratification today so you can be set up for long-term success in the future. On a much smaller note, but separate, regarding the rifle line removal, someone who's had a couple close calls with stray bullets, I don't think we need people ripping 30-06s from ground blinds downstate. In closing, I'll leave you guys with this. In February, I got up here and spoke, and I told you guys that many of the people I've talked to throughout the state, and I'm in outside sales, so I talked to a bunch, believed you guys are just politicians bought and paid for by insurance companies and special interests. A couple of you got a chuckle out of that and made a comment about still waiting for a check. With what's transpired over the last week in regard to earn a second buck and insurance companies who support that regulation, you guys are flirting on thin ice with proving those people right and losing trust with hunters in this state. The beauty of the situation, though, is that you still have the opportunity to prove them wrong, do the right thing for Michigan's deer, and in turn, do the right thing for Michigan's hunters. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. You're paying attention. Yep, you're up. Thank you.
Those of you that haven't taken a bathroom break yet, by the way, impressive. Just thought I'd bring levity to the discussion. This is literally the 16th iteration of talking points I've got with me in front of me right now. And the ones I walked in with this morning, I've already scrapped in lieu of Brent's presentation early this morning. I think alarm bells should be going for, all right, what's going on here, Brooke? This thing hates me. All right. I think alarm bells should be going off in everyone's minds when the discussion around how we define the lines of each zone were being discussed. Commissioner Walters, you asked some very poignant questions about how those lines would be recognized, and that loop was never, a consensus was never reached. Would we go by county, a jagged line, admitted law enforcement concerns? How is this earn-a-buck going to be implemented? Which areas, check stations, potential ghost doe, staffing concerns, economic concerns? It appears we're trying to be all things to all people, an impossible task. Am I a one buck supporter? 100%. Not only because I think it's been proven to work, but it's the simplest, cleanest, most enforceable way to manage the resource. If us in this room can't even come to a consensus on where zone lines are drawn, which zone has APRs, which one doesn't, which counties earn a buck, which area is hunter's choice, how in the hell do we expect 600,000 hunters to ensure they're being compliant? $1 statewide, done. I find it ironic how we're trying to validate and justify some data points from Virginia to or earn a buck while ignoring Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Indiana as a way to justify $1 in Michigan. I'm also confused around the conversation of this quote, lost opportunity with $1. Commissioner Nyberg, I even heard you mention that earlier today. You weren't the only one. Are we saying you can't hunt after you harvest a buck? You still have a doe tag in your pocket. You can hunt to your heart's content. And if you truly believe that not having a second buck tag in your pocket is lost opportunity, then why are we not advocating for 3 buck tags? After all, after you harvest 2, isn't there a lost opportunity to not go after a 3rd? I think what the detractors of $1 are failing to consider is the mindset of the hunter. Having that second tag de-incentivizes the hunter to shoot a doe because they're waiting for that second buck to walk by. I know everyone seems to think Michigan is that uniquely different due to its culture that a $1 policy just wouldn't be as effective here as it is in every other state that uses it. And that assumption might be right. But I have a suggestion. Let's find out. Let's pass $1 statewide and just show how uniquely different we either are or aren't. And I'm going to push back on the fact that only 5-ish% of hunters shoot $2, so why not just keep it? That argument also goes in reverse. If 95% don't use it, then why are we even offering it? I'm opposed to earn a buck. Specifically for the transactional approach earn a buck would bring into question. Hunting is not transactional for us. It's a lifestyle. We don't want to be told you can have a piece of candy if you clean up your room first. The state of Michigan is obese. It's got high cholesterol, blood pressure, and it's on the brink of a heart attack. Our response to our doctor should not be, you're right, but I'm going to wait till next year before I start that diet. It needs to start today. $1 statewide, 2026. Thank you.
Sam Rhodes.
Good afternoon. And driving here today, I was thinking about, what's going on. We have 3 different kinds of people in the room. We have those who want bigger bucks. We have those who want to keep the combo, and we have the DNR. They want more does killed. Like that is the real purpose. That's the real goal. So let's keep the buck combo. I attended the April 8th meeting and found it very informational. I believe a shift to a $1 system would be a mistake. The DNR's main goal is higher antlerless harvest, and I fail to see how changing the combo would actually affect doe harvest. In the long run, I only see a $1 rule leading to higher buck harvest and low doe harvest. Why? Because the $1 rule would draw hunters from other states who are only interested in shooting a big buck. An influx of hunters only shooting bucks, not does. That's what they're after. And I've been listening and reading the last month. I've just seen the rest of the states around us are just eyeing up Michigan thinking, hey, couple of years, 3 years, we're going to invade Michigan. Where is the hard incentive to shoot does? I would encourage you to invest in hunting policies that benefit Michigan residents. I am one. APRs were a good change, but the $1 rule goes too far. Michigan residents are the backbone of hunting and fishing conservation in our state of Michigan. Please do what you can to keep hunting regulations simple and easy to follow. Because of this, I am against quiet periods as well. It only makes hunting overly complicated and creates stress for hunters trying to follow the regulations. I appreciate the commissioner who recommended honoring the combo license that were already purchased this year when we bought our hunt fish combos. We need to recognize that Michigan has some unique challenges compared to other states. We are surrounded by water. We don't have the best nutrient land for antler growth. We're not going to have a bunch of round pullout bucks running around in a few years. So we need to consider that Michigan is a lot different than other states and that it has limitations that will probably not be overcome. Southern Michigan, lots of farmland, great opportunities for buck growth, not the same way in Northern Michigan. Here are recommendations that I would implement if I had the opportunity. Keep the buck combo, but only for Michigan residents. Non-residents cannot purchase it. Other states limit out-of-state hunters hunting bucks in their state. Non-resident hunters can only buy the single buck tag. For doe harvest, every hunter gets one free doe tag when they buy a buck license. Considering that 80% of hunters don't shoot a doe, this would likely have little impact on overall license sales. A Michigan resident buying a buck combo would automatically get a free doe tag. Non-resident tag, automatically a free doe tag. Keep the current hunting season, October 1st for bow to November 14th, gun the 15th to the 30th. Bring back the traditional muzzleloader season. Eliminate the late doe gun season because it leads to hunters shooting bucks that have shed their antlers. And finally, lengthen the September doe season. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me that in September there is 2 days to hunt doe. Why is it not a week, 2 weeks, or the whole month long when we want more does harvested? Make a longer season in September for that doe season. Thank you for looking after the great resources we have in Michigan. It is God's blessings for all. And fellow hunters, whatever the decision made today, let's follow the laws, and if in disagreement, use respectful means to make changes. Thank you.
Thank you. William Eslick. Good afternoon. No, push the button. Is it green?
Thank you all this afternoon for allowing everyone to speak. I think we're all managers in this room of our whitetail population. And my season goes 12 months out of the year. The minute the hunting season's over with, I start thinking about next year, and I think everybody else in this room does too. And by the grace of God, we'll have many more seasons to come. I received information about this one buck rule that was brought up, and both my wife and I, we've hunted all of our lives. I started when I was 12 years old. And we strongly opposed this. In the 1990s, we supported Proposal G to protect our natural resources from special interest groups, and particularly anti-hunters that were trying to do away with bear hunting. We campaigned against that, and we were successful in passing that in order to have scientific decisions made about deer hunting. As private landowners in Alcona County, which is one of the TB zone hotspots, we fully understand our job of managing deer numbers on private property. Every year, our neighbors at the surrounding camps, we have set limits on the size of the bucks we shoot. We try to shoot at least 3 on one side, preferably 4 on one side, and we also try to shoot 2 to 3 does for every buck that we've taken. Also, what I'd like to keep in mind here, and I've heard people talk about leases and everything like this. We bought and paid for our land. We pay taxes. We pay insurance. We build food plots. We plant trees. In my instance, I am a certified tree farmer. And so I have a vested interest in killing deer because they eat my trees. We run cameras year round, so we can kind of predict what our harvest goals should be for the following year. And I guess what I'm trying to get to is we don't need someone to sit there and say, this is what you need to do for your land. We understand that. What we would support is going back to 1985. I brought this in, and right there in there, it allowed one buck in bow season and one, or either sex in bow season, and one buck in rifle season. And it was a simpler time. Look at the size of this regulation book versus the volumes we have to read now to figure out what we need for deer management. I would ask that the NRC would give private landowners antlerless permits, which could be reissued to guests that hunt on our property. I have people that come out to shoot does. And I have to be adamant with them to make sure that they get a $5 doe tag. With the DMAT permits, it's kind of a hassle for a private landowner other than ag to get DMAT permits. So if that was allowed, I could go in and I could buy 5 doe permits and turn around, sign it off, the hunter sign it off, and we'd be good. They can shoot all the does they want so that my trees don't get eaten up, my food plots don't get taken down to bare ground. Also on the private land, leave the combo tag as is, but allow 1 buck in archery season and 1 buck in gun season. It would just give me more opportunity to sit in the blind and experience the, I guess you would say, the culture of deer camp. I was intrigued by the Earn a Buck program that was brought up this morning. I would encourage you to consider that pilot program to be moved to the TB zone. Bring it over to us. We already collect deer heads for the DNR for TB, and if we got that, we already have the head collection boxes in place, and a good test then. One other thing, I'd like to commend Commissioner Fewens for the scientific deer management resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Nick, you're up.
Hello, thank you all. I appreciate your time today, yesterday, and tomorrow. I am not a public speaker, so bear with me. Give you a quick background. I've met a couple of you today. It's my first time at this meeting. I am probably one of the most passionate people you'll find about deer and deer hunting. I'm not saying that about anybody else here, but I am absolutely obsessed with them. I draw them, I paint them, I hunt them. My favorite times are in the woods with my friends and family. But I'm here out of confusion and frustration today. I don't, a lot of people don't want to compare Michigan to Virginia, but we can't compare Michigan to Iowa either. Can you hear me? And not because we can't grow big deer, because we've been consistently growing more big deer every year and more people have been harvesting them. Iowa has 2 times, each Iowa landowner owns more than 2 times the acreage as Michigan, or landowner in Michigan. They own 20 million more acres of farm ground. You cannot compete with Iowa to Michigan. And that's why I speak to all the hunters here today. It's unfair to think that we can achieve what Iowa has. There is no regulation that has been in the past, or is today, or going to be made in the future that is going to satisfy all the hunters. Hunters, you have to realize that it starts with your neighbors, your friends, your family. Like, there's less than 1%
A fraction of percent of us hunters own enough land to grow and harvest a 4, 5, or 6-year-old deer. So it starts there. We need to apologize to each other instead of criticizing and defecating on each other's success. We got to start, changing or exchanging phone numbers and working together. Like, your neighbor is your success. Instead of telling them what to do and what not to do, show them what to do. Help them with food plots. We can't even recover our deer on our neighbor's property anymore because of egos. It's sad where deer hunting has gone. We're deer hoarders, not deer hunters in some places. I live in Isabella County. The population is exploding from there south. And I told you, John, I was going to pick on you. I think it was Brent that said earlier about the lines. The biggest confusion about the lines is the deer. They don't know those lines either. So from like Isabella, Clare County, there's a big difference between those counties and then when you get to Roscommon County. Agriculture produces the most deer. And I'll say as far as managing the state land, some won't like this, but the state has done the best job on state land. It has the lowest deer numbers per square mile. And I love hunting state land because it's challenging, but and it's tough to force regulations on private landowners. Like everybody here is saying, shoot more does, shoot more does. More does aren't shot. I want to say, don't shoot bucks, don't shoot bucks. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm just frustrated because we're turning each other against each other. A lot of people don't know that you all are not paid. The license are just a fraction of what the state gets in revenues. One hunter loss is thousands in revenue. We need to bridge the legislation to the regulation. We need more money from the state because they're receiving more money than this commission and the DNR gets per hunter. I'm going to ramble, but I don't think that statewide regulations can be done. Like I say, it's got to be broke up with counties. There's gray areas in those counties too. It's got to be smaller. And as far as everybody's like, this is a buck-centric regulations and all. Everybody's talking about bucks. So I want to one more idea. Instead of earn a buck, let's go to no buck for 1 year. We're going to have a better age class, right? No buck. I don't know if it'll pass or not, but but it's only from county to county because the UP in Southern Michigan is flipped now. Early 1900s, the UP looks like what Southern Michigan did now. We have to separate these. We got to divide them up and make smart regulations. And John, I think it was your parents said, told you leave it better than what you found it. We have dropping. Our deer hunters are decreasing, and our deer numbers are increasing. So last but not least, I want to say thank you for all that served. Thank you that have served, do serve, and gave your lives for our freedom. And thank God for free will.
Thank you. Lincoln.
Good afternoon, commissioners and director. I communicated with all of you over the past couple of months. You know where I personally stand on the issue today. I've had conversations with several of you directly. I do appreciate the call from several of you. Today I'm asking that you make the tough decisions to implement, of course, my phone. I'm asking you to make the tough decision to implement a 1 buck rule with an antler point restriction. I've been an advocate for antler point restrictions for over a decade because I truly believe that they work. At this point, we don't just have opinions, we have data. We have the shining star, the shining city on the hill in the Northwest 12. You have seen the results of the Northwest 12. Hunter satisfaction is extremely high. 78% of the hunters supported making APRs permanent. That is incredible. As my great friend said, getting 78% of hunters to agree that deer are brown is impossible. That is a powerful statement from people that actually are in the woods experiencing the results firsthand. One buck with an antler point restriction builds on that success. It continues improving age structure, protects young bucks, and encourages more balanced management, more balanced herd management focused on antlerless harvest where it matters the most. I would have loved to have seen antler point restrictions on the combo tag. I fought for that for over a decade. Absolutely. But that's not what's on the table today. What is on the table today is the opportunity to take a meaningful step forward for Michigan's deer herd and for the future of hunting in this state. Please make the right choice for future hunters. Our kids and our grandkids deserve the chance to inherit a healthier and stronger hunting culture. I'm getting emotional about this because it hits home with my family. And better opportunities that we have, better than we have today. And I respectfully ask that you please do not move forward with the earn a second buck proposal. History tells us it does not work. We've already seen the results of the system that has failed in other places. One person today testified that they would support this. One out of all these people. It was dropped. Please do not do it. I also want to say clearly, let us work with you. Hunters who care deeply about conservation want to support the commission. We want to support the DNR. And if you take this step, you will not have a bigger group of advocates standing behind you than the people in this room right now. We will advocate for you guys. We will help you through this whole thing. I can't say that enough. We want to be able to help you with this process. We want to encourage doe harvest. We want to go on public campaigns to educate people with the DNR. We need something in return. We need meaningful action. We need leadership willing to make difficult decisions for the long-term good of the resource instead of settling for half measures. I respectfully ask today that you support the one buck with an antler point restrictions for Michigan's future. Thank you all.
Thank you, Lakeland. Brad Grim.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm downstate. I'm from Clio. My name's Brad Grimm. I am one of the few, I shoot 2 bucks. Our herds and where we hunt at, we have a lot of oddball bucks. And since we've taken out the oddball bucks, we've got nicer bucks. We've got nicer racks. We manage our does. Everybody here says antler point restrictions, 1 buck, this, that. Antler point restrictions in our area doesn't work. We've got bucks that are a year old that are 8 months. So who says that buck is, we had a spike last year, 24 inches tall. He was 7 years old. And that's all he was for 7 years. We had him on camera every year. You can't say that. You got to have genetics, food, cover, water to make big bucks. And Scott, you said earlier, money. DNR doesn't have the money. 94, when I come out of the service, you went to Houghton Lake for deer camp. It was packed. You couldn't get any place in there. The economy was booming. Hunter's booming. Now you can go through Houghton Lake and find anything you want. We need to leave our bucks alone. Let us keep our 2 bucks. Put in a doe where you got to take the doe. Put in where you take the second buck, you got to take another doe. But leave our 2 bucks alone. Because down where we live, we have a buck to doe ratio that's, the bucks are equal. It's almost 1-to-1 in our area. So it's not fair to us that we have to shoot 1 buck with antler point restrictions. When we got guys that are 80 years old, if they shoot a spike, they're happy. They shoot a 4-point, they're happy. A buck is what your trophy is. It doesn't have to be big bucks. The mentality of this day and age, you look at every TV show, Michigan Out of Doors, big bucks, big bucks, big bucks. It's no longer about the tradition of hunting and getting our kids in there and saying, hey, it's all right to take a spike. It's all right to take that 4-point. We need to get the kids back in there, let them shoot whatever they want, as long as it's a legal buck. You're going to see 8 points, 4 points. It doesn't matter. That's your trophy. You want to get people in here to hunt? You want to take does? Let them do it. Let them get in here and hunt. Make a youth hunt, does only. Give the incentive to the farmers to let guys go underground and shoot does. Farmers down by our place shot 200 does. Didn't let 100 on his ground. Not one. DNR didn't help us. Didn't help anybody getting on there. We can get rid of our doe population. We can bring it down under control. Help us get the farmers involved in our area. Help us get the does under control. Cut the prices. Give a free tag. Give that free license out when you buy a common license. Or go to your system. Get a buck. Shoot a doe. Get another buck. That would work. I know it wouldn't work for the UP. UP has real low deer numbers. I understand that. But we need to keep our deer population and our bucks under control. One buck, you're done. I'm sorry to say it. I like going out for 2 bucks. I like going out for that second season. I like going out and seeing getting muzzled season. Leave our seasons long. You know, everybody's antler point restrictions, antler point restrictions. That doesn't work for everybody. That might work for a few. But the guys where we hunt, guys we hunt with, if you take a 7 point, you take a 6 point, that's your trophy. Let them shoot what they want. Don't force somebody by somebody else's rules. Yes, I see that. And John, I guess I'm to say for you, you talked about weapons. I'd come through in zone 3. I would not want anybody to shoot a 30-06 or 300 mag, 300 ultra mag, Creedmoor. You're shooting down there, you got people's houses. You got 5 acres, you shoot 300 mag, they could hit his house or his house or his house. You gotta remember that in zone 3. You're gonna put a kid down there with a rifle. Straight wall cartridges are fine, but not down there. We don't need no odd 6s or 300 mags or anything like that down there. We need to keep that separate. So thank you for your time. I know you guys got a tough decision, but the hunters, some are against me, some are for me. So be it. Doesn't matter. Your decision today is going to affect your hunting, my grandkids, my daughters. Hold up. You guys are going to affect them for the next 20 years. Whatever you decide, please decide for everybody, not for a little tiny group, for everybody, the common Joe. Think of that. Think of the common person in line. And that's what you got to think of. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Jones.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. You know, I took those off. Can't see without them. Good afternoon, Commissioners, Director, Brooke. First of all, I want to wish Commissioner Eister a full and speedy recovery and thank him for his dedication to being a part of this meeting today, especially since he just got released this morning. That shows some dedication and I wish him well. But
Thanks. I'm feeling great today.
I want to offer my support of the current WCO as written by the department, with the exception of maybe a couple of the amendments. And I will say that support of that doesn't come with some reservations, primarily due to the fact it relies very heavily on speculation about the hunter's mindset, habits, and harvest choices that will change. If those things do come into play, it'll be successful. If they don't, you know, there's some possibilities there for it not to. But I think it's a lever worth pulling. It's something that we haven't done, and I think it should be passed. Lost my spot. I also do think that Commissioner Walters' amendment for the DMU antlerless limits has a lot of potential to better manage antlerless deer at a more local and regional level to ensure that the right harvest levels are being met in those locations. And then about the WCO, the department took a scientific approach at this and looked at several options to achieve the intended management goals. Both deer specialists, Chad and Brent, after looking at the data and science, determined that this was the best path forward, especially when taking disease into account with our herd. They had the opportunity to add antler point restrictions to the WCO if they thought it would be beneficial. And they very purposefully did not do that. And I think those are the experts and those are the people that we need to depend on when making these decisions. In my opinion, APRs are intended to do one thing, and that's to grow older deer and with bigger antlers. And they work well for that. But the truth is they offer no biological benefit to the resource. And we have been repeatedly told that they do not increase antlerless harvest. The department has been asked for an updated deer management plan and an updated disease management plan. Putting APRs in place without having these plans in place, that's not conservation, nor is it stewardship. And quite possibly leaves the resource in worse shape than we found it. Especially with our current densities and stuff down here in zone 3. I'd also say that APRs very much favor private land hunters, and they take away opportunities from bow hunters and public land hunters due to the density, habitat, and pressure differences on public land. The one buck, on the other hand, affects all the hunters the same, regardless what season or tool you choose to hunt with. We all have equal skin in the game, and any opportunities are equally gained or lost between all of us when we look at it that way. I would also like to talk about something else today. This process of making and changing our regulations is badly broken. And it was very apparent the last 30 days and especially this last week. When amendments can be made after the last real chance for public comment in April, and then they continue to change throughout over that time, it kind of gives us the illusion that our public comment matters. I believe that the recommendation from the department needs to come in February, and all amendments on it need to be made in March. We have public comment on it in April, and then the commission has time to weigh out our public comment and the amendments. There's on the federal side of our government, there's an Administrative Procedures Act, or the APA, and that disallows amendments after public comment. And if they have to be made after public comment for some reason, it actually extends 30 days for additional public comment to take place. That provides transparency, that much. That provides transparency and accountability. That is how the trust and mutual respect are built. And that's how broken relations are rebuilt between all of us that make up that proverbial three-legged stool, the department, the NRC, and us, the consumers, all working together for the good of the resource.
Thank you, Bob. Kyle Yoder. Well, Kyle's coming up here. We still have 4 on 5-minute signups, and then.
All right. Thank you for bearing with us and being here. I want to share a little bit. There's been a lot of things shared today. I'd like to share my personal story that I think is important and representative of a lot of hunters. So for me, growing up in northern Michigan, right in the heart of the TB zone in Oscoda County, agriculture and deer hunting was always a part of my life. We raised beef cattle. And in 2009, my father was able to buy a large property, over 600 acres, just paper land up by Rock, Michigan. And so we were hunters, but suddenly we had the opportunity to have a real deer camp and a property that could be managed for deer in the Upper Peninsula. And that was a huge opportunity, something we never dreamed would ever happen. And so we sat down with the family, with my brothers and My uncles would be a part of hunting there, my grandpa and my great uncle. We were going to have this deer camp. And one of the things that we started talking about is how are we going to manage this property to make it the best that it could be. Now it's the UP, so there's, limits, but we decided that one of the core elements that needed to be a part of that was that we would limit ourselves to one buck. And so in 2009, I began buying one buck tag. And it's something that really changed the culture of how we hunted. We were serious hunters. We were particular about shooting older bucks. We wanted to manage. We wanted to work hard. We were able to spend time out hunting. And we were surprised how much not having that second buck tag affected the way that we thought. And it wasn't about the second bucks. It's about your first buck. It's about thinking, if I shoot this buck the first week of archery, my season's going to be done. I'm not going to hunt longer. And it really changed the dynamics. Now, the thing that is often used is they say, well, that will limit your opportunity. And I strongly disagree with that. In the state of Michigan, we have an incredible amount of opportunity to be outdoors. We have this idea within hunting that it's all about shooting bucks. It's all about me shooting a buck. And the thing that has really changed for me, especially as I've gotten older and become a father and had kids and developed so many great relationships through hunting, I've realized it's a lot more than just shooting bucks. I'm very glad to have that one buck tag. I'm very glad to be able to go up to the UP and do that. But to me, there's a need for cultural change. There's a need for a different mindset within our state. And I think we see that it's happening naturally. We see the younger generation already making changes and doing things differently, thinking differently. And one thing we realize, and you all realize, I'm sure, because you've been going through a lot of it, is that, deer, they don't really say anything. When we're talking deer management, we're talking hunter management. And, I think the deer biologists are really important, but I think sometimes maybe we need deer hunter psychologists to help us out in understanding that. And so 10 years ago, having had this experience of the changes that the one buck tag made to our hunting camp, I started to get involved with some of the deer regulation changes that were happening. And at the time, 10 years ago, APRs was what everybody was talking about. At that time, there was a few people, but it was pretty quiet on the one buck tag front. So I started a page, One Buck Tag for Michigan, and it quickly grew into a lot more than I was expecting to be. I was no special guy. I was a 20-something-year-old guy in my tree stand making hunting memes. And suddenly I was having people reach out to me. In fact, I talked to NRC members. I ended up talking to Chad Stewart. I had a radio host interview me. And I felt like we could make a difference. I felt like something was going to change in the state of Michigan. Something was going to be different. And as a 20-something-year-old hunter that was passionate about that, I believed that there was going to be a difference. And for 10 years, I haven't seen a difference. We have an opportunity to make that difference, and I really encourage you all to implement one buck tag. I really appreciate all the work that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Kyle. Okay. Mike Bishop.
Thank you for having this meeting. I'm just sitting here on both sides of the fence, listening to young and old. I've hunted the west side of the UP, starting clear back in 1986. That's an I'm gonna go give it. And I challenge these young guys to look at the record books, the deer that was killed over there back then. And I watched the winners take out 1996 and 97 and the wolves. The wolves seen us first in 1991. It's been downhill since then. I sold out over there at 10 acres, moved to Gold City. A lot of friends in Mackinac County. And I don't know if you can hear me or. Okay. A lot of friends in Mackinac County. I had 10 acres in Gold City. Close friends with the Burtons. They own 2 square miles. Watched the wolves come in there. They wiped out. I sat here today and not listened to anybody with predation problems. So I sold out there. I've had a place in Grayling since 1979. Right now, I grew up in Zone 3, by the way, Lenawee County, so I got plenty of deer. I hunted the grayling, and right now, yes, there's a North 12, and it is, but you're taking a habitat away there, and your deer population's going down along with your open doe permits. I think that you got a problem that you should break it down and start evaluating. You've got more CO officers than you need as far as I'm concerned. We haven't got any pheasants down there in zone 3. We haven't got any coon hunting anymore. We haven't got any rabbit hunting anymore because they broke up all the 80, 90 acre farms and nobody will let you hunt. So you go to the UP on the west side. I've hunted Alberta for 3 years, so I know what's sitting in a whole week and seeing 3, 4, 5 deer. Big bucks, yes, but you know, the antlers don't feed you. And as far as the hunting part, you're discouraging your younger population because a buck's a buck, like the one guy said. If you got a 10, 12, 14-year-old kid that sees a buck in the woods, he's going nuts. You're not letting them have the opportunity. And down there in zone 3, it's what the one guy said was, we got first-year racks that are 6 and 8 points. They don't grow spikes, most of them. I've got buddies on farms that's got, at no time I can take you if you wanted to come down, 100 deer standing under silage piles. There's a problem there. My one buddy asked for, he farms almost 1,200 acres, and he asked for permits. They give him 20. You can go to his house right now on a silage pile tonight and see 100. So you've got a problem. It's got to be designated to zones, period. I don't know what it's going to take to get it. You got the young guys that think we're going to grow 150 to 200 bucks. It ain't going to happen. Not going to happen. You can't. You haven't got the density for growth by wood, especially right now. If you go to Kalkaska, Crawford counties, and they're just devastating the woods with your clear cut. They can't eat jack pines. This winter was pretty sickening to watch. And I've watched it for almost 50 years. So, about all I got to say. Think about it, gentlemen. I still like, well, the one gentleman brought up the one buck for archery and one buck for gun. Why don't you leave it to the licenses and keep it simple? That lets the guys that want to kill a big buck in archery go buy one. And if they want to hunt gun, then they can go buy another license. Doe permits needs to be rationed out by sections, depending on the area. Lenawee County is filthy with them, I can tell you that. Good.
Thank you.
No more.
Ross. This is your song.
Good afternoon. It's getting a little late in the day, so I'm going to ask for a little participation from everyone in a minute. So everyone's good with that. So if you're in the room and you bought a deer tag last year, raise your hand. Great. If you hunted more than 5 days, keep it up. If you hunted more than 15 days, keep it up. Good. If you've ever hunted deer on public land outside of Michigan, keep it up. If you've ever hunted more than 5 states, keep it up. Why do I do this? In part to show the passion in the room. There are people here with a lot of knowledge and experience. They're here today because they want Michigan hunting to be better. They care about the resource. They care about conservation. They care about the next generation. Let me read a quote from one of the pioneers of conservation, Gifford Pinholt. Conservation is the application of common sense to the common problem for the common good. What you 7 are voting on today isn't rocket science. It's common sense for common good for a common problem. We want to move Michigan deer hunting forward. You don't have to be deer gurus, but please listen. Listen to those who have experience. Listen to those who have passion. Listen to those who have knowledge. Listen to the DAT team that spent months and years learning, dialoguing, coming up with new common sense solutions for the common good. This isn't about politics or helping a buddy, conspiring together so you get what you want. It's common sense. It's looking at other states around the Midwest and seeing what they're doing that's working. $1. Earn a second buck is not the same. Lots of the states that have gone to that have not had success, right, within it. And so they've gotten away from it. Look at states that have had good success with $1. They are sound practices with sound science behind them. They're common sense solutions for the common good. Do they require change? 1,000%. Is some of that going to be challenging? Yeah. Our heritage in this state goes back generations. But what we are currently doing isn't working for managing the resource the best. We need changes. We want to adapt new policies, yet we want to adopt new policies that haven't worked in other states. And no one is advocating for the last week within this. So with the earn a second buck, there's currently one state doing this on a large scale, Virginia. In the last 12 years, they've not killed more does than bucks at any point there. They're not known as a top deer state. Half of the state, you can use dogs to run deer to hunt them. Is that really who we want to emulate? Or we can look to Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana, Kansas, Kentucky, some of the premier whitetail states. We can look at what our DNR and DAT recommendations are and apply some common sense to a common problem for the common good. Don't make it harder than it needs to be. Don't try to be a hero. Don't try to do a favor for your buddy. Don't try to compromise. Listen, learn, and do the common sense, proven solutions. Vote for $1. If you want to add an APR, great. Those are common sense changes needed to be a better steward of the resource here in Michigan, to move Michigan forward to be a better place. I hope that in 5 or 10 years we can look back at this day, May 13th, and we can see a deer culture that's changed for the better. I hope that it's not sitting around a campfire in another state talking about how Michigan continues to get it wrong. When we've really become the model for what not to do in management. When people have sold out or they've tried to be heroes instead of just doing the right thing for the resource and for future hunters. I want to leave with one last quote. And I think this very much fits for the vote that's going to happen this afternoon. The vast possibilities of our great future will become realities only if we make ourselves responsible for the future. That was another quote from Gifford. So thank you for your time. Hopefully we can make a common sense change for the common good.
Thank you, Ross. Jeff Mazinski. Is Jeff still here? Yep.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I too am a patriotic person, and I was at a NRC meeting, and you did have 2 flags up there, and kind of looks naked up there without them. But let me get to my issues. Back in 24, I attended the NRC meeting in Traverse City. I recognize Mr. Walters. He was present, but I'm not sure about the rest of you folks. My issue is about saving the snowshoe hare. Being a former hunter, the snowshoe hare has disappeared in Presque Isle County, Alpena, and people are traveling to Drummond Island and the UP with their dogs. My recommendations is to stop hunting hare except for the hunters to use their dogs. Reduce the 5-day bag limit until the numbers are increased. And this is not an environmental bell curve. They have been gone for over 15 years or longer due to the turning white, and they freeze. They think they can't be seen, but they're surrounded by green cover. With grant money and breeding and release on an area that has not have hunting, example like the Emily Hunt here on Pines has 450 acres. I own 100 acres on that same road along with other camps that have the perfect environment for this project. When it comes to restocking fish, money is there. Why not a mammal? Most people have never seen a hare or don't know what one is. It's my generation that can tell the stories of the younger generation. The younger generation don't have this opportunity to carry on the tradition. My second issue is I'd like to see a campaign of 10 points or better. For the first-time hunters, sure, they're going to shoot a smaller buck, but after that, everybody's going for the bigger bucks. Size matters. I'm installing signs on my property this year that is going to say 10 points or larger. Wouldn't it be great to see a whitetail crossing the road with 10 points? More people might go out and buy a license. Maybe you wouldn't have Michigan hunters traveling to other states, spending big bucks for a chance of a lifetime. It could happen here in Michigan. We have everything in Michigan to grow big bucks. A lot of people are using deer plots, and 8-point bucks they're taking our young deer. And 1 or 2 more years, the bucks would meet their goals if we let them grow. We want to have more hunters applying for license. If the buck pulls had bigger bucks on them, I'm sure it would give people a lot more encouragement to go out and buy a license. It's like the youth hunt. They have a better chance of shooting a big buck, and they will be hooked. And it's the same with the experienced hunter. If they get a chance to shoot a bigger buck, they're more likely to go out and continue hunting. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jeff. Norman Martin.
Good afternoon. I thank you for allowing me to get my 5 minutes in. To the gentleman who commented a little bit ago about the rifle hunting in Zone 3, he said you might hit his house, or his house. I suggest take his hunter's safety over and know his target and beyond. I've taught, is that on? I've taught hunter safety for 50-some years, and I say that shouldn't be a problem. The coyote and the fox hunters down there have shot centerfire rifles at varmints their whole life, and we haven't had a problem. I live in Zone 3. So I agree with the rifle passage of any rifle deer hunting in Zone 3. I'm against the one buck rule. I bought a few years ago, I bought some hunting property down around Alma. When I pay my taxes at the end of the year, I think I've just earned that second buck license. It's not cheap owning hunting property. I'm not a bow hunter. I'm a rifle hunter. You want to shorten my season down for regular rifle? You want to shorten the season down for muzzle loading? I take young kids out hunting with me all the time. And my granddaughter, when she went with me 2 years ago, said, Papa, opening day, I want to shoot a buck. 3 days later, she come back, she said, today, I just want to shoot a deer. They're happy with anything when they're getting their first deer. It don't have to be an 8-10 point buck. Any deer, when it's their first deer, is fine with them. They're just as happy. So why should you make them go out and set and set and set and not get a shot? That's not going to encourage them to go hunting again. And as far as other states that they're comparing here to, how can you compare a state that's 400 miles south of here with Michigan, with our cold winters, our deep snows, our winter kill, all the elements that our deer have to put up with? You can't. If you want to pick up some tips from other states, how about North Carolina, where if you buy a license and your son's with you, he can shoot all this. He can shoot 2 bucks and 4 does, a bear, a boar, and a turkey, all on your license without buying anything. Or how about Missouri? If you live on the farm and there's a husband and wife and 4 kids, you can all deer hunt and shoot 2 bucks and 4 does or something and don't have to buy a license. By being a landowner, you're entitled to that. So if we're going to adopt something from another state, let's adopt something in favor of the hunter, of the property owner. We pay our fair share. Since I've been hunting 70 years, I bought a license. And here's some of the changes that's been made in my lifetime. You've added the muzzleloading season, which I thought that was great when it come in. Now you've added crop damage permits, which I disagree with wholeheartedly. You've added the Liberty Hunt in September, the late or the early firearms antlerless season. Then November 1st, archery starts. And then you've got the disability hunt in October. And all of these are before I get in the woods with my rifle on October 5th, or on November 15th. The bow hunters are killing off. This last year, they killed 72,000, I think, or something, with the bow before I get in there. And I know they're killing more than that, because when I go out on November 15th and one of my party gets a shot and I go out to help them track it, every year we find numerous carcasses of deer that the archery kids have shot and couldn't find. They get away. Since archery started in 37, they shot 4 deer. Now this last year they shot 72,000 or something. But the thing is, they went from longbow to a recurve to a compound to a crossbow, which is almost should be illegal in my opinion for a bow hunter. And that's all. They're killing off all the big bucks before I get in the woods. I border an airport. I border an airport, and the deer get on the runway, so they wholesale kill all the does and all of the big bucks with archery before I get out there. Thank you.
That completes our 5-minute signups. We're moving into 3-minute. Vice Chair is going to take care of that.
Thank you, Chair. Humphreys, first up, I'm going to read off names for people on deck, just so you can get ready. Our first 3-minute comment is Brent Portinga, and after Brent is Eric Anderson.
My name is Brent Portinga. I'm from Muskegon County. My family owns a cabin in Kalkaska County, but we hunt Kalkaska County and Missaukee County. Since the APR has been in place in our area up north, It has improved our experiences with deer hunting, and I can say it's brought some excitement back to the hunt for us up there. I hunt downstate also. I'm in favor of the $1 tag, and that would change things for me dramatically because I hunt at home after work because it's convenient. But what I will be doing is focusing on my hunts up north because it's a little bit more special to me to deer hunt up there. I think it also favors harvesting more does. I do buy doe tags, and I've always bought a combination tag. I will buy a combination tag and I will harvest a doe, which I'm in favor of, and I will buy a doe tag. I gun hunt and bow hunt. And something that, two quotes that have stuck out to me regarding change is, to see change, you have to do change. We shouldn't be fearful for something different. I think we will all benefit from this. Another quote that I've heard before, I'm in favor of hunting an older age deer class, and I hunt out of state for that. I feel like if we can get deer to age in Michigan, that will increase the experience for guys that want to see the older deer class. And a quote that I like is, for us to hunt big bucks, we have to shoot big bucks, but they have to be present. To do that, you have to let those deer age. By favoring the $1 tag, that increases our chances for that herd to age on hoof. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Portinga. Eric Anderson, you're next, and after Eric is Dan Vanderwall. Mr. Anderson going once. Mr. Vanderwall, you might want to make your way up. Mr. Anderson going twice. Okay. Dan Vanderwall, you're up. 3-minute public comment. And after Mr. Vanderwall is John Grunfeld. I saw somebody get up. So Dan Vanderwall is not here. Mr. Grunfeld, are you here? He stepped out. Okay. Are you Scott? Go ahead. Mr. Toogood. Scott Toogood. What a name. I love that. Mr. Toogood, you're up.
Well, I'm just gonna respectfully get up here and ramble on a bunch of words I've heard throughout this meeting today. And I want to start out with first one that I haven't heard a whole lot today. We got tradition. We've had deer seasons in Michigan forever. The main ones, the early archery, October 1st through November 14th, November 15th through November 30th, of course, gun season, our muzzleloading season, which I would very much love to see return, a regular muzzleloading season. I miss it immensely. And then, of course, after that, we've had our late season doe, which usually ended January 1st. Things have changed a lot since then, but personally, I wouldn't mind seeing it go back to that. I understand that you guys want a lot of doe taken, and with that, with a lot of doe being taken, I think if you reinstated some baiting, and yeah, people got their kids involved, there could be a lot more doe taken. Lower the price tags and the doe tags a little bit, maybe, have them $5 year round. Those are the positives I got to say. Now, I'll go to the negatives. I guess I'll go to the first one. I guess I'm a proud member of the problem group here. I believe in the 2-tag system, although I will admit, you guys can call me Mr. Mulligan Buck, because I'm the guy that has gone out there year after year and maybe got lucky and got 1 buck, or maybe got lucky and got a doe or two. But that's the way my seasons have been my whole life. I've hunted hard on state land, and I really haven't had a lot of opportunities at these big bucks and these APR bucks that people want. Okay, and let's see. What was I going to go? Oh, yeah, back to the traditions. I'll go back to good part now. I think it's very important that, yes, we do get our families, friends, kids involved. As a matter of fact, Mr. Grunewald, which now popped in, I got him involved in hunting 30 years ago. I've taken all my kids hunting. I've got grandkids coming up now that'll also be out hunting. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. John Grunewald, you're up next for 3-minute public comment. Okay. Next up is Mark Honkala. After Mr. Honkala is Wayne Copa.
Thanks for your time. As mentioned, I'm Mark Honkla. Just to pick up on a couple of the recent comments on the relaxation of the rifle line. Not in favor of that. Although I hunt in zone 1, I live in zone 3. So I'm an average deer hunter that enjoys maximizing hunting time at our UP hunting camp. In general, I am not interested in traveling out of state to hunt. I am in favor of the current UP combo tag system. One of the positive developments of the deer regulation discussions is that the topic of doe-buck ratios has come to the forefront. I am willing to take a doe if the DNR provides antlerless tags for our area, but I think since we're in the UP, that needs to be really studied carefully. The recent discussions over deer regulations have forced us all to consider if our approaches were based on sound logic. Eventually, I thought back to the beginning of my hunting days. First of all, I was shocked to realize I had been hunting in the UP for 45 years. Time sure flew by. I was fortunate to start hunting in 1980. This was the early days of compound bows and before hang-on aluminum stands and water-resistant camel clothing. It's a wonder we survived. In 1997, my dad and I were able to purchase some land to establish our own UP hunting camp. 28 years at our camp, I have taken 1 doe, 7 bucks, and never 2 in a single season. None of the bucks were big, but I was happy to have them. Over the last few years, family responsibilities have decreased and more time spent hunting at camp. I have been able to voluntarily put a 4-point APR on the regular combo tag. For a hunter like myself with an average skill set in the condition of the UP deer herd, a 4-point APR is a challenge. With the UP deer herd at low levels, it is fair to ask how a second buck tag can be justified. My stance is that I want the opportunity to hunt for 2 bucks. That does not necessarily translate to shooting 2 bucks. If a personal APR is set high enough, then a hunter should occasionally expect not to fill either tag. I've done that plenty of times. If everything works out on rare occasions, a hunter could fill both tags. I haven't done that in 28 years. The goal is that the hunter spends the bulk of the season hunting. After each firearm season, the DNR conducts a voluntary survey of UP deer camps. From 2012 to 2025, there's been a 44% decrease of deer camp survey participation. Say it again, 44% decrease. It is important for the survival of UP deer camps to maximize available time to hunt at camp. I think the UP combo system provides a framework to allow sufficient time at hunting camps. A couple of more points. There's been discussion of a quiet period before the rifle season. I think we owe it to ourselves to have a continuity from bow to gun season. With our busy schedules, it's tough to get all the guys at camp, and that continuity is important. And one of the highlights of our camp is a couple years ago, we had 3 generations spent 8 nights in camp together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Honkala. Wayne Copa, you are up next, and on deck is Steve Chappell.
Commissioners, thank you for listening to me so late in the day. I'm Wayne Copa from Crawford County, that's Grayling. We're a small population county. We only got 3 traffic lights, and 60% of the land's owned by the state government. We have the Iron Belt Trail coming through our county, and it's 4 sections, $12 million. And unfortunately, we don't have anyone that's eligible to put in for trail money that has the capability to build that trail. I mean, the township would have to go borrow $2 or $3 million, supervise the construction. They do not have the talent. We do not have a parks and rec function in our county. The only agency that's got the ability to do this with competence is the road commission. And they are not eligible to apply to the trust fund for trail money because they're not listed as an eligible applicant. So State Senator Hoitenga, she's a hunter, has drafted Senate Bill 63, which is a nonpartisan bill. And that fixes the problem. And Senate Bill 63 does not take the power away from anybody or give anybody any special privilege. The trust fund can approve or deny whatever they want to. And it doesn't make road commissions apply for projects. It just opens the door to the possibility. And best of all, the trust fund doesn't cost anything. Excuse me, Senate Bill 63 does not cost anything. It's just a matter of drafting the legislation. Why am I here with you talking about this? Well, the trust or the NRC is supposed to look over programs that relate to citizens of the state of Michigan. And I'm asking you to be perfectly honest with us. If you can see a negative aspect to this legislation, we want to know because we'll fix it. But we don't think there's any downsides. None at all. It just enables us to build trails more efficiently, faster. Is there any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Copa. Steve Chappell is up next. Oh, we gave up. Okay. Next up is Greg Barnaby. Mr. Barnaby, are you here? He is here. And so after Mr. Barnaby, we have Craig Schramm.
Been a long day, hasn't it? Thank you, commissioners. Appreciate everything you do. I'm extremely nervous. I'm going to try to get my point across. So I'm 58 years old. Obviously been hunting Michigan my whole life. About 25 years ago, I went out of state, and I tell you what, it changed my everything. The experience was nothing like I ever experienced in Michigan. So I've been writing you letters and wanting change ever since. I wish pretty much everybody could go get that experience so they would want to see change as well, because there's just no comparison. One of you earlier brought up your goal is to harvest more does. And I look at these other states and their length of seasons, and they're all much shorter, later gun seasons. And we have double that, but yet we're trying to, I'm bucks during, I said gun season. But, I just wonder why we have such a long gun season if our goal is to shoot does. Antler point restrictions. I fully support antler point restrictions ever since the first time I heard about them. They seem to be working great in the Northwest 12 with 78% approval of them. I don't understand why the rest of the state doesn't have them already. Pennsylvania,
What a great example there with their APR and OBR combination. The data there and the resistance they had there, and now, people love it. And also, as far as this earn a second buck deal, not everywhere in zone 3 has a crazy amount of deer. My area got hit with the HD last year. I'm also a property owner who pays taxes, who, has wants to see the amount of deer that get shot, appropriately. It has to be done very carefully if we do something like earn a second buck. I guess I don't agree with that. Don't approve or agree with that or want to see that. And as far as, startups get called trophy hunters, I've shot 2 bucks in the last 10 years. I passed and passed and passed, owning my own property, all the work I've done. I think that's not being selfish. That's about all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Barnaby. Craig Schramm. And after Mr. Schramm is Richard Decker.
Okay, so the last time I was in front of the NRC I was carrying 4x8 sheets of plywood with big stickers on. It said, D is dumb, G is good. So it's been a while. I did hear some gentleman saying that he couldn't persuade you guys to go his way, so now he's wanting to go through the legislature. But I thought that's what that D and G was to prevent that. So I'm a landowner. We've got 80 acres. I've got three of my brothers, or me and my 2 brothers have owned that. One brother pretty much dropped out when they eliminated the baiting issue. And the other one's in the UP. If they go to this 1 buck, I don't foresee him coming down here either. And we put a lot of money and time into that. And to cut it back, I bow hunt also, and then I rifle hunt. So if I were to shoot a buck, the bow season, then you're done. As far as the season dates, it's this quality. I wouldn't want to see any of the season dates change. I'd like to see the muzzleloader go back to muzzleloader in the full 10 days. I was going to play the game that gentleman did about raising your hand, how many people have did the hunting. Only I wanted to see how many, basically on this side of the room, it's thinning out now, but how many of them are shooting 2 bucks? They're shooting 1 maybe in Michigan, or maybe some of them are shooting 2 in Michigan, because I've been watching some of these podcasts, and they're all saying about the mulligan buck. And then one gentleman said, well, you shot 2 nice bucks this year. Well, yeah, but they were both nice bucks. So one wasn't a mulligan. They were both nice bucks. That's the same bunch that's pushing this. Okay? It's it all depends on what their thing from a buck is as to what mine is. Okay, I bought the combo tags since they've come out. The last 5 years, I hadn't shot a buck. I finally shot a pretty nice 7-point this year that I got mounted. I thought it's the biggest buck I've ever got. If you want to go to APRs, I see the pros and cons of that. I see for young hunters and stuff, it would be a dilemma, but I feel the people that are out there are doing what they want to do. They're going to promote whatever they want. Like I said, we're in Alcona County, so we're in the TB zone. As far as does, if you want them harvested, do like you did with the coyotes. Put a bounty on their heads. You're paying sharpshooters to go out and shoot them. I got all kinds of hicks in our area that would bring a pickup load of heads to you. $5-10 a head. That'll cure some of your doe problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schramm. Richard Decker. Okay. Kevin Johnson. After Mr. Johnson is Joel Yoder.
All right, thanks. Well, I am over 60 and I'm still for the $1 and the APRs. And one of the things that I'm not worried about is shooting $2 because I mentor so much that I take people out many times and I give up. I don't even hunt myself anymore. And I take new people, whether it's a 48-year-old internal medicine doctor last year who just shot his first turkey with me, or a 9-year-old kid who just shot his first turkey with me that I will bring out on my property. And I told him that he can shoot a buck and I'll mentor them. That's what's important to me. And another thing that was brought up earlier when I was talking to Tristan Cole, who's a friend of mine, is that, I know the DNR, some of the commissioners don't always like the high fences, but I know an individual who high fenced his property because he got tired of not being able to shoot, nice buck in Michigan. And now he takes his family, including his granddaughter, to Kansas, where he has a lease now. So what we're asking is, why can't we bring that to here? I mean, I have 1,500 acres in the county. Thanks for coming here. Shorter drive in this county right now. And the best that we can do is 125 to 130 class buck. And it would just be nice before I'm dead to shoot one that may be in the record books. This county has never had a Boone and Crockett buck in the books, if you look at it. It's disappointing. And I think we need to worry about mentoring more than, shooting $2. I can live without shooting the $2. I have a guide for elk season 2, as you know. I thanked you for the changes that you did. We had an elk meeting last night. And I'll have clients of mine ask me if I guide for deer here. And I almost laugh them out of the truck. I'm like, why would you want to come here and hunt deer with me? You're going to shoot the best buck that I have on the property might be 125 to 130 class buck. I couldn't charge you for that. And then I always like to say when you do something right, and I think you did great with your app. I think the DNR app is wonderful. What's nice about for mentoring, when I have a turkey hunter that I want to take out and it's in the evening and it comes up, we can go right on the app. They can purchase that. We don't have to go to the gas station, and I don't have to walk the clerk through the process because a lot of times at 10 o'clock at night, they don't know how to do it. So the app is wonderful. The point systems for the elk, for the bear, everything about it is just a great thing. And we need to touch on baiting too. It needs to be addressed. The baiting issue needs to be addressed. They just did an Up North Live survey at the here in Michigan, and 80% of the people were positive to baiting. Everybody is doing it, and it needs to be addressed. A common sense approach to baiting. It needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Joel Yoder, followed by Gary Ryan. Joel here? Here's not. Gary Ryan, are you here? Here's not. Glenn Eberly. 3 in a row. Okay, we're dwindling here. Matt Lair. Mr. Lair. After Mr. Lair is Alex Nixick.
Thanks for having me. My name is Matt Lear from Ottawa County. I've been hunting for 34 years, and I stopped hunting Michigan seriously 20 years ago because of how broken our hunting culture has become. I take a doe in Michigan every year, then I spend thousands in other states hunting public land due to the selfish, got my butt culture of Michigan. I've hunted across this country for about 20 years, and I can tell you this, Michigan and Michigan hunters have a reputation, and it's not a good one. We are not looked at as leaders in the deer management. We are looked at as a state that cannot get out of its own way, and it shows. Go to public land parking lots in Michigan. Too often they are trashed. Go walk public ground. Too often it looks like people treat it like a dump. That is not an accident. That is culture. That is what happens when hunters see the resource as something to take not as something they are responsible for. That's embarrassing. The mentality is why meaningful change keeps dying in this state. And rumor has it that because of politics, the opportunity to make real change has died again before this room even had a chance to be heard. Watching momentum get undercut at the last minute by slimy politics, deal making, and pressure from people more interested in protecting the same broken system than improving the resources. That is the problem for Michigan. The resource does not lead. Politics leads, money leads, the loudest, most selfish voice leads. Conservation gets pushed to the back. A $1 regulation is not about taking opportunity away from hunters. It's about asking Michigan hunters to take responsibility. It's about asking whether we are serious conservationists or just consumers with weapons. A $1 regulation might not fix everything, but it would be a clear signal that Michigan is finally willing to value restraint, herd quality, and long-term stewardship over the same tired excuses. If this commission kills that movement because of political pressure, then do not dress it up as science. Do not call it conservation. Call it what it is. Michigan choosing comfort over courage. Hunters are not owed $2. We are entrusted with a public resource. And if we cannot handle that responsibility, then the problem is not a deer herd. The problem is us. If you made a shady deal at the last minute as a compromise, have the courage. Please have the courage to do the right thing, change your vote back, and pass $1 in 26. Thank you.
You, Mr. Lair. Alex Nixick.
Yep. Hi, my name's Alex Nixick. I'm 30 years old and I primarily hunt Sanilac and Sheboygan counties. And one thing that I would really like to touch base on is the $1 rule. I really don't think that Michigan should be a $1 state, just for the simple fact that in Sanilac County, we have a really bad problem with deer overpopulation. As you guys know, we have one of the highest harvest rates out of the entire state. And I think by limiting hunters that we get that come from Metro Detroit to $1, a lot of them are just going to take the $1 and go back home to communities like Livonia, Rochester, different suburbs of Detroit where there's no hunting opportunity. So they're going to come, they're going to get their deer, and they're going to get out of there. I honestly would like to see more people coming back to fill that second buck tag, because they might take, for example, their son, their nephew, their daughter, and in the back of a truck, you might see more does. Versus if they just take the $1 on opening day and go back home, they're not going to come back up. That's my main concern. And as far as rifles, removing the rifle line, the whole point of the rifle line, if you go back to the reason that they instated that, was back probably in the 40s, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And Michigan at one point in time didn't have a lot of deer in the southern half. So the reason that they basically allowed people to use shotguns and not rifles down south was for the simple fact they would let people hunt without denying them the right to hunt. So it's like you could use buckshot, but there's no deer, so your chances are slim to none pretty much. I think by removing that rifle line, we'd increase the harvest, at least for a lot of people that live near the line in the middle of the state and even creeping into the thumb like Saginaw County. It would just create a lot less confusion, in my opinion. And the regulations are also kind of obsolete too, if you really think about it. There's rifles, shotguns, muzzleloaders. The whole point of everything that has came out between rifled barrels, straight-walled cartridges, there's not that much difference ballistically between a 45-70, a 30-30, and a 45 Bushmaster, or a 450 Bushmaster. So it's like the regulations have become obsolete due to technology. So it's like in your guys' making of this decision, I strongly recommend that you guys take a look at how far we've come with straight-wall cartridges, rifled barrels and shotguns and those things when you guys do make this decision. And on that note, I think I said what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nixick. Next is Trish Marie. Sorry, Trish, I did not give you a chance to give you the heads up there. After Trish is Derek Roush.
Good afternoon or evening, as it's getting to be, commissioners. When I was a kid, there was a pond near my home that I liked walking around. There was a ton of wildlife in it, and I enjoyed watching them. And one day I walked out there. First thing I saw was a dead frog floating belly up. Walk a little while longer, and there's another dead frog. Then two more. Then five more. Then I see a couple of kids at the other end of the pond shooting frogs with a BB gun. I knew one of these kids. He belonged to the family of my neighbor. I did tell his parents what he was doing. He lost his BB gun privileges. Would that everyone who abused their privileges could suffer the same consequences. In February, the Ontonagon Valley Sportsman Club held a wildlife killing contest. The very concept should be repugnant to every ethical hunter. 47 coyotes, 8 bobcats, and 4 foxes were killed. Not for conservation, not for food, but for the same reason those boys were shooting frogs, just for fun. The difference being, these were not children shooting the coyotes, but adults who should have matured beyond such behavior. Now, the Ontonagon Sportsman's Club is holding another wildlife killing contest in June, when coyotes have dependent puppies. Babies who will be growing colder and hungrier, waiting for parents who will never come back. This June contest can happen because this commission violated its own rules and reopened year-round coyote killing before the 2-year period was up. This to appease the MUCC, which ironically has now gone belly up itself. There's karma for you. Ethical hunters respect wildlife. Killing contests send the wrong message. Killing wildlife while they're raising babies is repugnant. This commission can stop that June contest probably with just a phone call, and should also consider stopping wildlife killing contests as it is. Now, and as to funding, I met with my state representative on Monday during his monthly coffee hours. First thing I said to him was the DNR needs more funding. So, and that's the first, I always meet with him during his monthly coffee hours. That's the first thing I always say. You got to fund the DNR. They do a lot of good stuff. So, thank you.
Thank you, Trish. Derek Roush. After Derek, we have Craig, I don't know if it's Seidel or Seidel.
All right. My name's Derek. I'm from Central Michigan, the Ithaca area. And despite what you've heard today, I am against the $1 regulation change. I am not selfish. And I do not think only of myself. I care about the state and I care about conservation. This is simple. With any regulation change, whether it is $1, earn a buck, APRs, or any other proposal, when it's being presented as a management tool, it should come with clear and measurable goals. So what specific biological outcomes are being targeted? What increase in doe harvest is expected? In what regions and over what timeline? And what benchmarks will determine success or failure? Right now, hunters are being asked to give up opportunity based largely on hoped for behavior change, not clearly defined scientific outcomes. Why are regulations being made in with hope for behavior change and talked about in reference by how much revenue license sales provide? In 3, 6, or 12 years, Michigan hunters should be able to look back with confidence and know that the NRC regulated based on solid data gathered through clear, objective, and measurable methods. Without measurable goals, and benchmarks, there is no honest way to evaluate whether a regulation actually worked. Good management requires more than good intentions. It requires measurable results. Please do not copy and paste regulations from other states and hope they work here. This really includes both $1 and earn a buck. We need Michigan data and Michigan-based regulations. Please base your decisions based on what is true and clearly defined by data, not by hope for behavior changes. Right now in Michigan, the $1 regulation is entirely based on hope for behavior change. And I respectfully ask that you reject $1 regulation changes. Thank you. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Mr. Roush. Craig Seidel. Is Craig here? Moving on to Pat Blanzy. After Mr. Blanzy, we have Tony Smith. For those who are curious, 3 left here on 3-minute comment. 4.
Hi, my name is Pat Blanzy. I live in Otsego County and I'm a lifelong hunter. One of the problems with going late in the day is you're really repeating a lot of things that everybody else has said, so I got an idea. Let's go back to the early 80s, institute the $4 rule, allow a ton of sugar beets to put out, and then we're done. I'm kidding. Okay, so a quick aside. I don't think you can significantly impact hunter recruitment through regulation changes and increasing antler size. When I started hunting, long before QDM was ever conceived, most hunters shot any legal buck, and Michigan had an abundance of deer hunters. Since that time, there have been major changes in our culture, and I believe the hunter recruitment issue is much more complex. If it's only due to not having enough Boone and Crocker bucks in the woods, then we're sending the wrong message to our children. It makes me so sad when a young hunter apologizes for the size of the rack on his very first deer. I understand all the proposed changes target a balance between biology and hunter satisfaction, and I appreciate the challenges you all face. Regarding the $1 rule, if the OBR was the only option that would fix the issues, I'd support that rule and I wouldn't even be here. However, I don't believe that is the case. By going to a $1 rule, if a hunter harvests a buck, you are essentially taking the excitement and the anticipation out of one of the 2 seasons, gun or bow. For most of us, it's about having the opportunity and not about the kill. Your second buck harvest reports supports this mentality. And this rule does not guarantee an increase in the doe harvest. By going to earn a second buck, you ensure a doe harvest for those wanting a second buck tag, and you can increase the age structure with APRs as you've seen in the northwest corner of the Lower Peninsula. By implementing some of these other proposed changes, I believe you can achieve your goals and have a greater impact without going to this extreme. For those wanting larger antlers, look at Wisconsin. They allow $1 during bow season and 1 during rifle, and yet they are at the top of the list with Boone and Crockett entries. Why is the OBR considered the only solution? A comment on your earn a buck slide that stated hunters might not want 3 deer. It's really 2 deer, not 3. Since only a small number of hunters harvest a second buck, many successful buck hunters would shoot a doe just to have the chance and the anticipation to harvest that second buck, with few pulling the triggers on the 3rd deer. Regarding the ghost does, and I don't want to oversimplify this, but one thought is, hunters bring in the head to any DNR office, that individual clips the ear, they log that that person harvested their deer, and you would have a systematic way without having the possibility for fraud. And I believe that most hunters would welcome the opportunity with that little extra work to allow them to have that second tag. Thank you.
Good afternoon, commissioners. It's been a long day. I've logged 8 hours in my seat, and there's some things that I think I know, and there's some things that I think I don't know. For those of you that don't know, I helped lead the effort in what was called the LPDMI Lower Peninsula Deer Management Initiative. This took place, consumed about 3 years of my life, a lot of my treasure, and a lot of my treasured time with my family to try to affect real change in this state. I don't think that the APR system that we have in place right now in this state is a perfect system. I understand why it was developed. I also understand why there's been moratoriums put on it. I have some real concerns today about citizens advisory councils and whether or not anyone would ever throw their hat in the ring again to serve on a citizens advisory council or a DAT. Considering what is rumored to have taken place in the last week, I think it's a real disservice to the citizens that have given their time and their treasure to try to affect real change in the state when it comes to the white-tailed deer. And the white-tailed deer carries a lot of weight in this state. It basically pays for everything else, if you will. If deer hunting were to go away, or as we see deer hunter numbers dwindle, we also see revenue to the department dwindle, and that's a real concern for me. I've always been a big supporter of the department. I've had my differences with the people that I've worked with. I've developed close relationships with a lot of the biologists that I've worked with in my efforts, and I don't like to see the department, who are the professionals, come forward to this commission with a recommendation and have their recommendation and the DAT's recommendation, who they work together to bring a recommendation to this commission, disregarded. If that is in fact what's going on here, I have strong objections to that, and I have real concerns about citizen involvement going forward, and I think it's crucial. And I hope that you take that into consideration when you cast your vote this afternoon. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Next on the list here that I have is Linnell DeVoe. And after Linnell is Alvin, I'm going to try to get this right, Alan Sikowitz. Sikowicz. Okay. Oh, Alan Sikowitz? No, I have DeVoe. Lance. Oh, I read it as Linnell. I'm sorry, Lance. Please come on up.
Yeah, we got that straightened out. So I know everybody knows me as Bob's vice president. I'm usually the quiet one, but besides being vice president of Michigan Bow Hunters, that I'm very proud of, frankly, I'm also on board of Gilbert Sportsman Club. I'm very proud of that too. That's a great organization. And I'm also on the board of trustees of Michigan Gun Owners. So today I'd like to talk about guns. I can't. Hear me even better now? All right. I'll try not to my peas into the mic. So I'd like to speak in support of the to eliminate the limited firearm deer zone. I really don't have a lot to add to that. Gratefully, many people have come up and given the various reasons for it. All those reasons that I heard in favor of that elimination, I agree with. So I won't bore you with going back through them. You know the drill. But Michigan Gun Owners, not surprisingly, is in support of eliminating that. And and we are, Michigan Gun Owners, one of our
primary reasons for existing is to promote safe and responsible gun usage. So it's not like we don't care about that kind of thing. And we think that Michigan hunters and shooters have shown responsibility over the years in that regard. Since I got a little bit more time, let me circle back and touch on a few of these things. You guys asked the DNR to look into, give you the science to the best of their ability and within the resources that they have regarding these proposals and the deer management, and they gave it to you. There's not consensus on many of these within Michigan bow hunters or in Gilbert Sportsman's Club and so forth, but we would urge you to go with the science that was delivered to you. You asked for it. The organization that's meant to give it to you did their best to give it to you. Honestly, we would say stick with your mandate and go with the science. And with that, I'll give my time back.
Mr. Sakevitz, I get that right this time. Thank you.
Yes, valiant effort, Commissioner Nyberg, but it's Sitkevich and Eldon like the chipmunk. That was pretty funny. I'll keep it brief. I just wanted to go through the whole day and kind of listen to what everyone had to say. I've talked to a lot of these guys on the internet. I'm not going to do any personal attacks. I don't know any of you besides Commissioner Walters. We've met on a few occasions. Director Bowen, I know a lot about you from what all the lovely people say about you. You have some pretty thick skin. So my 10 years as being a corrections officer, you have some thick skin. Yeah, so I only wanted to pose one question. I'll first say my name's Alvin Sitkevich. I'm 10 years of law enforcement. I'm local. I'm a business owner. I own tree service. I actually cut down 3 trees today before I came here. So, but I've also ran a YouTube channel called Michigan Gone Wild, where I've highlighted deer hunting here in the state of Michigan. And my main focus in every single year since 2014 has to showcase the community aspect and the personal development of deer hunting. You gain those through having access to hunting. Conservation is hunting. We need hunters. And I'll ask you, what is the greatest threat to hunting right now? It's the fact that we're losing hunters. We're losing revenue. We're losing license sales. The American model of conservation depends on hunters. That requires better communication with hunters. And hunters out here, for everyone that comes here with an opinion, just know that the privilege of hunting comes with a great responsibility as well. And that means communication with the DNR, with the NRC. We're never going to get anything done complaining on Facebook, ridiculing people personally. You have no idea what their job entails. But I'll also say this to the commissioners. We have a deeply, deeply vast, diverse landscape here in Michigan. And it's not to be managed as a cookie cutter process. And we can only do it together. That's it. Thank you for your time.
I'll wrap it up. That concludes the 3-minute portion of the public comment, and handing the gavel back to our chair, Becky Humphries.
Pardon? Yeah, it is 5:37. I think we could probably all use with a little stretch break. So I'm going to suggest we get back together again at 5:45 and we'll conduct the business part of the meeting. That doesn't give you long. Okay. It is. Oh, I'm supposed to make note of the time here. Sorry, folks. It is 5:50. And we'll move into the business part of the meeting. And our first up is new business. We lost our director somewhere here. Okay, we'll shout. We have no new director's items this month, but we do have land transactions. Director, is it your intent to sign the land transactions? All right. Are there any comments or concerns with any of the land transactions that they want to share with the director? All right, should have put those in reverse order of that. We have no new NRC orders this month. Under old business, we have a resolution you have no new or no old business under director's items, but under NRC items, we do have a resolution on scientific management.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. First, I want to thank the department staff, my fellow commissioners, stakeholders, and the many individuals who participated throughout this process, including this marathon session today. Deer management is one of the most contentious issues we deal with as a commission. And I appreciate the significant amount of time, expertise, and public input that has gone into this process. As I've reviewed the proposals, amendments, and listened to the public feedback, I continue to believe strongly that Michigan's deer herd must be managed by region and deer management zone. The three zones all have very different habitat conditions, climates, hunting pressures, disease concerns, and population dynamics. The one-size-all-fit approach is unlikely to produce the best long-term outcomes for either the herd or for hunter satisfaction. I also believe we need clear numerical benchmarks and measurable management goals by zone, so both the commission and the public can better evaluate whether our regulations are moving the health of the herd in the desired direction. Without defined metrics and goals, it becomes difficult to measure success, identify problems early, evaluate the effectiveness of regulatory changes over time. It also reduces transparency and can erode trust in the department and this commission. This is not about criticizing any individual within the department. I appreciate the hard work of the staff, biologists, and leadership working under competing priorities. But collectively, we as a commission, the department, and the broader stakeholder community must acknowledge that the current system can and should be improved. Michigan's deer herd is too important economically, recreationally, culturally, environmentally for us to rely on generalized assumptions or incomplete data when making long-term management decisions. Managing fundamentally different regions without clearly defined numerical benchmarks and measurable goals by zone is not the level of scientific management the public should expect from us. Quite simply, we can do better and we must do better. Over the last several months, I've worked with Chairwoman Humphreys to discuss how we begin improving the process. With her assistance, I am bringing forward this resolution to initiate a science-based review of Michigan's deer management program and to develop a stronger long-term framework for managing both deer populations and wildlife disease. Importantly, this resolution is not intended to create a static report that sits on a shelf. The goal is to establish a dynamic, adaptive deer management framework, one that includes measurable goals, regional benchmarks, disease surveillance metrics, and a defined and transparent process for adjusting management actions as conditions change on the ground in real time. Michigan has some of the best hunting traditions and wildlife resources in the country. We owe it to the hunters, conservationists, landowners, and future generations to ensure our decisions are grounded in sound science made in the best long-term interests of the resource. Therefore, I introduced this resolution for consideration. Whereas the Michigan Department of Natural Resources is responsible for managing white-tailed deer in the state of Michigan, and whereas Michigan Natural Resources Commission has authority to establish hunting regulations using sound science where practicable, Therefore, be it resolved that the commission directs the department to engage the Wildlife Management Institute to conduct a science-based review of Michigan's deer management program in collaboration with the department and utilizing national experts in deer ecology, population dynamics, and wildlife disease management. This review should produce an updated deer management framework that includes an evaluation of the department's role in developing and presenting scientific recommendations to the commission, development of an updated deer management plan that includes disease surveillance and response actions, recommendations for buck and antlers harvest strategies, and deer conflict and damage management recommendations. The review and resulting plan should establish clear deer and disease management goals along with measurable metrics and recommended management actions. All goals, metrics, and recommendations should be developed, reported, and evaluated at the deer management zone level to reflect regional differences in climate, habitat, hunting pressure, and disease prevalence across Michigan. Metrics should include, but not limited to, population estimates, buck-doe ratios, harvest rates, age structure, hunter success rates, disease prevalence, including CWD, bovine TB, EHD, and other emerging or regional significant diseases, and measures of deer-related conflicts or damage. The review should also evaluate how these metrics are used to inform regulatory recommendations to the commission, including season structure, tag allocation, and disease response actions. The department should establish zone-specific quantitative benchmarks and management thresholds for key population, harvest, and disease indicators. These benchmarks should be expressed as measurable ranges or thresholds and used to evaluate population status and guide management decisions at the deer management zone level. The department should implement the resulting framework as an adaptive management plan, including a defined process for regular review and adjustment of the management actions based on ongoing surveillance data. Updates shall be reported to the commission on a regular schedule. External review beyond this framework shall occur only upon the direction of the commission. Be it further resolved that the commission requests the department provide clear, data-driven, and scientifically supported recommendations to inform the commission's decision-making and ensure effective adapted deer management across all zones of the state. Be it further resolved that this review should begin immediately with monthly progress updates beginning in June and a final report due no later than June 2027 commission meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We have a second.
Second.
Any discussion, commissioners?
Yeah. Was that, was that David, Commissioner Nyberg, that was introducing that?
No, Commissioner Esther, it's Brandon Fewens.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I just have a couple comments. That was well written and well laid out. And I've been kind of, I mean, unfortunately, since the second, I've been like, working to walk. So anyway, so I've been out of some of these conversations. Just a minute, please. Sorry about that. And I had some of these conversations with Becky for going back quite some time, going back from when I originally got on the commission. The process that I felt that we were kind of missing a process. I come from a background in which, the Administrative Procedures Act was applied when it made decisions were based on evidence that was presented. Sometimes these cases could be, stretch out over years, but they're evidence-based. And I know that one of the speakers earlier today touched on, in fact, mentioned the Federal Procedures Act.
And I thought that it was very insightful that he reached out for that. I also noticed this morning when the fishery report, I thought, look, there's an example of a process that was laid out for us, multi-level process for how they get to a regulation for fish. And I was thinking, there it is, laid out for fish, but hey, we don't have the same thing for deer. And deer in the state it's a very, and I think the idea of bringing in some outside resources that can kind of lay the groundwork, can kind of frame the deer herd, what Michigan can expect. I mean, there's a lot of people I think have these dreams that Michigan is going to be this big buck capital of the world. Now, I don't know if that's possible. I don't think it is. I think deer in Michigan are kind of like largemouth bass. If you want to get a state record largemouth bass in the state of Michigan, if you get a 12-pound bass, you've got it. If you want to catch a 14-pound bass, you need to go down south. There's plenty of states where you can get 14-pound basses. Indiana, Oklahoma. I should look this up. This is for kicks. Kansas, New Mexico, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee. Georgia, I think, get a 22-pound bass. You're never going to get those bass in Michigan. And I think that there is, in Michigan, again, this is the things that for developing data over time, we might be able to have a better understanding. But I suspect that Michigan is a lot like that with its deer population, that we're not going to be the trophy capital. So what we have to do is we have to maintain a herd that can work for everybody in the state of Michigan. For too long, we have ignored the TB and the chronic wasting disease. It hasn't been discussed with what we're doing. And my fear is that the herd in Michigan will be destroyed by chronic wasting disease. There's parts of Wisconsin that are running 20% positive rates right now. And I don't even know who's hunting in those areas anymore. And they're losing their deer population. And for me, I am terrified that is the direction we're heading in the state, that we have got to work with our regulations, and we have to be concerned about disease. I'm just extremely concerned about kind of pretending it's not there. And very few of the public people, very few of the people from the public have touched on that issue. The commission itself, in its presentation of its recommended deer regs, barely made a mention of chronic wasting disease and TB. And I think it's a responsibility as commissioners that we address these issues. We can't pretend that they don't exist. So I couldn't have said it better than you said it when laying out the motion. I wholeheartedly support it. The chairwoman, excuse me, of the committee is, I think, if anybody's ever looked at her resume, it is absolutely astounding. I remember when I was looking down the commissioners that were on here, when I was considering, I'm like, holy crap, look at that. And I think that I've indicated to her support for much of the work that she wants to do, much of the direction she would take this in, and the vision she has. She's got an amazing amount of skill, both having directed the department and from just a wide range of activities. She's phenomenal. And I'm very happy to support this type of a motion. So I am very much in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments of the group? I'll just make this one, in the fact that the commission has also discussed our process, as was brought up with some of the suggestions, and well, this external review in the resolution, we're also going to look at our process through our Finance and Governance Committee. So we'll be talking more about that, gathering input.
Yeah, sorry, if I could add real quick. I don't know if I may have been focused a little bit too much, I think, on the department. And I really do think that in fact, the commission has a lot of work to do with this process. I didn't mean to be picking on the department if I came across that way. I think we really should be partners with the department and the commission. We should be operating as one unified body that works together. Won't always see everything quite the same. I did one question though. Was there I thought there was some discussion about the possibility of the commission coming back with some additional information on earn a second buck. I'm not sure where that is playing out in this. You have to excuse me. I've not been able to participate in all the discussions outside of the hearing room. So is that under this motion that I
No.
just miss it?
No, I think we'll take that up later. This will just be, we're going to, if there's no other discussion, we'll vote on this scientific resolution that Commissioner Fewens brought. We ready to vote, folks? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the same. Resolution passes. Thank you, Commissioner Fewens.
Madam Chair, I would just request that we add this to our monthly agenda that with receiving regular updates from the department. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We're going to move into old business as far as actions. We have no directors matters this month. NRC orders, we have Wildlife Conservation Order Amendment number 6 of 2/2026 deer regulations. Gee, what a surprise, huh? Can I have a motion to open up amendment?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
Okay. All right, we're going to go right down the list for our amendments. Commissioner Eister, you had an amendment on the Upper Peninsula crossbow use for seniors. Who's on mute?
Mark, you're on mute.
Sorry. I'll move to amend Wildlife Conservation Order number 6 of 2026 to allow residents who possess a valid senior deer license, senior deer combination license, or senior antlerless deer license to use a crossbow during the late archery deer season in the Upper Peninsula, beginning with the 26th season.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on this amendment.
Can I speak to it briefly?
Yes, you may.
This was an amendment I talked to commissioners early on. It was one of the very first emails I received as a commissioner was from a 75-year-old gentleman in the Upper Peninsula who wanted to crossbow hunt during the late archery season. I tried to put him in contact with a few people. Not really sure how that ended up. I hope he's still alive. I emailed him back a couple weeks ago or maybe a month ago to let him know that I was going to make this amendment. I did not hear back from him. But it's my understanding that this really is an extremely minimal change to the archery licenses. This is a small group of people with senior licenses that are brave enough and hardy enough to go out in December in the UP to hunt deer. And this gentleman was using a crossbow and he would like to be able to use it in December. And I thought that this would be a reasonable measure that has extremely minimal impact on the deer herd. So I hope that people can support that.
Right, we have a motion and a second. Are there any other comments or discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the same.
No. No.
The motion passes. All right, Commissioner Nyberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to amend Wildlife Conservation Order Amendment number 6 of 2026 to do the following. With respect to the Upper Peninsula, Zone 1, beginning with the 2027 license year, maintain the current Hunter's Choice structure in the Upper Peninsula on the deer combination license with a 3-point antler point restriction on the regular tag and a 4-point antler point restriction on the restricted tag. The single deer license will also remain as is with no antler point restriction, and an antlerless tag is allowed during the early or late archery season only. With respect to the Lower Peninsula, beginning with the 2027 license year, the single deer license will be 1 buck with an antler point restriction of 3 points on a side, or an antlerless deer for the entire Lower Peninsula subject to restriction as described below. The deer combination license will be 1 antler deer tag with no antler point restriction and 1 antlerless deer tag. The antler deer tag may be used to harvest antlerless deer. Notwithstanding any other provisions of this amendment and consistent with section 3.101I in deer management units 005, 010, 015, 024, 028, 040, 045, 051, 053, 057, 067, 083, 115, 145, and 245. An individual possessing a deer license or a deer combination regular license shall not take an antlered deer unless that deer has at least 1 antler with 3 or more antler points, each 1 or more inches in length. In addition to this amendment, there's an incorporated request to the department. The commission requests that the department present a framework for a earn a second buck tag pilot license season within Zone 3 for the NRC meeting in July. This will provide sufficient notice and consideration for action by the commission prior to implementation during the 2027 deer hunting season. The framework shall include the following. Require a restricted second buck tag with at least 4 points on 1 antler. A geographic region of sufficient size, at least 1 or more counties, to present a science-based evaluation of the regulation's impact on antlerless harvest. A duration for the pilot that is sufficient to present a science-based evaluation of the regulation's impact on antlerless harvest. A control area within Zone 3 for comparison. An enforcement mechanism, including hunter reporting requirements for antlerless harvest, and pre-pilot data to be collected on harvest in 2026.
Second.
Madam Chair, if I could just speak briefly to the amendment, proposed amendment.
Proceed.
Okay. Those who've been observing the deer regulation process for quite some time will know that I've made comments in the past with respect to the Upper Peninsula. And even if we can pretend for a minute that regulations can really move the needle on desired outcomes or goals for deer management in the UP, we know that there are many factors beyond our control, including winter severity, especially as evidenced by this past winter with 300 inches of snow in many parts of the UP or close to that. Predation, which we know is a major factor, much of which is beyond our control due to federal regulation. And habitat, declining habitat. There's been a lot of discussion about all 3 of these things over the last couple of months. Regulations are probably less important than those 3 items, or in the aggregate, they could be pretty impactful. But the regulation process is what we have within our control. So just acknowledging that there's a lot that we cannot address within the NRC's authority. I understand that there are different views on this among UP hunters, but by and large, people I've spoken with, and I think as we've heard, hunters who purchase the combination license really do appreciate the current hunter's choice model, which is a 4-point APR on the restricted tag and a 3-point APR on the regular tag. And what we've heard today and what I've tried to describe is that it's less about the desire or the expectation of harvesting $2. It's more about the opportunity to participate in hunting traditions that may be somewhat unique to the UP. And you know, that's pretty special. And it's something that when considering the trade-offs, I certainly understand what the proposed $1 regulation means, and I can get behind it quite personally. I can get behind it myself as a deer hunter. I think it could work, but for the UP, I don't think that the trade-offs are entirely appropriate because of a variety of reasons. One being the diminished opportunity, another being revenue implications, and also just looking at the data, we know that 97 to 99% of hunters who have the combination license in the UP are harvesting $1, so it's pretty close. And so with all of that said, that's an explanation behind the UP specific rationale. The Lower Peninsula component of this is really trying to achieve consensus among varying viewpoints among commissioners. We hear you. We all understand your passion. We all understand you have different views, maybe different values about deer hunting, and those are all valid. And in an imperfect process, this proposed amendment tries to get as close to possible as to achieving what we're hearing and what the science is showing that we can support in Michigan. Thank you.
Commissioner Walters.
I'm going to vote no on this for a variety of reasons, but first and foremost, the amendment does not at all take into account and consideration of what the DAT proposed and recommended. It does not take into account and consideration of what the department has brought forward and in their recommendations. And it does not take into account what the overall, I'd say, slight majority of what at least I heard from Michigan hunters. We need Michigan hunters to help support what we're proposing, and this falls way short of that, number one. Number two, if Commissioner Nyberg does support OBRs, this doesn't address that whatsoever. And I recognize that he wants to make that recommendation for the UP, but when he brings it into the Lower Peninsula, that falls way short. So for a variety of reasons, I'm voting no.
Other comments? Oh, I'm getting a flag. Commissioner Easter?
Yeah, you know, there's been we've had a lot of discussion about this, and it's been a difficult decision, I think, for a lot of the commissioners. Will be supporting this amendment. I think it definitely moves us in the direction of what the department's goal of getting more hunters to take bucks. I would think that that's something we should be striving for. I think that there are some measures we could take that would move us more in that direction. I think that we need to have some additional proposals put on the table. So I really favor the idea of having the commission, or excuse me, the department develop a pilot program proposal for us to consider. I think that is a very good way for us to be able to try and figure out what is really going to move the hunters in the state. Because really what we have right now is we just have some people saying, you know, we need to go $1. And then we have other ones, you know, and they support that. Other people think that the earn a second buck path is the better way to go. You know, my preference personally, we just don't have the data, I guess. I kind of like to nudge people along rather than hit them over the head. So I think we at least need to take a look at this earn a second buck option. And we need to get some decent proposals and have a timeline that we can work on these and then be able to measure results. And so I'm kind of hoping that's what we're able to get to. And I guess with that, I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Other comments from commissioners?
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
this morning I expressed some concern about the potential for hunters to flood up into the UP to try to get a second buck. Dr. Randolph said that he thought that was negligible. I still have that reservation. I'm also concerned that even though 2% up in UP only harvests a second buck, I don't know that we can really afford to be taking extra bucks off that landscape. I do worry about that, even though it's only 2%. Every small little lever makes a difference. Once again, this is the whole point of trying to introduce a resolution to get baseline metrics. And I feel like we're acting on imperfect information. You're never going to have enough, obviously. I understand that. If we move forward with this amendment, and I do intend to support it, even though I have reservations with the UP portion of it, if we can establish a pilot project in a couple of counties and be able to compare that with some counties that are very similar in nature, we're building a data set that hopefully within a year, we'll have metrics from the department, and we can start to evaluate what direction these regulations are moving us. Are they moving us closer to our goals? Or are they moving us further away? If they're moving us further away, then we adjust them. I think having two data sets is extremely valuable, and it provides the commission, I hope, with a better idea on how to move forward in the future.
I'd just like to make a point here. There have been a lot of discussion. When we look at authorities in Michigan, the commission has authority that came to us through Proposal G. The agency has authority for managing this deer herd, and the legislative branch has authority for setting license fees. As we got into discussions after the department issued their recommendation, and after talking to the Deer Management Advisory Team, it was pointed out to us that while we're not changing the dollar figure on those license fees, by coupling some of the licenses in the combo license, we could effectively be doubling the price of a buck license and stepping into the arena that is legislative authority. So it's been portrayed as a real political move, when in fact it's a discussion item in terms of respecting each other's authority, since we share it across both the executive branch and the legislative branch. You can agree with it or not agree with it, but it does factor in. Quite frankly, I get called and asked opinions on legislation. And by the same token, when they have concerns, we want to listen to it. I hope in this state we can work together between executive and legislative. That's how we get good governance on the ground. Are there any other comments?
Real quick, Madam Chair, and I forgot to mention this as a point. The idea about moving forward with earn a second buck statewide or targeting public land, and in my mind, this is a tool in the toolbox to really tackle doe density and potentially disease prevalency. And so in my mind, this could be a tool that we could use in a surgical manner to try to tackle some of these problem areas. I think we heard a lot today from folks that were concerned about the scope of earn a second buck and how big that might be, and whether it's zone 2 and 3, and that's not what we're looking at here. We're looking at to see if this is a real tool that can be effective at doe density and disease prevalency, and that's what it is. And we should look forward to getting that data.
Yeah, just a brief comment on the same point. When we brought this up, it was purely to get data and look at tools to reduce density, to reduce disease so that we could move forward with a healthy herd. It was not to earn a second buck in the entire Lower Peninsula. That was never discussed. So I want to be clear and on the record that that was the case.
Any other comments, discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Those opposed,
No.
No.
motion passes. Commissioner Walters.
I move to amend Wildlife Conservation Order Amendment number 6 of 2026 by rescinding DMU 351 and 352 effective May 24th, 2026.
Second.
The reason that I wanted to bring this forward is these are two blanket DMUs when we are going to be looking at managing antlerless deer by specific DMU in the UP and county and the Lower Peninsula. So the blanket is, in my opinion, ineffective.
Any other comments or discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the same.
No.
Motion passes.
Next.
Yes.
I move to amend Wildlife Conservation Order Amendment number 6 of 2026, eliminating the limited firearm deer zone for both public and private lands effective beginning the 2026 season.
Support.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
I would like just to take a couple seconds to reflect back on Chief Keefe's comments from this morning. I was very interested to hear from his perspective, in law enforcement division's perspective about any type of safety concerns. And his comments, it is providing me with the confidence to vote yes on this motion.
Any other comments or discussion?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. Commissioner Meister.
Yeah, I was not on the commission for the January presentation from law enforcement. And I guess I've taken, and what I've heard since then, I don't have, not as, I guess I look at it, it's sort of like half glass full, half empty, or, yeah, that's it. I've heard law enforcement just kind of indicate at this point that they really don't have evidence to say one way or the other of how this is going to affect safety, which I think is different from saying that it's not going to affect safety. And that's kind of the way I read the testimony. I'm down in zone 3, and I'm going to tell you, I strongly oppose this. I think this is a terrible decision to do. We have a lot of hunters down here that are hunting on small plots of land, are close to each other, are, quite honestly, some of them I don't think are the best hunters. I mean, just to be honest, I've had some buddies of mine that have almost gotten shot by people. And I think that this part of the state is just a little, there's too many small lot hunters. There's too much pressure. In the time that I've been hunting this area, it's changed my habits, the way I get into the woods and leave the woods, because I'm concerned about neighboring hunters where it just that pressure didn't used to exist. I'm hunting on a different spot than where I grew up. I don't go in before the sun comes up. And because I don't feel safe anymore walking along. And it turns out I have to kind of walk close to the border on this property that I'm on, and I just don't feel safe coming in there. You know, we're talking about, you know, a 30-06 or 7 millimeter that are dropping, you know, 6 to 8 inches at 300 yards, whereas the 450 Bushmaster, which is what I use, drops 30 to 37 inches at 300 yards. I mean, the difference in the weaponry and the range is not something to just dismiss. I think that I think we're asking for problems. There's, you know, people can, if they want to still use their 12 gauge, they can, but they've had the opportunity, like with the Bushmaster, with the other munitions. I'm not sure what they all are. That's the one I picked. I love that gun. And, you know, at 300 yards, that bullet's in the dirt. But at 100, you know, and I don't usually shoot beyond 100 yards anyways, but at 100 yards, it's dead on. Man, I am like, that thing is a serious killing machine. And by now, people have had a chance to buy their weapons. I mean, you know, I don't know how many years it's been since they allowed for the straight-walled rifles shells, but, you know, there's plenty of firearms to use here that have effective killing ranges that are as far as, you know, most people. I mean, I don't like to shoot at long distances because I don't like tracking deer. When I take a shot, I like to drop that deer pretty much where it was when I pulled that trigger. And so, you know, I'm not going to 120 yards. That gun will do it. And I'm not going to shoot beyond that. And then that bullet is going to land in the dirt at another 100 yards past that. But some of these other guns that we're talking about, you're putting guns in the hands of people that are close to each other. And to some degree, I just don't trust a lot of the hunters that are in the woods in southern Michigan. I think they're sloppy. I don't think they're really cognizant of what's beyond what they're shooting at. And I think it's a mistake. I fear that it's going to result in some problems. So I would not be supporting this.
Any other comments or discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say the same or say nay. It passes.
I move to amend Wildlife Conservation Order Amendment number 6 of 2026 by eliminating the extended late antlerless and January archery seasons, therefore concluding all hunting for the seasons after January 1st, effective on May 24th, 2026.
Second.
Can I ask what the rationale is?
Commissioner Eister, were you had comments or?
I was curious what the rationale for eliminating the January seasons was.
Sure. Number one, there is reports of bucks being harvested during that season that have dropped their antlers. That's number one. Number two, the longer the seasons, because we start in September and we now go through, in some cases as late as February, we are shortening the season to specifically target the shooting of, in this case, antlerless deer. Going back to the tradition of ending all deer seasons January 1st.
Okay, and if I understand, the staff has recommended that we keep those January season. They want to add a few counties to it. I can't remember, was it 3 counties they wanted to add? Is that right? Can somebody tell me that's correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then I believe that they showed a graph earlier today, which indicated the number of deer that take during January. I was having a hard time reading that. So can someone tell me, maybe from staff if they're still there, what the number of deer taken during that late January season was?
Hang tight, we're checking on it right now.
Yeah, I was having a hard time interpreting that this morning, and I wasn't watching you guys live at the time. I was catching up watching it via YouTube, so I couldn't chime. I would have liked to have asked questions then. Unfortunately, I'm really sorry, but I couldn't.
Pardon me, excuse me. So I do have here the 2024 harvest survey results. The extended late antlerless season statewide was estimated 16,746 antlerless deer. 15,650 of those were from the southern lower peninsula. And by one comparison, I can add additional if we would like. The late antlerless season 2024 harvest was 22,502 antlerless deer statewide. So a little under 17 for the extended, a little over 22,000 for the late antlerless. From southern lower peninsula, the late antlerless season 2024 was 14,445. So the extended late antlerless season was actually a little more than the late antlerless season just in southern Michigan in 24. So the figure I was presenting was that there's a similar number from the extended late season as some of the other ones, even though we know it's less area and later in the year where there's potentially some conflicts.
Okay, and then sorry, what was that number then for the 14,000?
Yes, in the late antlerless season, it would remain even under this amendment. It was 14,445 antlerless deer just in the southern lower peninsula.
Okay.
The extended antlerless season in southern Michigan was 15,650 just in the southern lower peninsula.
I mean, that just seems like a significant number. How many of those were you able to track how many of those were bucks that had shed?
Don't have it from the harvest survey report. It would be from the registration info, and we can.
Was that a large number, or was that just a couple here and there?
I mean, it's minimal. We don't have the numbers in front of us to be able to look up, but it's a pretty small percentage that are shed bucks. Just an added perspective, the 2025 reported harvest. So Brent provided the 2024 harvest survey estimate. The 2025 harvest report, the extended late antlerless season, 12,134, and then the January archery season was 650.
Okay. Yeah, I did just make some quick comments here. John, since I'm not voting against you on this one, I'm going with staff on this. I mean, I feel like I'm kind of voting against all your stuff. I don't mean to be kind of like voting against John or anything, but on this one, I don't see any reason to toss staff's recommendations out the window. That's a nice little season, especially in the southern part of the state. We got a lot of deer down here. There's a lot of does. And if we can take a few up, 20,000 or whatever that number was, 15,000, 20,000, we can take those things off the landscape. That helps us. That helps us get there. And there may be a couple bucks that go in there. It's probably I don't see it as a justification for eliminating these seasons. I think staff presented the reason why they wanted them, and it seems legit to me, and I think we should be leaving it as staff recommended.
Any other comments of the commissioners or discussion?
Brent, can you remind us of the overall doe harvest for the season, and if that extended season made a measurable difference? Did you say that already?
Sorry, repeat that. The overall for all seasons combined, total antlerless
For
harvest?
those extended, the two extended,
Okay,
the
yeah.
late and the extended.
One more
Was there a
time.
difference?
So in 2024, the extended antlerless season, extended late antlerless season, statewide
Mhm.
was 16,746. And then again, in southern Michigan, it was 15,650. So that's the extended late antlerless. And then just the late antlerless season in 2024, statewide was 22,502. In the southern lower peninsula, late antlerless, 2024 was 14,445.
For clarity, the late season is December, correct?
Correct. Up till January 1st, so.
Correct.
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions or discussions? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye.
Say aye. Commissioner Eister, could you vote your?
I'm voting against the motion. Sorry, mate. That was
Sorry.
right there.
Do we need to do a roll call on that? I think we had 3 opposed. We do need to do a roll call? Okay. Commissioner Walters,
Yes.
Yes.
Stephen,
Yes.
Yes.
No.
I vote no.
And I'm a no.
It passes. Okay, motion passes. Thank you. Commissioner Walters, I think you have another amendment.
I do. I move to amend Wildlife Conservation Order Amendment Number 6 of 2026 by authorizing the department to establish universal antlerless deer license use limits by DMU in the UP and by county in the Lower Peninsula in consultation and with concurrence of the Natural Resource Commission effective May 24th, 2026. These use limits would be reviewed and published annually. In addition to being reviewed during the deer regulation 3-year review cycle.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Discussion.
This is in regards to the quote-unquote heat map.
Okay, hearing no discussion, all in favor, excuse me, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Amendment passes. Commissioner Eister, could you vote on?
No. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Motion passes.
The other amendments that I have are moot because of Nyberg amendment.
Those were all amendments. All right, I'm afraid to ask it, but are there any more amendments?
God, no.
Okay. Pardon what? All right, I don't know that I have a copy of them here in front of me. I'm gonna let you go over them, the ones that have passed.
Okay, so first we have Commissioner Ister's UP crossbow amendment. So that's one. And Commissioner Nyberg, your amendment to keep Hunter's Choice in the UP. And then the Lower Peninsula would be 1 buck with an antlerless tag, no APRs, and you can also use the buck tag on an antlerless deer as well.
No, that's incorrect.
Can you restate that?
Yep. For the Lower Peninsula, it was the regular, a single buck tag would be a 3-point antler
the
point
single.
restriction. Yeah, yeah. Combo would be, yes.
3-point was on the single.
Yes.
And the Northwest 12, 13 remains the same.
That's correct.
Okay.
Just a point of clarification, I believe we had no change in the Northwest unit APRs, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay, and then the third one, Walters, we're rescinding DMUs 351 and 352 in the UP. The limited firearm deer zone is eliminated. And then the no hunting after January 1st. And then we have the antlerless use limit. So there's 6 total amended. Yep. So now you'll all vote on the order as.
All right, so this is voting on the order as amended. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The order as amended is passed. Okay. Thank you for all of your hanging tight with us through all of those. We're going to move into committee reports. Do we have a Fisheries Committee report, Commissioner Hewens?
Not today.
Am I allowed to say good? Commissioner Walters, a Wildlife Committee report.
Nothing to report from the Wildlife Committee because we've all been talking amongst each other throughout, so nothing to report.
All right, thank you. Commissioner reports. We're going to start with you, Commissioner Walters.
So I attended the Pigeon River Advisory. If anybody wants to talk, please go outside. I attended the Pigeon River Advisory Council meeting earlier this month. Lots going on, including discussions on Black River Ranch, which there will be a small visit tomorrow by commissioners and staff. I also attended the Upper Black River Restoration Committee, which they are very lively and energetic and have a lot of great projects going on the Black River. I also met last Monday with the the Asabo River Citizens Fishery Advisory Council, and they are very energetic and excited as well. So I was very busy with committee meetings. Obviously, I was incredibly busy with emails, phone calls, texts, and I am really glad today is over.
Thank you, Commissioner Walters. Commissioner Eister, did you have anything to report?
No, not really. I just want to thank you for the work you put in. I know this has been a crazy month, and then unfortunately, I was kind of down for a while there, but I'm kind of hoping the next meeting is going to be a little better. A week ago, 9 days ago, whatever it was, I had no feeling and no motion on the right side of my body. And yesterday I walked without a walker for the first time. So that was good. And during this meeting, I've been walking around, pacing back and forth in my office at home, so without a walker. So I'm making some progress. But I just want to thank you, Chair, for the work you put in. And I know that this has been a really busy time for you. And I want to thank all the commissioners for all the work they put in. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, and we wish you a A steady recovery.
Yeah, same thing, all the work the commissioners put in and all the stakeholders for all their comments. And also, again, one more shout out to Chief Claremont for saving the day on the steelhead and walleye and the high water and all that for our fish. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Fewens.
Nothing to report, just glad to hear that Commissioner Eister is doing better.
Commissioner Laporte.
Yeah, nothing to report. Thank you.
Commissioner Nyberg.
Nothing substantive, but I do want to take a minute just to echo my gratitude to our chair and all of the commissioners, every commissioner, every stakeholder that's taken time to call, write, show up in person. It's been tough to keep up with all of your correspondence, impossible really, but it just shows how much people are committed to conservation. Like's been said, I mean, we have an extraordinary department. We had a Medal of Valor awarded today, a life-saving award. As the director noted, the gargantuan effort on the water safety and risk of flooding, wildfires, incredible personnel in the department outside of this process helping support all of you and all of us. And it's amazing that we continue to hear things that are negative. I'll end by saying I don't think compromise is a bad word. I think sometimes when you compromise and you find ground in the middle to try to agree on, everybody may not be perfectly happy, but you're moving in the right direction rather than having disparate views and getting nowhere. So thank you for all of your help on that, and we look forward to seeing you next month.
Thank you. Busy month. I greatly appreciate all the work that the commission and quite frankly all our hunters put in. Lots of discussion, lots of opinions. In addition to this, I was in DC and I was very pleased. We had one of our wildlife employees there working the Hill and got a chance to participate in the policy committee of the TRCP organization and our annual dinner. So that was great. Thank you all. Our next meeting of the NRC is Wednesday, June 10th at the Lansing Community College West Campus. And with that, I take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Bye.
All right. We are adjourned.